Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing there? Super excited to be here for what's going to be an amazing day of education. So I appreciate each and every one of you taking some time out of your day to join us to better yourself, your business, and again, let's just talk about the white elephant in the room, which is COVID. So the minute that we get out of this, we want you to be better prepared to run your business better, prepare for anything in the future. And so I have an amazing group of disc jockey owners, photo booth operators that are going to be here sharing with you all day long, not to mention an amazing lineup of DJs tonight spinning. So a couple of quick thank yous. First of all, none of this truthfully could be possible without my man, John Young. John, you want to come on camera for a minute? Would you do that for me, buddy?
That's going to mess up everything.
It's going to mess up everything?
Yes,
because of your face? Or...
No, because of how we've got
then never mind. He'll come on in between.
We'll be there
So for those of you who don't know it, John Young is truly the nicest guy in the disc jockey industry, and not enough people know about him, know about Disc Jockey News or DJN TV. But if you don't, by the end of the day, you definitely will, and you're going to want to make sure that you bookmark his stuff. You're going to want to subscribe to his YouTube channel, and you are going to want to pay more attention. At the same point in time, we've got absolutely amazing sponsors, starting with the gentleman who owns the Djs Vault is going to be coming up, and Bunn Gear, which has got my man Joe Bunn, who's going to be starting in just a minute. But we also have QSC, the American DJ Association, DJ Idea Sharing, National Association of Mobile Entertainers, Promo Only has been there since the very beginning. When I first told Jim Robinson 3 years ago, I've got this idea for a DJ show. And fortunately, due to my friendship with him and his belief in me, we've been able to make that happen. So today is nothing but there's no sales pitches. There's no anything. It is simply a day of education so that we can come together as an industry and give you some great content to grow your business. So let's start by bringing on my man, Joe Bunn.
Am I unmuted? There we are.
There we go.
What's up, everybody? Good morning, sir.
How are you feeling this morning?
I feel pretty good. I did a workout on my TV.
I didn't. Yeah, I missed that.
I did.
I
found the one remaining coffee shop that's open, and I got a decent coffee, and I feel pretty good.
Good. How's the family? Everybody safe?
Everybody's hanging in there.
Yeah?
Everybody's hanging in there so far. We haven't killed each other.
Okay, very good. Now, just out of curiosity, you've been doing like board games and more family stuff, pulled it out. I've seen more families doing board games, puzzles. I remember doing puzzles with my grandparents, and all of a sudden they came out. That's awesome.
Board games, puzzles. There's a big Yoda Lego thing about half built. Cool. A little too many video games for them, and but they are detailing my cars starting as soon as I get off this, and then followed by the boat.
Kids?
My kids, they're 12 and 15, so they're being tasked with detailing the car and the boat today.
Chores, very good. All right, so for those of you that don't know Joe, Joe's got a multi-op and has also licensed or franchised Bunn DJ company throughout the country. He also has the Djs Vault. If you haven't heard of it, you're going to want to check that out as well. So make sure you check out their Facebook page. DJs, is it the Djs Vault or Facebook/DJs Vault?
TheDjsVault.com is the best place.
Okay, that's perfect. And you'll be able to share there. He also has some super cool DJ booths that came out just in time to get crushed by the coronavirus. Sorry to say. And that's it. So starting us off, ladies and gentlemen, my man, my very good friend, Mr. Joe Bunn.
Good morning, everybody. John, if I hit a button, there was a bunch of people waiting to get in, so I let them in. There's a bunch more waiting to get in. I don't know if you guys can control that from your end, but I just saw that in the participants list. See a lot of my friends on here, a lot of Vault members. Good morning, JD, and my man Nick from Detroit, and a lot of other people. So good morning, everybody watching on here on the Zoom link, and I think they can watch on Facebook as well, right, KC?
Yes, they can.
So you guys stay tuned all day. Casey's put this together with John Young, who again is probably one of the nicest people in the industry. And they're going to be on, or we're going to be on all day long. And in fact, it culminates or closes tonight, if you didn't hear, with the one and only Qbert at 11 o'clock Eastern time. So anyway, I'm going to get started. I will say that I'm not gonna. I told KC, I said, listen, man, he started to put this together, and if you know KC, loves the industry, huge heart. He's a cold person. He's already insulted me 38 times before we went on, but he has a huge heart. He loves this industry, and he loves to put on shows. And he asked me to do this, guys, probably only a week ago. And I said, KC, I don't think I can pull together something brand new. But so if you saw me do this for the online mobile beat thing, I apologize. I'm sure that I'll add some nuggets here today that I didn't say then, or if you watched it inside the Djs Vault. But it's called Outside the Box Marketing. And here are some things that I want to talk about today. I want to talk a little bit about photo and how important that is. I want to talk about video and obviously how important that is. A lot of people think I'm some sort of marketing genius or guru, and I'm not. I'm going to show you a lot of inspiration where I get things from. I also want to talk about building a team to make all these things happen and budgeting. Some of these things that I shoot look well in the tens of thousands of dollars, and sometimes they're no more than a couple of hundred. And then I also want to talk outside of photo and video about some other ways to market outside the box. So again, thank you so much for being here. Let's get going today. So how important are good photos in your market? Well, this stat is like mind-blowing to me. 10% of all the photos ever taken by humankind took place in the last 12 months. That's a fact. Between 65 and 85% of people describe themselves, including myself, as visual learners. I'm a very visual person. Online content with good images get 94% more views than those without. All right, so let's start and talk about photo tips and tricks. And I want to kind of put a disclaimer here. First and foremost, I think a lot of people think I went to school for marketing or I had an MBA in marketing. I didn't. I went to Carolina, and after 2 years, you had to reapply to go to the School of Business. And I don't think my grades were good enough because I did have under my belt, and the major was called Industrial Relations. I have no idea what that means, but I wasn't a marketing person. This has just kind of been a passion of mine. And so, as we've seen over the years, especially in social media, as you scroll down, the things that draw your eye are good photos and good videos. So here's some of my tips and tricks, and we're going to elaborate on these. Be current, do multiples, get comfortable, think before you shoot, ask to be shot, photograph shot, obviously. And most importantly, think outside the box. So being current is key. If you guys know this man right here, his name is Mike Walter. He and I are good friends, and he's the co-host of my podcast, which if you're a DJ and not listening to that, highly recommend it. It's called the PhDJ Podcast. So this is Mike's current headshot, but he also has his personal website, which is djmikewalter.com. This picture is still on there. He looks 25, and let me tell you, he's not. Mike, time to update that headshot stat. Shoot a ton of content. When you go out, when I go out and I shoot, like if I call a photographer friend of mine and I'm like, let's shoot today, I will change my shirt. I will swap out things like necklaces or accessories, things you wear. I'll pick different settings. I'll even do some pose, and then I'll act like I'm at a coffee shop looking off like, and try and make it look not pose, more like what I would call lifestyle photograph. This is a good example. This was last summer. I know that because somehow she convinced me to go to a sunflower patch. But these are all just places around Raleigh that I think are cool. Several of these are at a kind of industrial shared working space called the loading dock. There's a sunflower field somewhere out near downtown. That's right outside my office in the lower right. That's a kids museum with that colorful wall. And then just, hopped in my van and took a few as well. So, again, don't go out and just say, hey, we took a couple pictures of me. I mean, you can see I changed shirts. I put glasses on. I had a chain on my wallet at one point. I changed sneakers. Like that right there is probably done in a half day. And that was content that I've been trickling out since last summer. So shoot a bunch. Get comfortable. What do I mean by that? Shoot with somebody pick an amazing wedding photographer that wants to do some outside the box stuff. Somebody that's going to make you feel comfortable. The best pictures really of me are when somebody can actually get me to genuinely laugh, which is hard to do sometimes. People say I don't smile enough, but see if you can have that kind of relationship. Know your look. That picture there on the left of me in front of the boom boxes, that's my look. It's like a half smile. It's like I don't know what it is. More of a smirk, I guess. Choose locations you like I mentioned a minute ago. And then the more you shoot, the more comfortable you become. Like I'm no stranger to the damn camera, as everybody knows. But it is the more you shoot, the more comfortable that you become. And again, it is so important to schedule 2 or 3 of these types of shoots a year, whether it's for you or your staff. Another point I've been trying to make, I've shown this photograph before. You got to think sometimes before you shoot, especially when you're doing a group photograph. So this kid on the far right is no longer with us. And I don't mean he's dead. I mean, I fired him. But what I ended up having to do, because this was such a cool group photo, I had to take his head off and put Frank there instead. So if you have somebody kind of marginal on your staff and you do the long line of photos, or the long group photo, put those people on the ends, and then you can always Photoshop them out instead of having to spend $100 with a photographer to swap heads. Think before you shoot. And this is one of the things that I think is so important. It's almost like during setup, these are the moments to approach the photographer at that event and say, please, please, please take some cool pictures of me. These are just from the past year, probably, of people I approached. And I just said, hey, take some cool pictures of me. And these are some of my favorites, really. And it was all based upon relationships and asking to be shot. And then, of course, following up. That's the key. It's hard to get this stuff. But, I love the kind of metal horns top left. That top right is super rare. Somehow the mother of the bride pulled me in the wedding planner out on the dance floor and was like, y'all are dancing. I was like, what? It's not really what I do. And she was like, well, you do tonight, son. The other one, bottom left, it was real. It's real. It looks Photoshopped because it's so crazy, but she had a flash like down by my belt and then another one out in the crowd. And I think it was that song Dynamite, and she just happened to start popping this flash off. And I don't know, got a really cool picture. Actually, that one's older. And then Christmas, I've talked a lot on the podcast about this Epic Games party, the people that make Fortnite. It was just a great party. And this girl was obviously really stoked about it. So I want to pivot a little bit and talk about inspiration. Again, a lot of these things that I shoot and that we create, they're inspired by other artists or singers or rappers or bands. And I'll start with this one. I remember seeing this Travis Scott, and I remember seeing this cover of this record, and I was like, oh man, that is so dope. Not necessarily like the weed smoke part, but like the wings. I just thought the wings thing was so cool. And so I was like, I don't know how to build giant feather wings, but I know this graffiti artist, and I went and bought a pair of white jeans and a white Chuck Taylors and a white t-shirt and a white pair of shades. and basically just he sprayed these 3 panels that I might have paid $50 for and built them. And then he called me in and spray painted right over top of me. So I got my wings picture. I don't even remember really why I did it or what we used the photograph for, but it was like one of those things that just gets in my brain, and I can't, until I do it, it's going to drive me crazy. So I did it. Some more inspiration. So this is a funny story. I remember calling a photographer and I was like, yo, let's do a photo shoot, like something hard, like with a bat, because I always thought Naughty by Nature was so cool. Tretch, you know, the guy in the middle, he always had a bat. There's some pictures of him holding like a chainsaw. And I remember he used to wear like like an actual, not like a necklace chain, but a chain with a padlock. Like I always thought he was so cool. And she was like, yes, a bat, you know, like this kind of bat. And I was like, oh, no, a bat, like a baseball bat. And then it ended up where this guy here locally named Dan the Animal Man, he didn't have a bat, but he was like, yo, I got a vulture, this turkey vulture. And I was like, okay. And so you can see my look is trying to be cool, but it's more like terror. And we just went in this parking deck and he threw this glove on. And he was like, you kind of rotate your wrist towards the camera and he'll flare his wings out. And I was like, all right. And I just thought that he was going to bite my ear off or something. So more terror than cool, but sort of cool. This right here, if you're probably, let's see, I don't know how old you would have to be, 35 plus. You remember this Maxell commercial? It was a commercial. I actually found the TV commercial, but I more remembered it as an ad. You know, like I think it was always like in Rolling Stone magazine or something. But I was like, yo, we got to update this picture. And so, you know, my good friends at EV, I threw in the Evolve 50 and had my intern at the time back behind me with a piece of fishing line doing my tie. And we did the 20, I guess probably 17 version of the Maxell ad. But inspiration, guys, is everywhere. You know what I mean? Again, it can be in movies. It can be in a story you're in. You know, I mean, if you don't know this movie, especially during this quarantine situation, go ahead and dive in. This is Reservoir Dogs. This is Quentin Tarantino, like early Tarantino. Not that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood garbage. This is the good stuff. And I was like, oh my God, the shot of them walking into the bank. I was like, let's do it. And so I remember everybody, I think, had a black suit at the time. And I bought on Amazon for nothing, like those narrow ties. And I bought a bunch of Wayfarers and Clubmaster. That's the other kind of those other kind of shades, the bootleg ones. And I might have spent less than $100 to kind of everybody, you know, kid everybody out. Everybody had a black suit, white shirt. And then we shot that. All right. So we got to pivot and really get into talking about video. Video is, you know, one of those things where if you really are a Facebook person, especially really Facebook or Instagram, and you follow all these people and you start down the rabbit hole of scrolling, right? These days, you know, I don't know the exact percentage, but if you look, it is a huge number of videos in that feed. It's not just photo of this, you know, Easter that. It's videos. These are some statistics that I pulled that I thought were super interesting. 81% of businesses use video as a marketing tool now. 6 out of 10 people would rather watch online videos than TV. And that, I mean, you know, again, this may be a demographic thing, but my kids, I don't think they've ever actually watched TV. They're straight streamers. Mobile video consumption, this is unbelievable, rises by 100% every year. 78% of people watch online videos every week. 55% watch them every single day. Viewers retain 95% of a message when watching it in a video. And this is insane right here. There are close to 1 million, again, 1 million minutes of video crossing the internet per second in 2020. That's how important video is. That's how big video is right now. A big push of mine and a big thing that I'm drawn to, and not only my own stuff, but even you guys, like when I see story marketing, and story marketing, I stole this definition, a strategic marketing approach that creates a brand experience through audio, visual, and immersive storytelling, whereby the customer becomes the center of the story to drive profitable engagement. So basically you're sharing, you know, what is so interesting with us and the job that we do is that it's cool, you know, now more than ever. Everybody wants to be a DJ. They're in commercials and they're, you know, playing halftime at the so-and-so bowl, and they're in Las Vegas doing these residencies. The DJ now is the rock star, you know what I mean? And so we've got this opportunity to tell our story in a video format that your consumer, your customer, your friends, your family are going to be drawn to. And so I highly encourage that. I want to show you one that I was really drawn to a few years ago, that was done by Diddy or Puff Daddy, whatever you want to call him. It is a alcohol commercial, but not really. Anyway, check this out. Actually, before I show that, let me see something real quick. Can you guys hear that? I just want to make sure. Do I see the chat? Casey or John, were y'all hearing that video? I don't remember if I clicked the button when I clicked share. Are either of you guys on? Okay, you couldn't hear it. Okay, Nick, hold on one second.
Sorry
guys.
about that, Joe. I couldn't hear it
That's
either.
okay. That's all right. Give me 1 sec. I can fix it. Share. Yep. Now you will. Boom. 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 We're back.
Good now.
Yep.
Everything I'm living now, I dreamt about it. I knew that I had to work hard to get it, and I wanted it. I got my first job when I was 12. I didn't settle at one paper route, I went and got 4 paper routes. My mother, she had 4 jobs. By seeing her work ethic, it was instilled in me at an early age. I wasn't able to hang out with my friends on the block. I was doing what I had to do to achieve my dreams. You know, I'm a marathon runner, I'm not a sprinter. Road to achieving your goal is never what you think it's going to be. It's not going to be on your time. It's not going to be on your schedule. You have to be patient. Me not giving up, the opportunity arose.
Puff Daddy and the family.
Gotta keep driving, keep focused, keep working. Falling down, getting up, falling down, getting up. And then you finally get to it. Well, don't never let them put us in a box. And you know how hard you work. It's that spirit to make something out of nothing, to make a way out of no way. What I do now is I open doors. I do it for we. If I can inspire people, then somebody's gonna do it bigger and better than me. I got this saying, don't be afraid to close your eyes and dream, and then open your eyes and see. It's our turn now. Let's get it.
If you don't think that's badass, that'll get you fired up. So I think there's an even longer version, but you know, that video inspired me so much. I don't remember who showed it to me. Like, I just remember watching it And I looked at it and I was like, man, this is something I want to do. I want to make. And and I remember one of the things, if you look back at that story of him coming up and having all these paper routes, early Biggie footage and stuff, is he kept everything. There was all this, what I call found footage. And so anyway, I've used that in story marketing a lot. Like, so archive everything, keep everything. I have, VHS tapes from when I was DJing frat parties in the early 90s. Anyway, here's what I did.
I'm not sure how I ended up where I am today. My father made rope. My grandfather made rope. Wasn't I supposed to follow in their footsteps, carry on the family name in the business? For years after college, my dad would ask, "Do you want to come work for me?" People still say to me, "When are you going to get a real job?" I even question what I was supposed to be doing with my life. My path was never direct. I had several failed ventures. Hats and t-shirts, Red Bull promoter, realtor, music producer, band manager. But all the while I was still playing music, making people dance, hustling, working. How many days did I come home as the sun was coming up? How many of my closest friends' weddings did I miss? How many of my son's soccer games have I missed? But I kept pushing, kept hustling, always trying to be better, always trying to stay ahead of the competition, setting the bar higher, unreachable.
Come on, you can do better than that. It's jump on.
And now it's time for the next chapter, to pay it forward, to help other DJ company owners. By speaking at conferences, getting on the phone and talking to DJs about their issues, jumping on Facebook Live, putting on workshops, writing articles and blogs, making videos. For every mistake I made, I want other DJs not to. I want the next generation of DJs to be better, make more money, rock more parties. The next chapter begins.
I love that. And it was inspired by that Puff Daddy video. And the irony of the video is, I remember it was originally, as you can see from this screen hold here, it was originally meant to be the kickoff of my personal site, which I think now just forwards to the Djs Vault. And in that site, I was just going to have being able to book me for speaking or consultations, so on and so forth, which again pivoted into the Djs Vault. But the ad was, or this video was so poignant and so to the point of what we were trying to say to DJs, that we repurposed it and used it for the ad that originally got, the first probably 300, 400, 500 members to the Djs Vault. So that ended up being something we did use a lot of. Again, find inspiration everywhere. Music videos are that there's so many that have so incredible imagery in them, and there's so many talented directors out there. This video, Otis with Kanye and Jay-Z, is several years old now. But Spike Jonze is like a legend in the music video game. And he had Jay-Z and Kanye cut up this $300,000 Maybach and basically Mad Maxed it out. And they, had supermodels in the car. And I just was like, oh my God, I can't, this is so sick. It just blew my mind. I watched it 1,000 times and I shelved it. And then I kept coming back to it. I was like, man, why can't we do something? What if I just bought $1,000 car on Craigslist instead of a $300,000 car? And I guarantee, I got some friends that'll help me cut it up, and we can add some things, and it's gonna be sick. And that's what happened.
I've been DJing for over 30 years. I've worked almost every weekend since I was 18. I wake up excited every morning to run my company. I subscribe to all of the cliches. You only live once. Life is a one-lap race. I'm all about hard work and the hustle, but I enjoy living life too. As hard as I work, I believe balance is key. I never wanted to be the old guy whose last words were, "I wish I would have done that." Whatever dream you're seeking, wish you have, or idea you want to come to life, sometimes you just need to say screw it. We work hard, we play hard. I just never want to have like this regret of like, you didn't do it, you know, because I did it.
That video, you know, again, was just a Sunday afternoon. Videographer was obviously super talented. A lot of illegal fireworks, $1,000 car off Craigslist, and just an idea. And, you know, I put it up and I remember people being like, people loved it. I love it. I still get emotional watching it, but people were like, oh, bro, this isn't going to book weddings. And you know what? Those people are stupid and they're full of shit. The things that are creative like that will book 1,000 times more wedding than you doing some kind of video blog standing out front of the Carolina Country Club. You know, I've had multiple people say, I saw your videos. My fiance swore he wanted to get a cover band, and because wedding DJs are cheesy, and I showed him that video and it changed his mind and we hired you. So for anybody that tells you that kind of ridiculous stuff, don't listen to them. Think outside the box. Be smarter than that. Be more creative than that, and step outside the norm. Continuing on with this inspiration factor, you know, again, music videos are so visual. This is one of my favorite bands ever. If you don't know this band, they're from South Carolina. They're called Need to Breathe, and just show you a little clip from this.
Like a bull chasing the matadors, a man left with his own schemes. Everybody needs someone beside him, shining like a lighthouse from the sea. Brother, let me be your shelter, never leave you all alone. I can be the one you call when you're low. Brother, let me be your fortress for the night winds are driving home. Be the one to light the way, bring you home.
So I saw that video. I was like, oh my God, I love these two brothers so much. And I was like, let's build a box and we're going to shoot inside a box. And I don't even know how to build a right angle, but somehow I built this box and we called it the Cube, and I painted it black, and I shot all these scenes with these cheap uplights in it. And then we stopped and we ate lunch, and then we painted the whole thing white and added all these hanging bulbs and called in some girls to dance. And somehow we made a music video in a day and built what I call the Cube. that. I don't care what you think. I promise you I did. I had people tell me direct, straight up, that video sold us on you. And I mean, literally, we built that thing for probably a couple $100. I had somebody laying on top of the cube with a power switch, turning those lights on and off. Like, it was so low budget, but damn. So who do you need to pull this stuff off, right? Obviously, you got to have an awesome videographer. I'll tell you this, the husband and wife team that shot several of those videos couldn't have been more appreciative and grateful and wanted to do it to expose their services. You know what I mean? Like, and they were just like, oh my, anything other than a wedding. Let's do it. Let's do it. So start with the wedding videographers or the technical colleges in your town. Like, you don't have to bring in somebody from LA. You need a set designer or somebody that can help you build these things. I have a girl named Leslie that's incredible. If you're gonna do it, and I learned this kind of the hard way. I didn't get the behind the scenes of a lot of these things, but always have a photographer there as well to shoot the behind the scenes. You want a secondary behind the scenes videographer as well. If you can make like you remember those making the video things that used to come out on MTV, like Britney would drop a video, but right before it, they would show how they made it. Like, I think that's super important as well. If you're as old and freckly as me, sometimes you need hair and makeup people, or if you're going to bring in girls to dance, they're going to want hair and makeup people there. Sometimes you need extras. If you ever saw that Nightmare DJ video I did where I kind of recreated the look of a wedding, 1000% had to have extras to make it look like a wedding. That's super hard. Sometimes you're going to have to, bribe them with food or beer, but sometimes you need extras. Definitely need to bring in some people that are just like assistants that are going to run and grab lunch, or an intern to hold things or to light candles. Definitely have some extra people on the set. The producer, that's you. Like, that's your job, and it ain't easy. It's all about being very detail oriented and having a to-do list. And I use a couple of different things to keep up with stuff like this. Wunderlist, which I think may be going away, but Wunderlist is really good for to-do lists. And then even the notes phone or the notes app in your iPhone, you got to keep up with everything, what you need to bring to the shoot, who's supposed to be there, what time they're going to be there. People use all sorts of planning things, Slack, or I forget the other one, Asana, ASANA. Like, there are all types of ways to keep up with this stuff, but you are the producer. You got to keep up with this stuff. Let's talk a little bit about money, because these things, I feel like, look expensive. You do have to have a budget in mind, though. What is this going to get you? What is the return on your investment? So, if I say I'm going to spend $1,000 on a video, all in on the food, on the set, on the paying the videographer, am I going to get $1,000 worth of reach out of it? Are you going to get more followers? Are you going to get more clients? Are you going to get endorsements or sponsorships, possibly, if you place somebody's product in those? And again, think of the value of that. What if you did do some video and you showed all these cool EV speakers? Would they love it enough to endorse you and send you product? Maybe. So is it worth $1,000? Well, I mean, one pair of speakers is $1,000. So yeah. Another thing that I want to mention is trade. Trade is incredibly important. Like, if you guys, I think maybe in this, I've got a couple other videos, but if you have a venue that will let you shoot there, say, hey, look, can we shoot at your venue and I will come do your next open house and play music all day long? Maybe the videographer wants to trade just so you'll tag them on social media, or the photographer. Trade as much as you can, and that costs you zero. You got to call in every single favor you have. Call your friends and make them be wedding guests, fake wedding guests. Call in your family. You got to try and minimize your overhead. Your DJs, I have a huge staff here, 15, 16 guys. Trust me, I've pulled them into multiple videos for multiple different reasons, even if they weren't in the video. Here's another thing I want to mention. Some of these things are kind of grandiose, don't ever forget the importance of snackable content, 60 seconds or less. I think I may try to drop something like this on Monday. 1 minute or less targets the short attention span customer. Like there's a couple of videos I haven't even shown today that were older because the attention span of people has gotten so short. I remember the very first, what I almost called like a documentary or a mini doc or something. Documini. That's what I called it. A documini about me and my journey was like 6 or 7 minutes. I showed it yesterday when I taught it at university, online, obviously. And I even told the kids watching, I'm like, look, this is long for today's standards, but just this is a much better way to show you who I am than sitting here and talk about myself for 6 minutes. But the snackable content is short. You can do funny or weird ideas. You can do little recaps of your shows or vlogs, even do time lapses of event setups, testimonials from your clients, instructionals or time lapse things. You know, again, you got to sometimes really go through your followers. Who's following you? Like right now on pretty much all my pages, the only people that follow me are DJs. Do I wish it were brides that were spending $100,000 on weddings? Yes. But the reality is there are a lot of DJs following me, and I love y'all. So don't stop following. So, you know, you got this guy.
I'm a teenage girl. My BFF Becky texts and says she's kissed Johnny. Well, that's a problem because I like Johnny. Now I'm emotionally compromised and whoopsies. I'm all OMG. Becky's not even hot. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate. You can save money and be better protected from mayhem like me.
Mayhem is everywhere. So get an Allstate agent. Are you in good hands?
So, you know, you make these snackable videos because people just constantly bombard you that you look like the guy.
I'm the obnoxious wedding DJ that just has to be the center of attention. Oh shit, that's my jam. And now for my finishing move. Mayhem wouldn't have happened if you had hired Bunn DJ Company.
Mayhem is everywhere. Book Bunn DJ Company, so you'll be in good hands.
I mean, the most ridiculous thing I've ever done. Got in tons of trouble at that venue for trashing the place. But we shot like 6 videos as Mayhem videos that day. And you can call it irony or whatever, but they started putting out wedding videos about 2 weeks later. This right here was just ignorant, I guess. All right, to be fair, the controller was already broken. It says my internet connection's unstable. Anyway, the controller was already broken, to be fair. And I don't even know how we got the idea. It was just something stupid. I hate pancakes, to be honest with you. One more here.
No. I'm not really feeling this. Any of it.
have any idea what that is, then you need to really do your music history. Like the Beastie Boys, Mike D used to rock that chain like religiously, and I grew up on the Beastie Boys. The irony of that video, that along with a tour of my Mercedes Metros van that you just saw in that, got me to like the head of the commercial van division of the United States. I swear I thought they were going to send me a van at one point, but it was just a bunch of chatter. But that video got sent to Germany and Mercedes. People were calling me all the time. It was crazy. Internet's crazy. Other ways you can shake things up: your social media, your wedding show displays, your print ads, the way you set up your gear, even the way you dress, all part of your marketing. Your social media, if you've seen my Bunn DJ code page lately, I had somebody in the Philippines literally archive about 2,500 images and started doing this kind of yellow and black theme. I won't say this was a successful experiment, but it looks really cool if you look at the page as a whole. Wedding shows, we don't really do these big shows anymore. I'm more of a pop-up kind of guy, but even this, like we did this tent canopy without the canopy, and then we hung these exposed bulbs and all this glass furniture and clear boxes and stuff. Didn't take into account that we were going to be wearing suits for 2 days and it was about 374 degrees, but it sure as hell looked cool, and it won us best in show. But I got the inspiration again from walking by a retail window that had those exposed bulbs dangling. Print ads, I think there is some validity and power in a good first dance picture, but I'd much rather see people like partying. Not sure why I put myself on that one, but anyway, your gear. I think the way you set up is important. There's a DJ booth that we build. The all white kind of look. You've seen people like Jani do these elaborate setups. Your gear is just a part of your marketing or your branding as anything else. Your look, what you dress and look like at your performance. I go through every couple of years and donate all of my suits to a charity that gives them to people that are doing job interviews and go and get new stuff, update it. Tie width changes, lapels change, button changes on your suit jacket. Let me sum it up. You got to realize the importance of marketing first and foremost. Like you have to actually, if you say, oh, I'm not a marketer, I'm not a salesperson, or I'm not that guy, then you're going to fail. You're going to lose. You've got to take on that role, just like you take on the role of the MC, of the setup guy, of the takedown gear guy, of the DJ. You got to take on the role of the marketer as well. Unless you do have the budget to sub that stuff out, but most of us don't. Again, shoot everything. Shoot video, shoot photos. If you can't do it, get people, to surround you. I mean, I have a dozen people in my phone right now that I could call. Hell, last night, did you watch the live stream I did with Jani? I called Linus because I knew Jani was going to have people shooting his. So I didn't want to be embarrassed. So I had somebody shoot mine. Get inspired. Look everywhere you can for inspiration. Look on TV shows. Look at music videos. Look on YouTube. Look in a storefront window when they reopen again. Look for inspiration everywhere. Work hard. I mean, this seems like common sense, but some people are just, way too lackadaisical and lazy during the week. Even now, like with all this downtime, if you don't have a list of 12 to 20 things, and I'm not talking about cut the grass type things, I'm talking about work on your business things. If you don't have that list in place and you're not checking off one or two of those a week, from backing up your music to making new playlists to, building a new DJ booth or whatever, if you're not doing that, you ain't working hard. And most importantly, again, think outside the box. If you think you're making something that's too far left or too weird or too wild, then you're on the right track. And it doesn't have to be right between the ditches. It can be left or right or whatever, man. Like, get outside of that comfort zone and do something unique, do something cool. I want to see it, man. Like, when you make something, Like, send me that shit today. Like, I want to see something cool. And so the way I wanted to end this was the way I didn't anticipated ending it at Mobile Beat Las Vegas, which, you know, I knew they were going to have these giant video screens, and I knew they were going to have this banging sound system. And I was going to say, y'all thought I was going to come here and not show you something new. And so every year, you know, just like the Mayhem from last year and the car chop video from the year before, I always try and end with, I always try and make one big thing a year. And so I had this idea and it morphed several times. The video originally, actually, I'm not going to tell you that because I still might do it, but the video morphed a lot. And eventually I decided I wanted to make something with a live drummer in a studio. And so this is the video that came of it. It's a little bit weird to watch it as DJs because you won't hear me really playing as much as this drummer, Nick Baglio, Nicky Bags. This guy, I've seen, as you know, if you follow me, I've seen almost every band you can imagine live. This drummer who lives here is one of the best drummers I've ever seen in the world. He's that talented. And somebody mentioned him to me on Instagram. I DM'd him on a Wednesday, met him for coffee on a Friday, and we shot this on Monday. I didn't give him the set list. I didn't tell him when I was going to come in and out of the songs. And he just smashed it. The full mix is at mixcloud.com/BunnDJCo. You'll see that at the end of the video, but it makes more sense as a DJ to listen to the mix maybe before the video. But anyway, this is the most recent thing I did, I guess.
Let's do it. Yeah, man.
DJ Joe Bunn, and Nicky Bags.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the up. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROC. Ho, fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music biz #1 supplier. That's what I'ma do. Take you back to the dude with the Lexus. Fast forward the Jews and the next. Let me tell you dudes what I do to protect this. Shoot at you actors like movie directors.
Okay. I'm starting to feel good. Woo. Okay. All right.
Let's go! Can't stop addicted to the shindig. Chop, it says I'm gonna win big. Choose not to life of imitation. Just get closer to the reservation. Don't forget that you pay for. This pump the feeling that you stay for. In time I want to be your best friend. Eastside love is living on the west end. Knocked out before you better come to. Don't lie, you know the truth is some do. Go write your message on the pavement. I'm so bad, I wonder what the wait is.
Like you bustin' grapes, think you hold weight, you haven't met the hate. Stop, shut them down, open up shop. Oh, no, that's how rough riders roll. Stop, shut them down, open up shop. Oh, no, that's how rough riders roll.
Yeah. That last set was sick.
That was fun.
Like,
bring me way back.
took me way back to the outfield.
Oh yeah.
That was smoking.
So
mixcloud.com/BunnDJCo. It makes a lot more sense to watch the full 30-minute video because I kind of did smash the mix. But God bless that guy, killed it. I had a mic beside me, and like half the time I'm just screaming like, "Oh shit! Like you're killing it." Anyway, a lot of fun. So that's pretty much it. It looks like I finished about right on time. If you've never checked out the Djs Vault, please do so. It's www.thedjsvault.com. It's a membership community. I've got everything that's in my brain on that website, everything from sales to marketing and beyond. We do webinars. Now we're doing 2 a week. We used to do it every other week, but since the quarantine, I've got people coming in from all over, all walks of life, giving education every single week. And then Bunn Gear is the DJ booth you see featured in some of these photographs. And in that last video, we build aluminum DJ booths right in New Jersey, and they are shipping now. So that's bunngear.com. So anyway, that is pretty much my time, I think. I'm going to hit stop share here. See if KC comes back on.
How we doing, buddy?
There he is. My man, thank you for having me, dude.
Great
Thank you.
job.
Thank you.
Way to kick things off.
Thank you so much, man.
It was fantastic. Your videos are great. Your inspiration is great. So it's awesome. So we're going to see if anybody has any questions. I'm going to go through the Facebook Facebook ones right now to see if anybody has any questions for you.
What's up, B-boy?
So if you got them, let's see.
Up? Yeah. Hey,
oh, Brian jumped on already? There we go. Brian's going to be our next presenter. Brian, I think you muted your mic. You want to unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted now.
Okay,
yeah, he's
very
good. I can hear him.
Excellent.
B-boy.
So let's see. Jordan Chance just jumped in. Brian Eller saying, thanks for sharing, Joe. Bob Hickman, great job, Joe.
I love Bob. Good people, both
let's
of
see.
those guys.
John Young from Chicago. Great info, Joe B. Not to be confused with
the other John Young.
The other John Young, because my boy from Chicago is of the darker persuasion. So you couldn't confuse the two of us possible.
No,
but John's also killing it right now. He's spinning live and doing awesome house stuff on his. Let's see who else is on here. Brian Eller's saying hello. Jody Harris is saying hello.
Hey, Jody.
So it's great to have Danny Brewer, always good. So
cool.
I don't know how.
See a lot of people on. A lot of people on participants. What's up? Digital Dave's on. Dave Austin, what's up?
Yeah.
My girl Tara Feely, what's up, girl?
Yep.
All right, cool. Brian B, my man. So Brian B's up next. Is that what you're saying? Everybody do not go anywhere. There will be a plethora of information coming from this kid. Do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere.
Right. So, so is John Young coming back on? I can't tell if he's coming on. So we were going to chat a little bit in between.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Are you there, John?
I am here.
All right. Very good. So, a couple of things, guys. If Facebook, obviously, for obvious reasons, only allows me to share to so many different groups or pages before I come up being a spammer. And it's for obvious reasons. So what I'm going to ask everyone to do is, if you wouldn't mind, if everybody watching wouldn't mind sharing this Facebook link or the YouTube link you're on in like 2 or 3 different DJ groups, associations, or what have you that you belong to, that would be absolutely fantastic. Also, folks, our hashtag is #Marquee Show. We're also at Marquee Show if you're on Twitter, or if you want to tag us in anything, that would be absolutely fantastic. So, Joe, doesn't appear that anybody's got any questions for you. They just really loved you, and so that's that. Okay. So, Joe, you have a fabulous day, and I hope you'll continue watching throughout the course of the day, especially tonight.
I will, man.
I'm super excited about the DJs tonight. We've got some unbelievable people. We're starting things off. Digital Dave, who's going to be on after Brian with an educational thing, is also, today is his 25th anniversary of ever spinning live. So 25 years ago today, he performed in public for the very first time. Followed by that, we've got one of my favorite DJs and a very good friend, DJ Flipside. And he toured with, he's part of the Jump Smokers team, if you're familiar with the remixes.
Yes.
And then he toured with Enrique Iglesias and Pitbull last year. He's been on our local B96 dance station for like the last 10 years. And he also is Flipside at 5 Chicago time every day during this. He used to do it live on B96, but he's doing it live again, and we're pumped to have him. And then we have house music legend Julian Jumpin' Perez, which if you know anything about house music from Chicago, the guy is legendary. And to give you an idea of his pull, his last 2 Saturdays, 330,000 views of him DJing live. 330,000.
I might have had 300.
Okay, well,
not 300,000.
It's because you don't have jumping. Maybe if you change it to
Joe Jumpin' Bunn, it might be there.
I'm writing this down.
Thanks to a very fun joke that I pulled in Nick Spinelli, I was able to meet DJ Qbert in DJ Times last year. I became him.
Yeah. I love that story.
Yeah, I'll share that with you guys a little bit later, but it's a pretty funny story. So I got to meet him and his cousin Kendro, who's his manager, and they've been kind enough to come on board. In fact, he just finished DJing a Zoom set for a festival he was supposed to play in India that ended at 7 o'clock this morning. So lots and lots of good stuff coming up. I can't thank everybody enough for tuning in. And again, please share like crazy. And with that, folks, John, do we have anything to play, or are we just going to keep rapping and chatting with Brian a little bit and go right in at 10 o'clock?
You can, whatever you want to do. We've got those 2 spots we could drop in, or we could just...
Okay, let's go ahead and drop the thank you video in. For those of you that haven't seen this is... I was actually humbled to be asked to be a part of this, so I'm super pumped. This is... one of the guys that helps produce the DJ of the Year competition in Atlantic City, Michael. And
I'm in this.
Okay. He put together a nice video to thank first responders, and more specifically, even if you know someone specifically that is a first responder, he asked to specifically thank them. So here's some faces that a lot of you probably know. And so, John, anytime you're ready, buddy.
Let's go.
I want to say on behalf of our DJ team that we are so incredibly thankful for all the first responders, medical staff, and military personnel that are keeping our country strong and helping us get through this crisis.
I want to say thank you to my wife Kelly, who is a caregiver for the elderly and is taking care of her clients during this time when they need her the most. And also to my kid brother Brian, who works for the MTA. He's going to work every single day, risking exposure to this virus.
I just want to say thank you to all of my children's teachers who are going above and beyond to help them try to have a classroom experience from their home computers.
I just wanted to send a shout out to all the people working on the front lines against COVID-19, from the guys stocking the shelves at the local grocery store to the people working in the hospitals. Thank you all so much. Keep it up.
I want to thank the preschool teachers who are going above and beyond every day, sharing content, creating fun activities for all the children stuck at home. Thank you so much.
Anyone in childcare, anyone in senior care, anybody that is sacrificing their own sanity for the greater good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the medical professionals and first responders that are out there on the front lines, risking their lives, helping the world through this terrible crisis. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much.
I want to say thank you to all the first responders, the doctors, the nurses, our healthcare professionals who are putting their lives on the line every day.
Hi, I would like to thank my cousin Elise, who is working very hard down in New Jersey to make sure people are safe and well.
Because there are people there taking risks to make sure that you can get fed. Bless you. And I know about this.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to all the truck drivers that are getting it done, getting all of those supplies that we need back into the stores. Keep on trucking, guys.
A very special thank you to all the healthcare workers and the first responders, right now and always. Thank you.
I want to thank all the kind people, because right now a lot of people are stressed out and the world is unfamiliar. So just a please or a thank you or letting somebody know you really appreciate what they do, it goes a long way. We can all make each other's lives better.
My shout out is for the teachers out there. Thank you so much for continuing to teach our children through this time. Zoom, Google, phone calls, you're there for everything. You are appreciated.
Hey guys, so many of our family and friends are teachers, doctors, nurses, first responders, police, fire. We can't thank you enough for all you do. We're sending all of our love and blessings.
Dr. Keeker, OSF St. Francis Healthcare, Marquette General Bell and Health, Brittany Smith, Samantha Wills, and all of our area healthcare workers and first responders. Thank you for keeping us safe.
I just want to quickly shout out to my cousin James, my cousin Julius, who are both on the front lines of this in the U.S., and then some dear folks to me in Canada who are on the front lines. Jillian, JC, Danielle, Wayne, Darla, Jamie, Jacqueline. My heart is with all of you. Keep up the great work.
First, I would like to thank my wife, who's working at Benedictine Hospital here in Kingston, New York, to everybody from the grocery workers to the fast food people, just everybody who's still trying to make some normalcy out of this. I truly thank you.
I want to thank my daughter-in-law, Stephanie McKee. She's a nurse down in Orlando Regional Medical Hospital. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you to you and everybody that works at your hospital. I love you. I thank you.
Because I'm in Atlanta, I am especially thankful for all those kids and folks at Chick-fil-A who are manning the drive-thru because they keep our addiction going. God bless them and eat more chicken.
Sending a big thank you to my good friend Mike Burgess, Joshua Lask, as well as his wife, and my neighbor Jen Carroll, who are on the front lines battling COVID-19.
I also want to thank all the DJs that are trying to reach out to their customers through Facebook Live and or doing their driveway dance parties and stuff, and just really, really making a difference to try to make people smile. So keep up the great work.
From Indianapolis and all over the Midwest, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Both of my daughters are nurses, and one of them sent me this great picture which was put in chalk right outside the entrance to her hospital, Shriners Hospital for Children, and they don't even know who put it there. So a big shout out to all of the people who find a way to spread joy everywhere. Love you all.
Whatever it is, if you're in this hustle on the front lines, helping everyone get through this, we, the entire DJ industry, is incredibly thankful and grateful for all your sacrifice and everything that you do. Thank you from all of us.
On behalf of the entire mobile DJ community and the thousands of entertainers around the country, we want to say thank you to all those unsung heroes working hard every day and going above and beyond. We may not be able to celebrate life's special moments the way we normally would, but you can believe we're going to be back better than ever really soon. Thank you again and stay safe.
They're just mean. Mean.
You were saying that. You were just talking about busting of something. I don't remember what it was, but you said something. Take it out.
We're
Hey,
back?
you're live.
All right. So So far, so good, guys. Joe just gave a fantastic presentation. If you guys missed it, I'm happy to say all of this will be is being archived. You'll be able to find it on the Disc Jockey News YouTube page. And of course, we'll share it on all of our social media so you can find it. You can share it, you can review it, and kind of go from there. So that's that. So this next gentleman that's next to me, you may have seen us because we were on the Disc Jockey News Network for almost, I think it was a year, wasn't it, Brian? Just about 1 year?
So, full year,
yes?
A little over maybe.
So I had the pleasure of carrying him for a year, and he nodded a lot. No, I had the pleasure of being his co-host while I was always broadcasting either from my office or my bedroom. He was in Turks and Caicos, and Germany, and half the time we worried about whether or not he could get enough internet to actually make it happen. But he always made it happen, and he always brought the goods. So for those of you that have never seen Brian before, I have to say, where have you been? Because in the last, 3 years, he's emerged on the scene pretty huge. And I had the good pleasure of being, he was second to last presenting, and I was the very last presenter at DJ Times DJ Expo about 3 years ago. So I got in the room early, and I had been told by Mike Walter to check this guy out, that he had a lot of good stuff to say. And sadly, because it was like the end of the educational conference, neither one of us had a tremendous amount of people in the room, but this guy absolutely crushed it, which is what put him on my radar to begin with. And then I'm happy to say that he was the very first person I ever asked to present at the Marquee show 2 years ago. And since then, I'm proud to call him a very good friend. He also worked for Pioneer DJ for, how long did you work for Pioneer?
97 to 2002. So
okay.
About 5 years.
Right. So he helped, he was part of the team that helped launch the CDJ 2000. Yes.
1000.
1000, excuse me. And then also, were you there when the DVD player got launched as well?
That was the tail end.
So those were, not that Pioneer's not exciting times, but just in the industry, having a platter that actually spun like a Technic 1200 was really cool, exciting times. The technology was changing. Everything was going digital, and you were definitely there at a very crucial time. Since then, you've got your DJ company in Florida called B-Boy Productions.
Yeah.
And then you are DJ Brian B. Official. And Brian is a destination DJ traveling all over the country, all over the world for people's special events. He is the official DJ for the Engage Summit, which is also international.
Yep.
And I am super proud to have my very good friend kicking off the second seminar of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your living room, pretend to give Brian a nice big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, my man, Brian Buonassissi.
Hey, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. You know, I wanted to share I think it's the first presentation on COVID, because honestly, that is where we are all dealing with. And as soon as this is over, we're all going to be dealing with the aftermath of that. So I felt like it would be tone deaf for me to talk about anything else but this, and really how we navigate through it, ramifications of it, how we can go forward, because our businesses are going to change. There is no doubt about it. There's no going back. This is a new normal. And so I'm going to try to share my screen here. Let me do that really quick, and then we'll jump into it. So hopefully, let's see here. Let me minimize this one little window here. Okay. Maybe John or Casey, you can just say, you're good? Okay, great. Okay, so my title of this talk is called Your Story, How It Can Help You Win Post-COVID. And I think the first part of this is we got to go back. And it's crazy to say we got to go back to the beginning of the year, but I think it's always good to look back to see where we need to go forward. So let's go back down a little bit memory lane. This is just a news article I pulled from not even 2 months ago. or a little over 2 months ago, I should say, from Market Watch. I mean, consumer confidence was an all-time high. People were spending money like crazy. And then in our industry, and specifically, I mean, 2020 bookings for me and our companies started late 2018, early 2019. We were getting a ton of 2020 bookings. Okay. The guest counts tended to be up. Everybody just had, a little bit more discretionary income to spend on their events. So it seemed like for us, where the destination market especially was always, 100, maybe a little over. Now we're seeing 150, 200 people in those guest counts now. So there was a little bit more room for folks to come into it. And honestly, it was just a banner year for the wedding industry in general. I think 2020, the date was big. And if you think about it, if you look at this chart here, we were just about to hit the first peak. As you look at this chart here, May and June, I believe, is kind of where we were just about to head into. And then, of course, October's got another big spike. So this was going to be a good year for all of us. And I was excited for what was to come. And then March happened, right? And as you can imagine, again, we all know what happened here, but March 17th was really the first stay-at-home order issued in San Francisco Bay Area. And you think about it, that affected 6.7 million people, which is a lot, right? And then on the 20th, 3 days later, pretty much New York, California, and then a slew of others issued stay-at-home orders through April 30th. And I saw this picture. I picked it up off the AP from yesterday, where I live in New York City. I mean, this is unheard of in Times Square to see that kind of emptiness from just what you're used to this time of year. It's different. It's just crazy to me. So a lot of questions that tend to come out through this is like, what can we look through from the past to kind of move forward with, with other pandemics, other catastrophes and things of that nature. So how is COVID really different? And to be quite honest, we really can't look to the past, in my opinion, for too many answers. I mean, yes, there are some things we can do. If you know my story at all, you know that I actually have a multi-op in the Panhandle of Florida, and Panhandle is great beaches. It's kind of unknown, off the beaten path in a sense for a lot of major markets. No one's really heard of it's hard to get to, for one, by plane. So most people drive there in the neighboring states, but we get people from Texas and Louisiana, Kentucky, like all Ohio, all these folks. And in 2010, we dealt with our own catastrophe, and that was the BP oil spill. And for those of you that can remember that, it was interesting, man. It basically forced me to kind of start the travel DJing. It was very much, positioned right where we were at. The media was going crazy with it, as they do, and essentially, showed pictures of ducks with oil on them. No one wanted to get married there. So it forced me, like I said, to look outside my areas for work. I had to go to destinations instead of clients coming to our destination. So it really was by necessity that I kind of really started the travel DJing full time, because people were not coming to us and I had to pivot, right? And then you think about national disasters, which again, Florida gets its fair share of hurricanes and things like that. And honestly, these are pretty temporary. It's for a small time period, usually a week, maybe two. And obviously, it's very localized. This is in a certain area. It's not like we have, a hurricane taking place and it's going to ravage 10 different states across the country typically in a weekend. It's going to be one spot. And I didn't put it here, but you usually have a little bit of notice, right? You're at least got a couple days typically. Tornadoes are obviously different, but with hurricanes, you can usually see the forecast there a little early and know how to prepare for it. 9/11. Let's talk about that for a second. Again, semi-localized, right? It was the New York City area that was drastically affected. I mean, businesses downtown didn't do jack. I mean, they were basically gone, and for the most part, 9/11 was temporary as well. I mean, they rebuilt in that area. Now, 9/11 is a little bit different in that, affected the airline industry, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. But where that was more national, there was fear there, right, of attacks and anthrax and all this different stuff. So, but it was different. It's different than COVID for sure, because again, temporary, semi-localized, right? Then we got the 2008 financial crisis, and here I feel like a lot of people could pivot. Maybe your industry wasn't doing a whole lot, but you could make some changes and go to a different industry, try some different things there. So there was things you could do to get through that crisis. Change a little bit of your marketing plan, change a little bit of your business plan to adapt. And then we talk about this, right? This hits everyone, every single person. We're talking, what was it? I think last count, 189 countries. So it's hitting everyone everywhere, and it's happening all at the same time. So I think a couple of things that we have to be okay with and knowing. One is that we're in this with everyone, right? There is nobody who is not affected by this at all. Even if you're working, you're affected by this with the way you have to dress and the ways you have to change to protect yourself, things like that. And we have to live in it. We can't not be affected by what's happening here. I have a podcast, and I interviewed a good friend of mine, and we were talking about, what this might look like post COVID here. And he used this illustration. I thought it was amazing. And it was this bunker picture, right? Where, we're all in the bunker right now. And for anybody who thinks that they know what the next move is, it's falsehood. There's no way. We are all in the bunker together. And when we get out of the bunker, then we're going to have to assess what's happening, how people are reacting, what that looks like, and then move forward. Yes, we can start to make some educated guesses and things like that. But to, ask the question, what does our industry look like post-COVID? The answer is still a question. No one really knows what's happening. So the best thing that we can do, in my opinion, is start to make some educated assumptions, almost like we're building a financial model, or even as the medical industry is doing right now, they are building their models on what's happening and making their best educated guesses. We have to do the same. And so I think a couple of things that we can assume, and I don't think this is anything that's revolutionary here, but there is definitely going to be heightened awareness until the vaccine is available. A vaccine that will truly make sure that everybody is not passing this thing on. I think us being able to say, don't be scared, that is tone deaf. People are going to be paying attention. For exercise, I like to run. And so I was out in my neighborhood earlier this week, and it was just interesting to see that as I was running, that I was a lot more cognizant of people who didn't have masks and making sure I was going out of my way. And I think that's still going to be the case. I've been hearing, the chatter of DJs talking about how we're going to come back and people are going to be ready to party. And I think you have to be careful with that. I hope I'm wrong, but there's a real possibility that I'm right. And I would say, prepare for the worst case scenario and be willing to be okay if it loosens up, right? We were talking about 9/11 earlier, and I feel like I got to mention how the airline industry from 2001 to 2007, they took a $40 billion loss. So when I talk about how it was localized, not in the airline industry, people were afraid to fly. And that is a real fear. And I think this is the same kind of impact that we have to be careful of. People are going to be nervous to gather together. Yes, there's an intrinsic feeling that we all have that we have to belong. We want community. We crave it. But there's still nervousness there, right? And so I really think that this psych trauma will be long lasting. It's going to take a while. And it's going to be our job as event professionals. And I don't want to paint the picture that this presentation is going to be doom and gloom. That is not my goal here. My goal is to help us win, as I said, and not lose. So it's going to be important for us to be able to sell the psychological benefit of gathering together, which is a far different story than saying, why is my services so beneficial to you? No, we need to go very micro here and talk about the gathering first, okay? And then work towards our services and things like that. That is going to be a huge hurdle that we're going to have to all overcome. Super important. I think another assumption we can make is that the government is probably going to be slow to allow mass gatherings. I know there's a ton of media coverage with whether or not the president's going to want to, accelerate the getting our country back to in order and stuff. But and who knows, he may or may not. But my guess is that he is going to not want to have a second wave. And so, literally this morning, I saw in the news that they canceled all public schools in New York City, which takes us through September, which now makes me think that possibly, sports are next. Anything up till September is probably going to be done, most likely. So we have to be aware that, hey, this is going to take a while before people are going to be able to gather together. And we've got to be prepared for that, right? A good amount of venues are going to need time to ramp back up. We deal with, in the Florida market, a lot of resorts where it's not just event spaces, it's resorts first, and then they have events spaces within the resort. And I was talking to one of our clients who had their event at this particular venue, and they have an in-house planner, and this planner essentially was furloughed. And so then it went to her boss, who was she was an associate planner. So it went to the head planner. They got furloughed. Then it went to the director of events for both corporate and weddings. And so they were now their planner. A week after that, they were furloughed. Now it's like a section of their resort that doesn't even deal with events. And now all of a sudden they're their planner. And that person told him, he said, listen, we're going to need 30 days just to be operational before we can even have events, because we need the revenue to be able to pay our people when they come back. So you're looking at least, when they say go and hit the green light, a 60-day window just to be able to have events. So now let's just say we go through April 30th as planned, and they say May 1st. Well, it's going to be June before this particular venue is ready to go. So we need to keep that in mind as well, right? Money will be tight. As the longer this goes, couples eventually, a lot of them will be living off of credit. Those that are in our industry looking to get married, couples, they're going to be having to eat into their wedding budget. So maybe if you're in a place where your business model was always about upsells, this is going to be a challenge. Absolutely going to be a challenge to be able to sell those the traditional way of, maybe you do it like a month before, sending out an email, letting people know what's going on. Money will be tight for folks. Okay. Your value will be tested more than ever before. If you are a commodity based business, that is a race to the bottom after this is over. So you being able to tell your value story is so important. And I'm going to get more in depth in this in a second. The last assumption I think we can make is this: innovation and adaptation will be critical to your business's success. We are going to have to do things differently. People are going to be looking for us to, pivot, and we're going to have to pivot anyways, because it's just the nature of the beast. I mean, if we're not having income for 2 more months because weddings have gatherings are still not a thing, we still have to live. We have to figure it out. Yes, there's government bailouts and things like that, but we really need to figure this thing out. And, my personal opinion on this is I think fall is, a 50-50 proposition, honestly. I still think people are going to be nervous as all get out until there's this vaccine. So, if you have to go a full year without any kind of DJ work, how are you going to adapt? And we're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. So to the point of my title here, why your story matters. Like I said a little earlier, if we use price as a deciding factor, we are screwed as an industry, because clients are going to be shopping more intently, right? They are going to be looking at their budget. Like I mentioned, it's going to be tight. So if price is all we've ever based ourselves on, we're in trouble. It's going to be a race to the bottom. In the 2008 through the crisis, believe it or not, luxury and ultra lux totally exploded. People were still there. I hear somebody on the other line there. So LVMH, Louis Vuitton, had their best 3-year period because luxury demands luxury. So if you're in that space, you're probably going to be okay, because like I said, luxury is not going to go away. They're not as affected financially as other folks are. In my case, I deal with a lot of these kind of high net worth individuals. One change that I'm noticing is, because inquiries are still coming in, is that they're going to ask for NDAs. They're going to be looking for you to sign these NDAs so that they're not looked at as flaunting their money to other folks, right? So be on the lookout. If you deal with this kind of clientele, that's probably going to be something that you're going to have to get used to signing, and you figuring out how you're going to handle that, whether you charge for it, whether you're not. That's going to be an interesting conversation. And I'd be glad to talk to anybody after this if you have questions about what that looks like. So just put it in the chat or save it for a little bit later. So now is the time to define your value. Your story has to be this. I understand, at least part of this. I understand the gravity of gathering together. In the price-based market, we're all seen as a means to an end, right? So in other words, they're paying you, you're showing up, you're doing your job, that's it. You're done. And in that situation, those value markers are going to go way down if they're not seeing you as the professional you always were, right? If you can show the value that you bring to this, because again, we're weighing, right, the psych benefit of gathering together being more important, or you're having to show that benefit outweighing the psychological trauma. So if you can show that value of how you play a part in that and that you understand that gravity, the value is something that they can't live without. That's going to be super important. The other important part about your story is that clients now have the time to watch it right this second. I mean, they are at home. They can't go anywhere. After they watched the Tiger King, right, series, they are on social media. I don't know about you, but my screen time on my phone has gone way up. I'm almost embarrassed to say how much I've been on my screen. So this is when people are watching your story and looking at your story. And, questions like this: how are you as a business or business owner handling this crisis? How are you communicating this stuff? Are you, always posting about, lost another one today, or, things are just crazy and whatnot? Or are you tone deaf and just selling? There's something to be said for how you're handling this crisis. What are you doing with your clients right now? How are you helping those who need to rebook, or if they have to cancel? We deal with a lot of military clients. Being in the Florida, we're in the Panhandle area. They deal with a lot of deployments there. And so people who had planned on their wedding are now having to cancel because they don't know when they're going to be coming back. They're dealing with other things. So it's a real thing for us on the cancellation side, not just postponements, right? I think the other cool part is that they can peek behind the curtain now. There's so many live streams going out, and what I love about it personally is that people are able to see how it's like being behind the booth. They get a chance to see how you entertain. How are you differentiating yourself from another live stream? People are going to be looking at not just the cool factor, but really the substance of it, right? So I think it's a great thing. I am encouraging everybody to do as many live streams as they can. And I think the last thing that you have an opportunity with your clients to show is, how are you pivoting? What are you doing differently, right? Post-COVID, what's kind of the moves you're planning on making? Because the reality is this, guys and ladies, your story is being told anyway. And my thought is we should be controlling the narrative, right? In some cases, I think your rate may be going up after this, believe it or not, as a lot of people might be fighting for price and fighting for all this. And if you can show the value, there is no doubt that people will pay more for that. And I think that's a conversation I am looking to have more and more with event professionals in our industry, because I don't want to see anybody go down. I want to see us all go up. So let's talk a little bit about what your story looks like here. One is, your story should be something that you tell often and anywhere you can. A story is not something that you can just tell one time and hope that everybody gets it. You can't have it in a mission statement and not be repeating it over and over again and just expect that people are going to understand. You've got to have it in different platforms, whether that's social media, your website, could be various different things. Could be blogs, could be interviews, could be your sales consults, could be your contract, could be your everything. It's not just a piece of paper here. This is like who you are, essentially. And the core of you, who you are, doesn't change, but it may have to adapt. And I would say it should be repackaged. Obviously with what's going on, we have to be careful of, saying it the same way when it, again, can appear tone deaf. It's going to have to be repackaged based on what we're going through. I think far too often people think they can just copy and paste, right? We can't be generic and expect it to cut through. We have to be niche. We have to be, again, figuring out how we can break out of that. I look at a lot of people's websites often in our industry, and I see a lot about how they got special gear. They have, their music library is huge, or they've got all the newest toys, and that's all commodity based. Anybody with money or a line of credit can get some of these things, right? Or another common language I hear is that we're interactive. We're out there with our guests. We're doing all these different things. Such a cliche kind of word there. Or this one, best experience. I'm going to deliver the best experience. If that's in your tagline, that is what a lot of people are saying. Maybe not in their tagline, but they're definitely mentioning it on a sales call. That doesn't make you unique or different or niche, right? And then lastly, I love this one. We're going to be super memorable. Well, I would hope everybody would be super memorable. If that is your deciding differentiator, I'm here to tell you that everybody's using that word and that phrase, if you will. So, how do we find the uniqueness in your story? That's crucial, right? Now we have the time, right, to start to kind of work on this stuff. So I think one of the first ways, if it doesn't come to you right away, that's okay. It's hard for you to kind of, you can write things down on a piece of paper and hope that you've hit it. But I would encourage you, especially if you've been in the business a while, to first look for commonality in reviews. What are people saying about you? Is there a couple of key phrases that they're saying that, bring things to the forefront that maybe you didn't even realize? Whether that's a customer service based issue or a performance based issue, really dive into those and start to make a list of all of your, 5-star reviews. Start to look for is there any words or phrasing that is coming to mind that you can then pull to find some of your uniqueness. Beyond that, I think you can ask a lot of your fellow creative partners. And by creative partners, I'm talking, photographers who you worked with, or if you deal with event planners or venues, maybe the caterers. And you say, hey, listen, I don't want you to sugarcoat anything. But what do you enjoy and what do you not like about working with me? And these are great conversation starters because, one, you're being vulnerable. You're literally telling them, hey, open the curtain back, let me know, no filter. And you're looking for blind spots in a positive and negative way. So there might be something you might be doing really well that they love about you that you don't even realize. One of the things from our DJ company that we really push is making sure, and I know it seems pretty basic, but I was surprised by how many DJs don't do this. And that is making sure that the photographer never has to feel like they are missing the action or having to rush. We are in constant communication with them throughout the whole reception. And I was shocked that when we did this about a year or two ago, every photographer was saying, listen, you are one of the few DJ companies that actually actively looks for us, not just sees us from the back of the room and can kind of give us the look, but you're actually, before you even get close, it's 5 minutes till you're going to us. So we're cognizant of those things, and they love that about us. And so, again, this is just a way to find some of those unique selling points, uniqueness of your company. What your story is going to be is by asking some of these creative partners. If you are a multi-app company, ask your employees. Again, if you've never gone through this exercise, I think this is something you should do on a regular basis, at least quarterly. Check in, say, hey, how are you feeling about us? I didn't spell multi right. Jeez, I hate that. Anyway, ask your employees, what they're thinking. Like, why are they still working for you? What do they love about working for you? What would they wish was improved? I mean, this is some great communication that can, again, you'll see some, hopefully with these three, some real commonalities there, right? But at the end of the day, as a business owner, it is your job to define this. Everybody else can say whatever they want, but you're going to have to not only say what you want, say what your uniqueness is, but really go out and showcase that, display that. That is on you. So, again, if you're still kind of struggling with trying to figure out what I'm talking about here, I thought I would share some of my story and my uniqueness, right? Of what I say for our company and for me as a DJ on a different level is important to me. So for one, I thrive on trying to create these bespoke experiences throughout the client experience. I should say this again. This was something I put together this morning. I should say bespoke moments throughout the client experience. I don't want there to be one time where somebody says, "Oh, I didn't feel that like Uber." The touch point wasn't phenomenal. I want to make it something that just blows their mind. And I use the word insta-worthy because I just to make for context, I guess. Obviously, some things can't be photographed, but you'll be surprised. I'm big into gifting, and we do a lot of that on the front end. And when we send these gifts, things end up on Instagram anyway, but that wasn't our intent. Our intent was bespoke moments throughout the client experience, right? We also want to be looked at as super collaborative and creative. We don't want to be doing a cookie cutter thing. We don't say that this is the way it's going to go. Everything we do is super collaborative, and not just with the client, although that's a big part of it. It's also with our creative partners, with our venues. We're always getting on the phone, talking with them, and we make sure that that's something that doesn't get missed. It's a value for us. It's something that's super important. And then the last two here, cutting edge event soundtracks. We spend a ton of money on pools and looking for music that fits these vibes of what they're going for. It's a big value for us, and we put our money where our mouth is. So they'll never feel like they're going into the same experience that our last wedding was. It just isn't going to happen. We spend the time. We encourage all of our entertainers to take the time to really think through what that event soundtrack sounds like. And we pay them for it. It's important to us. It's that important that we want to make sure that the soundtracks are truly unique and different. Bespoke, collaborative, cutting edge soundtracks. And then lastly, which definitely won't apply to everybody, but destination events are a thing. We've been doing it for 10 plus years or longer than that now. But, we know how to do it really well. And so we want to make sure that we're telling that story. So those are our four. And we drill down on these all the time. And we figure out different ways to tell the story as much as we can within these four things. And I'll kind of share a little bit about how we do that. Again, I'm going to keep this up here, our four, and you can kind of see what we're talking about here. Well, one is through social media. Obviously, what a great way. Any way we can use our stories, review, repost. If someone had a great experience working with us, we're going to post that. We're going to let people know that the experience that they went through, certain moments throughout the process were awesome. So social media is a great way to do that. I think also explaining your process. We have and it's not these four. We have a 4-step process that we go through with our clients, and whether that's through an infomercial, an email blast, or just talking about it on interviews, or whoever we can share this from the rooftop. We love being able to share our process and parts of our process with people. So, we'll use every media we can to kind of make that happen. As far as the soundtracks and things like that, we release mixes regularly. Playlists are being done on a regular basis as well, so people can check out what we're doing as far as our music. How do I want to phrase that? Music curation, right? So we put this out there, especially during this time. What a great opportunity. People are home, they're looking for music. I think even this goes back to the whole live streaming thing. We want to show them how we mix this music together. What music we're actually mixing is important to us. We don't want to just play the hits. We're coming up with different vibes and different things for different events that we can do. So the more broad we can get with it, the better. And you'll see that on my social media this month for my calendar as an example, which kind of leads me to my next thing here about destination events. Usually every month, I release a schedule, letting people know where I am, where I've been. I think I was really the first private event DJ to do this. And then it kind of caught wildfire, and I'm not patting myself on the back. I actually got the idea from other musicians who were posting their things. A musician, or a band, I should say, in town in Florida was putting out their thing. I thought, man, that's kind of cool. I should probably think about doing that for mine, even though it's not public events, because I'm in the destination market. They need to know more than just the one time I post about being in Italy that I'm there that month, and then that lives permanently there. So kind of back to the playlist, kind of how I played that with the schedules is this month I wasn't going anywhere, right? I had no place to be. I don't have any place to be until, well, my last June wedding finally transferred. So right now I don't have anything on the books until July at this moment. So I decided to use the opportunity to put on my schedule for the month instead of it just being blank or not doing it at all. Listen, I'm going to go live. I'm going to show my mixing ability. I'm going to show the playlist that I'm doing, the different songs that I've curated over the years that I like to do, and I'm making it as generic. I'm sorry, not as generic, as customized as I can. So I'm doing a bunch of different things, 80s, not just open format, a bunch of different things. Now back to the destination market thing. I mean, it could show photos of epic locations. What it does is it actually shows that clients trust you on destination events, because they're not just hiring a vendor. If they're bringing you along, that's an investment. It's a huge investment. And I always am showing pictures of myself with my bride and grooms because, again, it shows value. They value bringing me along in the journey when they could have found somebody local. It's kind of an honor. And so anyway, I think these are ways that you can kind of share a little bit of your story. Let's talk about the pivot, right? We're going to have to make some changes. And I love this picture because a friend of mine used this illustration, and I've always appreciated it. When there's rough waters, which is what we're going through, right? You have to adjust your sails to those waters. And the more you fight it, the harder it's going to be. And you could literally drown if you just are going to, bull your way through it. That is not the way to making it to your destination easily. You have to be able to pivot. So along the same ways of, sharing our customer experience, I'm going to share some ways that we're pivoting. And again, feel free to use any of this that you want. None of it is, proprietary by any stretch. So one is we're handling our bookings in a way that makes the client feel very valued. I've heard horror stories of, people charging rebooking fees, or if it goes into 2021 and all of a sudden it's a prime weekend, they're charging more. Man, I have empathy here. I mean, yes, it sucks for me, but it sucks more for our clients who this is their one opportunity. So, one of the things whenever we make these, we've had, I think, like 50 rebookings or postponements. And so one of the things I've asked some of these couples who come back to me, go, man, you made the process so easy. I've been asking them to share their experience on our review sites. Because for one, we're not getting any kind of reviews in the next 2 months. Nothing. I would love for our story about how we keep these, the client experience great throughout, that's getting shared. And at least I've got some content there that is reinforcing our message. Okay. Another way you can kind of help in this is giving updated resources. this is the collaborative creative process I'm talking about here, but like, getting on, working up some updated song lists, or maybe it's the formality songs. This is a great time to kind of start to send that stuff out. Your couples are sitting there. They would love to have this kind of new content of what you're thinking, and know that you've got their best interest at heart. So, I've gotten on some Zoom calls with some of our clients that are upcoming, and just saying, hey, even though their weddings aren't into the fall, I've been as busy, if not busier, because I want to reassure every client that we have that they still matter, that we're still thinking of them. And so we've gotten on these Zoom calls, and my appointment book is busier than it's ever been, because the reality and the honest truth, and I have no problem saying this, is that our inquiries are down. There's no doubt about it. Not only are our inquiries, but our bookings are down. And I could sit here and watch, all the episodes on Netflix that I want, and I'm not going to do that. I am going to invest in my clients and do as much as I can in that regard. We talked about the live stream mixing and taking the peek behind the curtain. Why not take some requests? Make it more interactive. Show how you're, that it's not all about you, and about what, you can do, but you're really trying to, take in what your clients are asking for. I mean, it's a great way to have communication. In a lot of cases in my world, because I do so much destination stuff, the clients never see me live before their event. I'm a one-off in a lot of cases. So this has been cool. They've been actually able to share with their friends and get an idea of what their wedding could look like outside of like highlight videos or reviews. They're actually, again, getting a chance to look behind the curtain. Destination events. Another thought of the pivot here is there is so much stuff, just like the name of my presentation here about being COVID, right? How many emails are you getting about COVID? COVID. I probably, as soon as I get them, I'm not even really looking at them, to be honest with you. They're all going into the trash. So with our destination events, we're talking about things that are related to COVID, but don't necessarily point it out. So, like I mentioned earlier, budgets are going to be a thing. I think gathering is going to be a thing where it's going to be less people. So we're talking about, how do we entertain people, 30 people or less? What are ways that we're doing that? And I'm not saying it's because of COVID. I'm just giving out the information, sharing it with our clients. We're talking about micro weddings, potentially like the advantages to live streaming a ceremony. We might have done 1 or 2 of those a year. This may be an uptick that we'll see, right? We're talking about how, again, I told you guys about the psych trauma. I think it's going to be more important for you to be talking safety first and the protocols you're putting into place than it is about the newest song that you're going to be playing. So we're talking about that kind of stuff. Again, I say updated in parentheses. I'm not putting that on our header. What are our protocols? How do we keep people safe? Things like that. Again, not calling attention to COVID per se, because I think that's going to be a tune out, but this stuff is going to have, an impact, I believe. And let's move beyond my own pivoting. Let's talk about other people who are pivoting in our industry. And I want to give some props to some people that I've seen do some great things. I love this quote. Necessity is, oh man, spelling errors galore, is the mother of invention. So with that, we are forced to have to pivot. And one of my good buddies, Rob Ferre, if you're not familiar with him, you should go request a friend with him on Facebook. But I love this. He came up with this concept of the doorstep DJ. Social distancing parties without being socially distant. He does these on blocks, and you do it with your family. He's literally getting out in the middle of the street and doing this. Now, obviously, they don't have a stay-at-home order per se. So, in New York City, this would be frowned upon, obviously. But in his market, he's able to do this. And I think what a great way. Who knows what's going to stick here, right? This might be something that could be another revenue source for him. My good buddy Josh Staley put together this house party, right? And he had all these DJs on last week. I got the privilege to be one of them. And I thought, what a cool concept. What if we were to offer this to some of our couples on an off night, a Wednesday night, or get a bunch of people together and throw a party and somehow down the road be able to monetize that. Probably now might not be the best time, but you could, right? Nate Nelson, another good buddy. He's doing this whole thing he's got two girls, and he's doing something called Recess. who knows what's going to stick after this, but this could be something that all of a sudden becomes something that he's able to develop a series on, videotape a bunch of stuff. And down the road, this is a whole nother model for him. He's pivoting. He has to. He can't do anything else. He's figuring out how to make it work for him and his business. And I love that. One of the things I did is, we don't have children right now, so we have a lot of couple friends, and they were all getting stir crazy. I was hearing from all my friends that, gosh, we're getting on my significant others, especially in New York City, where you have like 800 square feet. They're getting on each other's nerves. So, they were looking for a way to kind of get out, if you will. And so I thought, I'm going to put together a couples game night on Zoom. I figured out some games to do and led that. And it's now people are like begging me to do this with them again, which is great. One of our corporates wanted to still do a corporate party. And so I thought this was really cool. They had a Zoom gala. I love this invitation. It says a black tie from the waist up, anything goes from the waist down. And I love this, bring your own beer, right? So we had a gala like literally happening with this company. They did not want to not have it. And I thought that was such a cool thing I got to be a part of. And so people are figuring out ways to be able to make differences. And outside of the DJ space, right? I loved a couple of planner friends were doing some things. They're launching a new business called Minimal Matrimony, talking about, again, the fact that more than likely, guest counts are going to dwindle. And so they're figuring out how to be a niche within that space for the time being. This other catering company is doing what they call the virtual table, where they're literally telling you how to decorate your table, the party favors you need to have, and giving you sites to order the stuff either from them directly. And they're having these moments where you're able to gather with other people virtually, which I think is very cool and different. It could be something that could gain some traction there. And another buddy of mine who's a designer out of Chicago, I know Casey knows him, Rishi Patel. He's having this dreamers competition about how to set up your tablescape. I mean, a lot of people got opportunity and time to do that. They're going to be gathered around those tables more than often. So he's kind of come up with a way of doing like a competition, if you will, on how to showcase your best tablescape, which I thought that was really cool as well. So how about you? Your story, right? How are you going to pivot? Because we don't know where this is going. Again, no one's an expert here. So some of my advice would be, one, stay lean. If you have an operation where you have a lot of overhead, make sure to keep it as lean as possible, because we don't know how long, or like I said, where this is going. And I have to say this because I think it's in a lot of entrepreneurs to, not feel shame and feel like, I can't believe I'm filling. I mean, I'll tell you, I was one of those people. I filled out that government paperwork. I was like, no, I don't need it. And, I've had savings in place. So I feel like I'm in a good place. But I was like, there is no shame in being able to, in filling out this paperwork right now. I think it's okay to have a moment and to be okay with that and be vulnerable with it. I think it says a lot about you that you're not tone deaf to the whole scenario that other people are going through. And we're not exempt from this at all. Secondly, stay true to who you are. Again, our four things haven't changed. We're just telling it in a different way. And lastly, I would say invest in the future. Look to see what sticks, right? So try these different ideas that we're talking about. Those are ways that you're able to potentially have a whole nother stream of income coming in after this is all over. And you might be setting the trend for what's going forward with that. So try a bunch of different things, try different messaging. I should have said also measure your metrics, what people are responding to, what people are opening, what people are seeing, how that's moving. I think it's super important to do that. And I'll say one last thing here. Another typo. Don't be a silo. Don't feel like you have to go at this by yourself. Okay. Listen to podcasts. This is a great opportunity to do that. We have the downtime. Learn from others, right? Find your tribe. Joe was just on here. If it were me, and I am a part of his community, I am not stopping that community. I need those people. I need to be talking to them, picking their brains, trying to figure out what they're doing to make sure that, I can bounce ideas off of them. And then it seems odd when I just said to cut your costs. I think there's certain things you don't want to cut your costs on, and that is this. I would encourage you to hire a mentor, somebody that reflects where you want to go, someone who can be in those trenches for you. I actually have a group that we meet regularly, and everybody in that group has. I mean, we had the most attendance that we've ever had in the last our last call this week, because people need to have that community and want to figure out how to navigate through this. So to me, whether it's myself or anybody else, find a mentor that will help you get to where you go, because you're going to need it. No one's gone through this before, and you'd like to have some people who have some experience and maybe similar things, not this exact thing, to be able to help you out. So I would encourage you to do that. So I hope this has been helpful. If you ever want to reach out to me, I'm available to you. I put here my email address, my social channel, which is on Instagram and Facebook, and then the Travel DJ Blend, my podcast, which is available on many different platforms, but you can reach me on Instagram there as well. So I hope this is helpful. I'm trying to give a positive message here, because there's so much doom and gloom around, and it's easy to go down that rabbit hole. And I want to come out of this with us all being stronger. So thanks, Casey, for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to stop sharing. Stop sharing my screen here. So let me figure out how to do that. I think that's it. Are you there, Casey?
It should be. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah.
Okay,
Am I still sharing my screen or not?
Yes,
Oh,
you
yeah.
are.
You're still sharing.
Do that.
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
There you are.
There we go. And you're back.
Yeah.
So very good. Good job.
Nailed the time.
Great
Holy
job.
cow.
You
I did not know if I was
You
going
were
to do
like
that.
right on the money.
Holy cow. Did not
So
expect that.
totally on the money. So let's see if anybody has any questions for Brian. Let's take a quick look. Let's look on. DJ Amara says, thanks so much. Great info. Jody from Sights and Sound says, thank you, Brian B. Greg Wiggs, thanks, Brian. Neil Carlberg had a question, which John was able to answer, but I want you to answer it for everybody. In your presentation, you referred to LVMH.
Yeah.
Could you explain to everybody that may not have Googled it what that might be?
Yeah, it's Louis Vuitton's company. They make handbags. They also, the MH, I can't remember what that stands for, but it's another part of their business. But they grew exponentially during that 2008 downtime, because, again, luxury demands luxury. They're not going to go away, and they have the money to be able to weather a lot of storms that the normal folks can't, right?
Right. Okay, very good. And flipping over to Facebook. Rob Aitken, great job, Brian. Ron Kronbush, good job, excellent. Randy Woolman, awesome presentation. Ron Kronbush said, this is so true. That is so true. Never see the brides in person till a few days before the event or wedding, all planned over video and text. So he must have been referring to video conferencing and such. So he also said that he does treat, I do that, a treat destination wedding is as a tour. I think it should be, I do treat destination weddings as a tour is probably what he meant to say. And that was that. Our good friend Pascal from Canada.
Love him.
How can you not? He says he took tons of notes. Thank you so much, Brian.
Sure.
So how do you not love Pascal? He's like, he makes Big Daddy look like a complainer. That's how positive he is. I mean, it really is that way. So
you're going international with this, buddy.
Yeah, is that it?
Yeah.
Is Canada international? I guess technically it is, but
crossing borders. You're the only one crossing borders these days.
I'm just curious, how many people are wearing baseball hats? So I know Joe brought it up. I threw one on this morning. I told John I had to. So yeah, I think we're we're
all in the club.
There you go. So does anybody else have any questions for Brian? Jerry Syracusa, here we go. Well, I may have many great events from the past, but not enough media to create content during this downtime. What are your suggestions to create truthful content without solid media to document it? Any ideas there?
How to create solid content. I think, again, it's not about necessarily, I would stick to the present, stick to what you're doing now for these clients and talk through what that looks like and how you're adapting and pivoting. If you don't have a whole lot of content from the past, this is the time to create some new content. Your live streams, great way. You can save those now. There's actually a Google Chrome download button that you can save those live streams from, and those things are another way of telling your story. Yes, it's not in front of a crowd, but there is ways that you can kind of it's funny if I've seen a lot of DJs where they'll say they'll repost stories of people dancing solo to their music. I get it all the time. So maybe that's another way of just encouraging your current clients, or even those that are looking at you. So they're not clients yet; they're just leads to check you out. And hey, we're gonna give away something, or create some kind of momentum through that to have those live streams be attended, and then have content to share that way.
Ken Murphy yesterday actually, to try to get people to tune into his thing, gave away a $50 Grubhub gift card.
I saw that.
Yeah, so he had a couple technical issues, but he definitely did some very, very cool stuff with his green screen and adding mixes and live drumming all on his own. Very, very cool.
So
Jody Harris has been kind enough to ask how your wife is feeling. So for those that don't know, Brian's going to be a dad pretty soon with his beautiful wife, Tara. So how's she doing through all of this?
Scary time, honestly. I don't like to sugarcoat it. It's an interesting time to be giving birth when you're having to go into especially as being in the epicenter that we are, and all the medical resources are being completely tapped. So, honestly, we luckily ours isn't until June, so we have a little bit of time. I'm hoping it all kind of calms down by then, and but this is one of those stories you're gonna have forever. What I mean? Like, you won't forget this one.
You were born during a pandemic.
Yeah, crazy.
So, Rob Hickman thought you were absolutely amazing. Awesome. Chris Hintz is chiming in saying, connect with your clients since we're not getting as many inquiries. He loved that. Mike Walter talked about new mixes. Jody brought up new mixes. Chris Hintz, very timely. Great job. JD Pro DJ, which I forgot JD's real name. Thank you for the spin on this situation, Brian. Way to make lemonade out of lemons. And I might add some ice and some vodka to that one. And you've got quite the pandemic cocktail.
Casey,
Brian,
in the Zoom chat, Jose asked any tips on growing stream audience. Did you get that one yet?
No, I've been going just off of the YouTube.
Okay.
That one exploded.
Yeah, Brian, if you want to grab that one, maybe.
Any tips to grow the streaming audience? I mean, again, just maybe think about putting out a schedule ahead of time, letting people know when they can catch you, email blasting that to your clientele, or putting it on social. Make a calendar. There's different ways that you can do that would allow you to push that out there. And of course, when you do record one, like I was saying before, post it to YouTube, post it to, any place you can, to Mixcloud, all those different places, to then show people what they're missing. You know what I mean? I think those are other ways that you can kind of grow that from humble beginnings and get it bigger.
Right. Mike Demge, Mazel Tov, Brian. No matter the time, a new child changes everything for the better. Thanks. And with that, that's a very sweet way to end things. Now, I have only had the pleasure of is Dave in yet? Yeah, Dave's in.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, yeah. So
you got strong internet right now. I love it. I love that internet speed you got going on there, buddy. And I love the hat. We're gonna keep this thing going on.
Now, I unlike Brian, I always wear a hat. So people actually don't recognize me when I waltz by them without a hat on. So
it's like Superman.
Right, exactly. Yeah. It's like I go in the phone booth and put my DJ hat on.
And right now, everyone under the age of 30 is going, what's a phone booth? I don't understand what a phone booth is. So, Brian, I had the pleasure of indirectly meeting Dave through your recommendation.
Yeah.
And so I've yet to break bread with him or have coffee, which I very much look forward to that day where we're all together and I can do that.
As long as that bread is some Lou Malnati's.
There you go. See that? From Pittsburgh. He's picking Chicago-style pizza over New York, baby.
Oh, man. He is,
all right.
So Brian, Prince Street though. That's my other favorite though. Prince Street Pizza and Lou Malnati's, and I follow them both on Instagram. It's the only two restaurants I follow on.
You just
on
totally
Instagram.
Backtracked like a politician. That was so, and not to bring politics into this, but that was such a political move. You're like, and I like hot dogs too. Yeah, and McDonald's isn't bad. McDonald's will give me sponsorship. I love McDonald's.
But how about the fact that I can name drop pizza joints in all these different cities, though?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Lou's, man. I think Lou's is great, and Chicago thin crust has got to be Barnaby's. So it's the bomb. There's no question about it. So,
well, I was just going to say one last thing. If you guys haven't heard Dave speak, you should definitely stay on the feed. Stay on the feed. This man is so talented, not just behind the decks, but also in breaking concepts down. It would be a shame to miss this. This is one of those ones that you're going to definitely you're going to get so much good stuff from this.
Well,
so
with
stay
that,
tuned.
Brian, I'm actually going to ask you, because you know David so much better than I do. I'm going to ask you to do the introduction for him.
Sure.
So with that, guys, go to town.
Yeah. So Dave and I actually met one another. I think it was online through Alex Nepa, actually. So another good DJ buddy of ours. And Dave was kind of organizing a spin-off, not a spin-off. It was just like a DJ's night out at DJ Expo a few years back. And unfortunately, I had some technical difficulties, and he was so gracious and trying to help me figure it out and everything like that. But that's where I first thought, this guy is not just a talented DJ. He actually has a strong humanity side to him, where he's just willing to try to make it work and try to help people out. And then he was able to come to our DJ collective 2 years ago, and just as an attendee, and said, man, I think I have some things to add to this. And so he came in the next year and was by far one of the most, I would just say, most popular speakers we had, honestly. And this was, I think, Dave, this was your first time speaking to the public, if you will, in this kind of format, right?
It was. That was my first time.
And since then, obviously he's been well in demand and well deserved. So I know you can't all hear me or can't all clap together, but give this guy a warm welcome. And Dave, take it away, man.
Cool. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. And thank you, KC. Glad to be here. Hope everyone out there is doing well. And what I'm going to talk about today is it's actually kind of an evolution of my speech I gave at the DJ Collective last year, and it's called Next Level Programming. And I'm going to bring up my screen here. And just a little bit of background, I guess, about myself for those of you that don't know me. As Brian said, my name is DJ Digital Dave. I have been DJing for 25 years. As of this year, it'll be year 25 for me. And I started out in the nightclub scene. Well, I started out in high school at a roller rink, but then I got into the nightclub scene, spent most of my early 20s in the nightclub scene. Toward my later 20s, I got more involved in the private event scene, as well as the, as far as like weddings, corporate, nonprofits, etc. So I went, but I have always kept my nightclub roots. I still play in nightclubs to this day. And then about 5 years ago, I got into the pro sports world too. So I'm the in-game DJ for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I'm the in-game DJ for the University of Pittsburgh men's basketball team and the University of Pittsburgh football team. So I've been doing all three of those for about the last 5 years. I've been doing, pretty full-time, corporate and weddings for about 10, 11 years, and I've been doing clubs full-time for close to 20. So I have a very diverse background when it comes to DJing and how I look at things. And I think I'm able to intertwine all the different aspects in a very positive way. I'm able to kind of bring them together and take information from one and apply it to the other, and vice versa. So the presentation I'm going to give today is called Next Level Programming, and this presentation, like I said, is evolved from my presentation last year at DJ Collective. I've given a much more in-depth presentation to a few different DJ groups out there, to Josh Daly's group out in Columbus, Jason Henninger's in Kentucky, Kentucky Pro DJ, and I've also, unfortunately, had a few others scheduled to give and never made it to them because of COVID-19. So this is something I've worked a lot on, and is something that I've gotten fantastic feedback from the standpoint of some of these DJs have seen it at Collective and wanted to bring me in to talk more in depth to all of their staff, to their full staffs at their company. So I'm going to get us kicked off here right now. So where I'd like to start this is calling your attention to what is the difference between a good DJ and a great DJ. And this is a question I ask myself, and this I remember when he played X song that I remember that DJ who played. Sorry, I'm getting a message from my Zoom here, but I think hopefully everybody should be able to still hear me. I think it changed my mic for a second, but I'm back now. Okay, so let's get back to this screen. So, you know, people, I get people all the time that are like, you know, I remember you from such and such's wedding back in 2014. And it's just, you know, mind blowing to me how people remember that long ago a wedding that I was DJing at. But if you follow some of the steps that I'm going to provide for you here, you can really elevate your game to take yourself from good to great and put yourself in a position where people will not only just have fun that night, but even not just the bride and groom, but even guests at the wedding will remember 5 years later who you were because you stood out to them from other DJs that they've heard. So this is one of my favorite quotes. This is from Jazzy Jeff, who, for those of you that don't know, recently did suffer a health scare, I believe, related to COVID-19, but he's doing well now. He said that the best DJs aren't the people that play the most popular record. The best DJ is the person who played the most unexpected record at the right time. And I could not agree with that sentiment more. And it's something that I've always tried to do even before I heard or read this quote from Jazzy Jeff a few years ago. And so what you're trying to do as a DJ when you go into an event is not only play the records, something like 24 Karat Magic or Uptown Funk or Don't Stop the Feeling that you know will work, or, you know, maybe a throwback like Don't Stop Till You Get Enough or September. Those are all good records to play. I am not by any means saying do not play those records. I am simply saying don't only play those records. Make sure, in addition to playing those records, that you are also playing records that the crowd might not expect. But you want to try to come up with a record the crowd might not expect that they're still going to enjoy. You don't want to play something obscure, but you really have to do your musical research, really rack your brain and say, what can I play? What song can I bring to this night that everybody's going to love, but nobody's expecting that the next DJ and the DJ after them, that those DJs would not play. Making your sets unique makes you priceless. I get a lot of couples that book me via email, and I never even have a face-to-face meeting with the couple prior to booking, and I don't have to sell myself to the couple prior to booking. And I'm not saying this to toot my own horn, but I'm saying this to explain to you the reasoning why. And the reasoning why is because a lot of these couples have seen me at another wedding, and they know that there's not another DJ out there that's playing like me and that's playing the exact same style I'm playing. I'm not playing a cookie cutter style. So that couple knows that they're not going to find another Digital Dave out there. So because they know that there's no worry about, is Dave this much? Is Dave that much? It's just, is Dave available is the question they're asking. Now everyone has budgets, and occasionally I do run into clients that are like, look, we'd love to have you. It's just not in our budget. And sometimes we can make things work. Sometimes we can't. But the fact that I don't have to sit down and convince them, and I'm good at sales, but I don't like sales. And I don't think a lot of people like sales. And I've been able to put myself in a position where I very rarely, I'd say less than 10 times a year, do I have to really sell myself to a client, because these clients are already familiar with me. They've seen my work. They've listened to me play. And so they know that if they book me, they're getting the Digital Dave experience, which is different than the experience that they would get from any other DJ. If a prospective couple goes to 5 weddings and each DJ plays the same music, of course they're going to price shop. And that's why what I'm talking about in terms of finding those unique niche songs that you can play that other DJs are not playing, because I do understand price shopping. Because if you're a couple and you go to 5 weddings, and each wedding the DJ's pretty good on the mic, and each wedding the DJ plays Low by Flo Rida and Yeah by Usher and 24 Karat Magic and September and Shout, and everybody dances and has fun, but it's a good wedding, but it's the same as the other 4 weddings they've just been to, of course they're going to pick the cheapest DJ that can do the same job. So what you want to ask, and it's going to be different for everybody, but you want to ask yourself, how do I already differentiate myself? And if I don't, how can I differentiate myself more? If I do already differentiate myself, how can I differentiate myself even more than I already am? I'm going to talk a lot in this presentation about how you can differentiate yourself with your music. But some DJs, Rob Ferre is a great example. Rob is amazing on the mic. He's amazing at interacting with people. And that is how he differentiates himself. So for some people, music might not be their lane in which they want to differentiate themselves. Their lane might be more, microphone and MC based. Some DJs' lane that they differentiate themselves in is production based. So if music is not your way that you're differentiating yourself, that's not a bad thing. But because music is my way that I differentiate myself, and to me, always been the most important part of DJing and my business and my presentation to clients, I am going to focus on music today. But by all means, if you have a different way you differentiate yourself, by all means, focus on that and make sure you highlight that to your clients. Make sure you highlight that when you're, posting about yourself on social media, when you're marketing yourself, etc. The more unique you become as a DJ, the less you will have to sell yourself to prospective clients. Again, I kind of just touched on that already, but make yourself unique. Make those clients know that you're unique and know that they can only get the experience from you, and that they can't get that same experience that you're offering from the DJ company down the street. Do you spend time outside of gigs trying to get better as a DJ? And if so, how do you spend your time? And it'd be interesting to see a lot of answers from people. And I'd love you to take a second and think about this. I know some DJs on the club side that spend a lot of time, scratching, downloading new music. I know a lot of DJs on the mobile and corporate and event and wedding side that probably don't spend enough time working on and focusing on music. But I think really all of us could stand to spend more time on music, and as much time as I spend on music, I really, really always wish I could be spending even more. So the most important part of DJing is programming. It's not mixing, although that's important. It's not scratching, although that can be a great highlight and a great skill to have. It's not emceeing, although in mobile and corporate events, especially in weddings, that is important. But the most important part of DJing is programming. The thing that people leave with, the thing that touches people the most in a night, is not the great production, is not the MC work. It is the songs that they connect with. It is the songs that have that emotional connection with that person, whether it reminds them of a time when they were in high school or a fun time with a loved one or a vacation or spring break or college. That music, nothing can trump the emotion that music brings out in people. So programming, if it is not, in my opinion, it should be every DJ's, whether you're playing in an event, whether you're playing in a sporting event, at a wedding, at a nonprofit, at a corporate event, at a nightclub. The actual music, what songs you are playing, should be your prime focus above all else. So programming, to break it down, because I've used the word programming and I've been surprised that I get the occasional DJ that even asks, well, what do you mean by programming? So programming is what you play, how you play it, and when you play it. Those are the three important aspects of programming, the three key aspects of programming. So first I want to talk about what you play. And the first thing I want to address is that every gig is not the same, and even every corporate gig is not the same, and even every wedding is not the same. If you are going into a wedding and you just have this wedding crate or this cocktail hour crate or this dancing wedding crate or this dinner music wedding crate, and you're just going to that crate every single wedding and just playing through the hot songs you have in that crate, you are doing it wrong. Especially if you are a high-end luxury brand DJ and you're playing for high-end clients, and these people are paying you, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for their experience, and they're just getting the same cookie cutter experience that the last 5 clients you had got. You do not want to go into every gig with that idea that I'm going to just play my hot songs from this crate and then I'm going to go home, because it is not the right thing to do by the clients, and it is not serving yourself well from a standpoint that if repeat clients see you do that, they're going to probably get jaded. If you have a corporate event that books you every single year, and that corporate event hears you play the same set every year, might be fine for 3 or 4 years, and eventually they're going to say, yeah, we're kind of tired of this, we want something different. So especially for repeat clients, you do not want to play the same set, just this same go-to set, these same go-to songs every year. Knowing your audience is extremely important when it comes to programming. And this was a study that was done based on Spotify data that was provided to the New York Times. And it found that the 13 years old was the peak age of influence for a girl as far as music goes, and that 14 years old was the peak age of influence for a male, a boy, as far as music goes. So 13 to 14 years old, and you can see the graph goes kind of down around it, but I look at both of these graphs and I would say 10 to 20, from the age of 10 to the age of 20, which is in essence kind of middle school through college, is really the strong era of music that people are really tied to for the rest of their life. And that is what you want to consider when you're playing for any certain crowd. And right now, if you're playing at a wedding, that age range would put you at, playing music from around, 2005. If you think that probably most couples are around the age of 28. I feel like a lot of my couples are around 28 to 30. So that's going to put you in like 2005 to 2010 as a big core era where those songs were going to be the songs that this couple was either in high school or middle school to, and those songs are really going to touch this couple. And I feel like a lot of DJs don't think about that, and I feel like some DJs never really get into playing for the couple and the couple's friends at a wedding. And when I was going to weddings and I was attending weddings back in the 90s, early 2000s, I was younger, most of the guests at a wedding were family, and most of them were older family, and pretty much the only kind of quote unquote friends of a couple's at a wedding was the bridal party. So you usually had only maybe 10 to 20% absolute max, if not less, people in the age range of the bride and groom. And a lot of weddings now are very 50-50, and some that I do are even more than 50-50, where a very large amount of the guests are the age of the bride and groom, are under 30 years old. And so if you're a DJ and you're playing to 45-year-olds or to 55 or 60-year-olds, and your couples is 28 and most of their friends are 28 or 25 to 30, you're really doing yourself a disservice because you're not playing the songs that are most applicable to them, that are going to emotionally touch them the most. Evolve or perish. And this is something that this was in my original presentation. This was the only thing that was in red. And I want to draw a huge deal of attention to this because this is very applicable in the DJ industry. It is important in every aspect of our industry to evolve or perish, whether it be from jumping on social medias several years ago when they started becoming a big thing, from, Brian was talking about necessity being the mother of invention, and everybody evolving right now through this COVID-19 process. And there's so many ways equipment evolves all the time, and you get better lights and better speakers. But I very much so look at this in terms of music. And I've seen so many DJs that they start out DJing and, it's say maybe 2005, and all the couples that are getting married are around their age group, and they're playing all this throwback music from like the late 80s and early 90s. Everybody loves it. So much fun. And 10 years later, they haven't changed the style of music they're playing. And they're playing the couples that were now born 10 years later than those initial couples. But the music they're playing is still the same. They're not playing 10 years newer music. And if you were playing in 2005 or 2008 and you're like, hypnotized by Biggie and Gin and Juice by Dr. Dre and Snoop, if you're like, these are great throwback songs, and don't get me wrong, I love both of those songs, but 15 years later, those don't have the same connotation. I'm not going to say they're not great throwback songs, and I'm not going to say they're not appropriate, and I still do sometimes play both of those at a wedding or an event, but they have a different connotation, and there's a different age range that those songs are appealing to now. When I started DJing weddings, there were couples that loved the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC as throwback music, and I still get some couples that love them. But there are also now parents that are coming to me asking me to play the Backstreet Boys as throwback music, because we're starting to get to that age range. And couples, to them, boy band throwback music is old One Direction and old Justin Bieber. And I don't think a lot of DJs are really thinking about that. I don't think a lot of DJs make that musical evolution, that when they get 5 years older, or they get 10 years older, or they get 15 years older into their DJ career, that they really evolve and change their sets to reflect the fact that it is now 15 years down the road. You should always keep your crates fresh with new music and new throwbacks. And I think a lot of DJs are good with the new music part. I don't think a lot of DJs have trouble with the new music. They go to their record pools, they find out what's hot, they check Billboard, TikTok charts, Shazam charts, whatever, and they find their new music. And that is a great thing to find. But what I spend a lot of time on too is finding new throwbacks. And there are two new kinds of throwbacks I find. One are the new throwbacks that are now just becoming throwbacks. You know, a song tends to have an arc where it gets popular and then it reaches peak popularity, and then it's just so popular and people hear it so much that they're sick of it. And then it kind of goes away. And then you're constantly monitoring, or you should be monitoring, how long is it taken for that song, or how long will it take for that song to kind of be in the right place where you can play it again as a throwback. And people are like, oh my God, I can't believe he played that. I just recently started playing, you know, a few old Avril Lavigne throwbacks, you know, Complicated and Girlfriend, which Girlfriend's been going over incredibly well for me at events. And I probably went at least over 5 years, if not close to 10, without ever playing Girlfriend at all. And now I'm playing it a lot again because one day I saw the song in my crates and I was just like, this would be a great song to bring back. And I played it and it was one of my biggest songs of the night. And then I just kind of kept it in my rotation. So one type of throwback you're looking for is the throwback that maybe 5 years ago, the song was too burnt out to still play, but now it is appropriate to play again as a throwback. It's been gone long enough that people miss it and will get excited to hear about it. The other type of throwback you're looking for is songs that people forgot about, or pardon me, songs that you forgot about. And I get those a lot. And what I do like to do is I'll take an artist, maybe a Chris Brown, maybe a Drake, maybe a Jay-Z, and I'll say, you know, what old songs by this artist am I missing? I might play this artist a lot. I usually go through artists I play a lot. And I usually say to myself, but what other songs that I'm not playing by that artist have I maybe forgotten about? And I'll go sometimes to Wikipedia and I'll go through their discography and I'll look at every single release they put out. Google, you know, best songs by this artist of all time. And, you know, it doesn't matter. You can do it with hip hop artists like Drake and Jay-Z. You can do it with, you know, rockers, Bruce Springsteen, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Any genre of music you're really going at, you can Google. And I don't always only go to charts. Charts sometimes are a good reflection. And I do use old charts, old Billboard charts. But in addition to old Billboard charts, I also like to use critics lists. A lot of sites, Rolling Stone, Uprocks, will have these critics lists, and they will talk about the best songs by a certain artist that are critics' picks. And a lot of times, songs have an interesting aging process. And some of the biggest, most popular songs by an artist in 2000, or pardon me, in 2020, from, say, an artist that came out in 2000, a 20-year-old song, some of their biggest songs might be their biggest songs at the time. Other artists have songs that might be less popular when they're released, but might have more longevity. For instance, LL Cool J's album that had Loungin' and Doing It and Hey Lover by Boyz II Men on it. Hey Lover by far was the biggest hit of that album. But Hey Lover is probably the song that lasted the least as a recurrent from that album. It was a little more vibey, and it just never really got played as much, especially compared to something like Doing It in the long term. You have a lot of artists such as, I lost my train of thought for a second, and my apologies. Madonna's Into the Groove is what I was thinking of. And Madonna's Into the Groove was a song that did not chart on Billboard, because that song was not released as a single, but it was played by radio, and Billboard used to have rules with their charts that would not allow a song to chart unless it was an actual single release. So you have a song like Into the Groove that you're never going to find on a chart because it didn't chart. You're going to have a song like Public Service Announcement by Jay-Z, which is one of my biggest Jay-Z songs of all time that I play in weddings, I play at corporate events, I play at nightclubs still sometimes, and it is a huge Jay-Z song, but it really even didn't get radio play. It was just an album cut that DJs and clubs started playing, and people went nuts and went crazy for it and loved it. So there are always going to be songs out there that you can find that are critics' picks or an artist's good song that people know that are not just going to be on a Billboard chart. That being said, I also do go back through Billboard charts, and I'll go back and I'll Google the top, 100 songs from 2007 or 2006. And I'll look through that list and I'll ask myself, what am I missing? What songs on this chart do I not play right now that I could start playing? Two huge goals in the DJ industry are acquiring repeat clients and referrals. However, the last thing you want is for those clients to think you play the same set at every gig. I already addressed that as far as corporate clients go, that you don't want to play the same set at a corporate gig 6 years in a row and tire them out of you. You want to make sure that set evolves. You also don't want to do the same at weddings. You don't want a bride and groom to have seen you at a wedding last year. They book you for a wedding this year, and then you go and DJ their wedding, and they just play the same same set that they heard at their friend's wedding last year. Well, they spent $2,500 on you, and they got absolutely no personalized attention whatsoever. They just got the same cookie cutter set that might work very well, but this is their wedding. They want it to be special. They want it to be about them. So you do not want to get in that rut of playing the same set at every wedding. And I will even go in subgenres and try to evolve my sets in a subgenre. So say early 2000s pop punk. If you're not playing some of that at weddings, you probably should try. Would very strongly recommend you trying. And last year I was playing Fall Out Boy, Sugar We're Going Down a lot. And it was working really, really well. And then eventually I got to the point where I'm like, but maybe I'm just playing it too much and in too many weddings. And then I kind of went into, which I wasn't playing, but I went into start playing Good Charlotte's The Anthem. And so then maybe, one wedding, I'm playing Fall Out Boy. Maybe the next wedding I'm playing The Anthem, possibly mixing in some Panic at the Disco or something like that, and just giving a similar experience with similar genres of music, but making sure that you're kind of breaking up the songs and maybe playing similar style and similar genres, but not the same songs, so that you don't give a cookie cutter experience to your clients. Liking a song is different than being excited to hear a song. And this is an important thing to talk about. I had a friend about last year, one of my good friends, and he was kind of venting to me that he was playing at a wedding, and a bridesmaid came up to him and she's like, nobody wants to hear this song. And my friend was like, well, the dance floor is packed, I'm doing a pretty good job. And he told me this, he's telling me this story. I could see both sides of the story. I totally understood his mindset of the dance floor is packed, I'm doing my job. But I also understood this bridesmaid's mindset that she might be 23 years old and she might have heard 500 times in life, and it's, a little older, maybe came out when she was only, 5 years old, and this song just doesn't do anything for her. It doesn't mean anything to her. Looking back at the some of the recent consultations I'd done, I was talking to a guy, and he's a good DJ, and I was doing a one-on-one consultation with him via Zoom, and he talked about how he started out his sets at weddings all the time with Elvis Presley's Can't Help Falling in Love, and then he would go from Elvis's Can't Help Falling in Love to Run Around Sue, and he would evolve and move on from there. And this was a DJ that played, trendy weddings, and he got into more modern hip hop at his weddings. So it wasn't someone that was just kind of playing cornball cheesy weddings, but he was still starting out with those two songs. And I talked to him about the Spotify and New York Times data, and I talked to him about the ages of those songs, and looking at the fact that those songs came out around 1960. And it's somebody that was 14 in 1960 would, now be 75. You're playing to, you're playing to 75-year-olds. That's your target demographic with those songs. And everyone knows those songs. Those songs are iconic. So people are going to dance to those songs. But just because they're dancing to them does not mean that song is touching them emotionally. That song is not even touching the parents emotionally, because that was the grandparents' song. And sometimes the grandparents might not even be dancing. They might not be alive. There's so few people of the age at 75 at that wedding. And I said to this DJ, I said, look, you could go with the same concept and even just bump it up, 15 years, 20 years, and do something like Wonderful Tonight and September, or Wonderful Tonight and Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. And I'm not a fan of starting weddings out with a slow song. That's not my style. But if that was your style and that was how you wanted to approach the start of a wedding, I think that you could approach it with the same style, but at least play songs that connected really with the parents' generation. Because just because people are out on the dance floor and are dancing to that song does not mean that song is moving them emotionally, does not mean that song is touching them, and does not mean that you're making their night memorable. You may like a burger, but you get excited about a good steak. This was one of my favorite analogies that I came up with. I've gone to lots of burger joints that I like this burger and it's a tasty burger and this is, good and whatever, and I'm happy and it's satisfying, but I don't remember it. Like, I can literally tell you the best steaks I've ever had. I get excited. There are steakhouses that I book reservations at a month and a half ahead of time before I'm going on a trip that I'm just excited about this entire time until I get to this steakhouse, Burns in Tampa Bay, which we ate at 2 years ago at the DJ Collective, and I'd already eaten there as one of them. So if you're ever in Tampa Bay, check out Burns Steakhouse, BERN''S, and make reservations very early, like a month and a half, 2 months in advance. But it's excellent. But I hope you get the analogy, and sorry to those that are vegans or vegetarians. This analogy does not apply to you, but I'm sure you grasp where I'm going with this, that the right song at the right time for that couple is, they're not going to dislike a burger, but they're going to remember a steak. This is my other analogy, which might be more or less applicable to you, depending on if you're a steak person or you're a whiskey person. But you might like a regular whiskey, but get excited over a 25-year-old Scotch. You want to be that 25-year-old Scotch for the client. You want to be that steak. Many DJs handcuff themselves based on what they think they should play, based on norms or what other DJs play. So you look at the top 200 wedding songs of all time, or of right now, the most requested wedding songs, you kind of think like, yeah, I should maybe be playing mostly songs in there. And DJs are afraid to take risk and afraid to play a song that their gut says, this would really work. This crowd, this couple, these people would really like this song. But they're afraid because it doesn't fall in the norm. But taking that risk can be the game changer. I had a couple in December I was playing for, and they gave me a very, very extensive hip hop request list. And it wasn't crazy stuff. It was a lot of throwback hip hop, but it was a lot of mainstream stuff from around 2010. Was not obscure. It wasn't super hard stuff for a wedding. But I was playing a lot of that. And then they had some other dancey throwbacks, like I think Titanium was in there. And so I could tell the couple's age range and I could tell the music that they really connected with. So it's about 15 minutes left in the wedding, and I ended up playing Mac Miller's Knock Knock, which was not on their request list. And my gut told me, I said, this couple is going to love this song, is going to relate to this couple. And the groom made a beeline for me the second I dropped the song, and he walked up to me and he said, this is the most amazing song you played all night. And I know that we gave you like 30 or 40 dance requests, and I'm happier that you played this than any of our 30 or 40 dancing requests. So I took that risk, and that was one song, and most of the rest of the dancing were their requests. So you don't have to take risk all night. You can still play those go-to wedding anthems, whatever those are for you and your market and your style. But 2 or 3 times a night, take that risk. Play that song that people might not be expecting, that your gut tells you is going to work. And that is going to make that night memorable. It sometimes only takes one song to make that night memorable. I can tell you the first place I was, the first time I heard Darude Sandstorm. I can tell you exactly where I was and what DJ played it the first time I heard a DJ play Sex on Fire in a nightclub. I remember the first DJ I ever heard play I Believe in a Thing Called Love by The Darkness in a nightclub. I remember the first time I ever heard Hey Ya. I can remember so many significant songs that were played, either a song that was so unique that I'd never heard it before, or a song played in an environment in which I did not expect to hear that song. And I remember that song, and I associate those songs with the DJs that played them, and I elevate those DJs in my mind because they took those risks, and those risks worked. So if I'm doing that, I'm sure I can tell you with certainty that the crowds are doing that. And those DJs, it only took one song. It literally took one song. So please do not be afraid. Those 2 or 3 times, you can do it more. I'm not discouraging you for maxing out at that. But, don't be afraid to take those risks. And when they pay off, trust me, I've had DJs that have listened to my seminar and they've come back to me and been like, this was amazing. When I played this Offspring song and people went nuts, this feeling that went through me that nobody expected me to play Offspring, and people were so excited about it. And it just gives you a feeling, and it gives that crowd a feeling too. That feeling's not just on your end. That crowd is feeling that too. And that crowd is remembering you because you did that. Reach for that oh shit or oh no he didn't moment. That is how and why people will remember you. Don't be afraid to give your set your own flavor. Sprinkle in some songs that you would love or you would want to dance to. And again, you can't go overboard with this. Maybe some of this gets into maybe your late dinner flair where you're getting ready to go into dancing, but not quite into dancing yet. But don't be afraid to play something that might just not exactly be something that you're even expecting the crowd to vibe to. Not that you're not expecting them to vibe to, but that you're not expecting them to know is what I should say. But they might vibe to, and that song is you. And you don't want to do this at peak hour. You don't want to have a packed dance floor and then play something that most of the crowd doesn't know. But maybe toward the end of the dinner, you have like a good vibey song, and you're like, this is something that really makes me kind of just start dancing in my seat, bouncing up and down. And I just want to play this song to kind of get people ready for dancing, and maybe they'll vibe to it too. And I really like to go in, and I'm going to try to talk about this a little later in the presentation if I get time to kind of sneak into that. But I really like to go deep with dinner music and play some dinner music that might be covers of popular songs or just cool vibey stuff that people would dig, but they've never heard before. And I had a friend who was an assistant at a corporate event I was doing. And 4 different times during dinner at this corporate event, I had 4 different guests come up and ask me what a song was. Some of them were covers, some of them were original versions. And I had 4 different guests come up and ask me, hey, what was that song? Who just did this song? So you don't want to try to educate people peak hour during dancing, but there is a positivity in educating people, when it's a safe scenario. And maybe, like I said, toward the end of dinner where people are just kind of in their seats and they're getting antsy to get up and dance. Don't be afraid to give your set your own little flair and play something that's really makes your set you. So the second part of programming is how you play it. And that can be very important, not quite to the level of what you play, but it can really make or break a song, and it can really change the crowd's response to a song. Know how to drop a song and what part of the song is the best part to drop into. So when I say drop a song, what I mean is, as opposed to mixing that song, some songs that you probably should be dropping are things like DMX's Party Up, Rough Riders Anthem, Hypnotized by Biggie, songs that have that beginning that really hit you, that everybody recognizes that song from the beginning. You do not want to be slowly mixing in to Party Up in here and slowly bringing the volume up, and people kind of aren't getting that same reaction as they do when you just drop those drums and they hear it and you get that oh from the crowd. and there are so many songs that this is the case with. And when I do go into my more in-depth presentations, I actually give a lot of examples, and I even play some songs, and I kind of play them in both ways. Another example I like to use, and the DMX examples, I consider those obvious. Maybe they're not to some people, but there are other examples that are maybe less obvious. And one example I use a lot is 1-2 Step by Sierra. If you're playing the original version, it starts out with the ladies and gentlemen, and everyone loves to do the woo-wee. So sorry, my falsetto is a little off this morning, but I'm sure you know that part of that song. And most of the intro versions on record pools totally skip that verse, and they just start out with the first verse of the song. And so by not dropping that song, you miss that whole beginning part that that's the part the crowd loves to sing along to, and you're skipping that part because you're mixing in with the intro version. So just because someone made this other intro version and made it like this, use your own mind. Don't assume that that's the best way to mix into that song and present that song. Know when to quick mix and when not to. Again, this is another area when I give my more in-depth, detailed presentation where I go through a lot of examples and I play those examples out. Rough Riders Anthem is another great example that I come back to with this. Rough Riders Anthem is a song where you can play the hook of that song and everybody goes nuts. And if you continue playing the first verse, everybody probably walks off the floor and is like, what the fuck is going on? So I apologize for swearing, but it's appropriate in this scenario. So I really think that it is important to consider when you're playing a song, whether that song is a song that is appropriate to play for a minute, for 30 seconds, for 2 minutes, for 3 minutes, for 4 minutes. I mean, when 24 Karat Magic came out and Uptown Funk came out, I was playing the whole song when it was brand new. Some songs like Yeah by Usher, you still may be able to play, 2 to 3 verses of that song. But at the same time, there are other songs that can get a huge reaction with a short, quick hit, but they cannot get a big reaction if you go for, a minute even with a song like Rough Riders Anthem. So know those songs. Think about those songs. Don't just play every song for a minute and a half. Some songs deserve to be played for 2.5 minutes. Some songs should only be played for 30 seconds. Know whether a song is about the hook or the verses. Again, when I go into my in-depth presentation, we go through a lot of examples and we play those songs. But Juicy by Biggie is a great example of a song that is about the verses. You could play that. You could play that as an a cappella, and people would probably sing along to it. So a lot of Biggie songs, really, especially Jay-Z songs too. A lot of them are really about the verses. People really know the lyrics to those songs and like to sing along to them. Other songs are about the hook. One song that's coming to me off the top of my head right now is No Sleep Till Brooklyn by the Beastie Boys, which, Joe was talking about the Beasties earlier on. And the Beastie Boys, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, is a song that people get so excited when they hear No Sleep Till. And then nobody really knows or cares much about the verses of those songs. So I actually have like a quick verse. It's like a quick version that is just the hook and then an a cappella out. And I mix into old Brooklyn records from it. But that's a song where the song is clearly about the hook. A lot of more modern rap songs, a lot of Migos songs are really about the hook, and people don't care as much about the verses. Free Fallin' by Tom Petty. This is kind of an out there one, but I play a hook of that song sometimes at events, and I actually have an a cappella intro of the hook that DJ Scooter made, and I play that, and people go nuts. And I could never play it past that hook. I don't think. I've never tried. Maybe I could, but just the now I'm free falling. The whole crowd sings along to it because that song can be played in a hook form. It's probably not the best idea to play in a verse song. So again, analyze those songs. Think about which are better. The beat is the final thing I want to address here. And when you deal with the beat, you're dealing with, to me, like a lot of Timberland tracks, Get Your Freak On by Missy Elliott, Dirt Off Your Shoulder by Jay-Z, Pony by Genuine. A lot of those songs are really, really, really about the beat, and people really identify with the beat of those songs. And those are some songs that you don't want to be playing a remix of. You want to be playing the original version of, so that people really, really, are connecting with that beat, and they're not connecting with the lyrics as much in those songs as they are with the beat. Know the value of your verses. Knowing the value of your verses is about knowing what verses people like of a song. It's rare. Most songs people tend to like the first and second verses maybe more than later verses, but Mo Money Mo Problems is an example of a song where people like the Biggie verse way more than the Mace verse, way more than the Diddy verse. And to me, you don't want to be playing that song's 25 years old. You don't want to be playing that song for 4 minutes. So I have a Biggie first verse or a Biggie only version, which just has, Biggie in the hook. And so, and maybe I want to have like a version that has Mace and then the hook and then Biggie and play it for a little longer. But you definitely want to consider what verses of a song are popular. Sometimes the first verse is not your most valuable verse that you can be presenting to the crowd. And you don't even have to make edits. You can set a cue point to get yourself from where you start out the song to where you want to go. And I am watching my time here. I hear people in the background, but I know I'm maybe two to 3 minutes away here from being able to wrap up. But every song does not have to be mixed in a DJ set. Sometimes we can achieve a greater effect by dropping a song or letting a song end cold. It kind of goes to what we were just talking about a few minutes ago, with the DMX examples. Sometimes the Killers, Mr. Brightside, I'll let that song end cold, and then I'll go into a different genre of music from it. So you don't always have to mix in and out of every song. So finally, we're going to go through when you play it, how to and how to not start your dance floor. I like starting my dance floor with songs that have energetic songs that people know but have a build to them. Something like Can't Stop the Feeling by Justin Timberlake, or September by Earth, Wind & Fire, or Don't Stop Till You Get Enough by Michael Jackson, or 24 Karat Magic. And if I play 24 Karat Magic to start my dance floor, I will start that song from the beginning with the auto-tune part where he says, "Tonight, I just want to take you there," because people walk out during that part, and then the Put Your Pinky Fingers to the Moon part hits, and everybody just starts dancing. So I like to start my dance floor with songs that don't intimidate people because they don't have this hard intro right away, but everybody knows the songs and they're great energy, but they just have that gradual build. When to play your clients' must plays that no one will dance to. That's something that I'm sure we all get these crazy, the client wants this song, we don't know if it's going to work. I like to use those right before I'm going to bring the energy down, like for a bouquet toss or an anniversary dance. Play those songs in a situation where if they do clear the dance floor, it's not going to be the end of the world because you're clearing the dance floor anyways. Don't go out with a whimper. Play something. I don't like playing slow songs at the end of the night. I think it's great playing kind of sing-along songs that bring everybody together, but songs with a good energy. Things like Man in the Mirror, We Are Young by Fun. And I also really, really like to play songs that have a cold end at them. I like to play something that just ends cold. If it's a fade out, it can sometimes be an awkward vibe. If it's a beat out where you played a song that has an outro version and it's just the beat going at the end, it has an awkward vibe. And when you have that, ending of Man in the Mirror, or that ending of We Are Young, it invites the crowd to cheer. It is an invitation for them. They know the song's over. They knew that was going to be the last song. It is an invitation for them to cheer without you even needing to say anything on the mic. So those are great things to think about when you're ending the night. Lastly, I just want to really quick encourage people to put mixes on Mixcloud. I think Brian might have talked about it anyway already, but this is a great way to market yourself as a DJ, show clients what you can do, be able to send them examples of your work. So I highly encourage people to go to Mixcloud. This is my information. You can hit me up on Instagram, Twitter at DJ Digital Dave 1, Facebook or Mixcloud. I just put out a great 2000s mix. If you want to check it out, that's on my Mixcloud. It was 151 songs in about 78 minutes. So you can check that out there, maybe get some good ideas for songs that you want to play at events from that mix. I'm very proud of my Mixcloud page. My website is djdigitaldave.com, and I also do a lot of one-on-one consulting work, as well as traveling to give workshops to groups of DJs, companies that are multi-ops with 5, 10, 15 DJs, and give a much more 3 to 4 hour in-depth presentation of this and kind of work with the DJs. So if anyone is interested in that once this COVID-19 quarantine is over, or even getting at me, and setting up a one-on-one via Zoom in the shorter term, I do both of those. And I do welcome, any questions if you want to hit me up on social media and have questions about my presentation. And I'm sure we might answer a few questions now as well.
Yeah, so that was fantastic, Dave. Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to bring Mike Walter into our conversation as he's up next as well. And he has seen you speak numerous times. So I'm scrolling for his name here to turn him on.
He's up towards the top now because he turned his mic on.
Asked to start video. Actually, he has to. Mike, you have to turn yourself on.
There you go.
Are you there? Yeah, there he is.
I'm here.
All right.
Hey, Mike.
Dave, awesome job, Dave.
Thank you.
Now, you've had the pleasure of seeing him speak at Collective, correct?
I did. I've gotten to know Dave at a few of the last few collectives, and my wife made a joke recently that I have a little man crush on Dave. I think I talk about him too much at home. Kelly's like,
I'm telling
I got a
Marcello.
little man crush on this guy. He's awesome. Dave is fantastic.
Very good.
Thank you, Mike. And
dude, I sent you a text. The new microphone sounds amazing.
So thank you. I also was working on some things. I realized that my studio, which I just finished getting set up, is all wood walls. So I have a little bit of a natural echo on here. So I'm kind of working on that, but I'm glad that this mic sounds much better than, unfortunately, our podcast did the other day. But
That's right. That's right.
So Bo Kramer's letting you know, awesome job, Dave. Absolutely loved it. I don't know who this person is because they've got like a code instead of their name. Awesome job, Dave. Awesome, Dave. Great info. Craig says, thanks, Dave. Gerald Hood, absolute gold. Tomorrow is dedicated to going through my playlists. So you're inspiring people to take action, which is fantastic. And Jody Harris wants to point out that Mike Walter's not wearing a hat. So
I'm not wearing a hat, and I didn't know what to do. I kind of got a little dressed up. I didn't know if I should be overdressed but I will say this, Casey, in your honor, I'm wearing shorts.
There you go. Now I'll share this one. So for those of you that know, a few years ago I interviewed Michael Buffer, and I took a little bit of heat because Mike Walter, not trying to bust me out, just took a nice picture of me interviewing him, and I took a tremendous amount of heat, which has now been my ongoing cross to bear comically. I called Michael
honestly, in your honor, Casey, I'm wearing shorts.
That almost looks like you're going polo playing, though.
I got the business on top and Casey on the bottom.
There you go. Well, I called Michael Buffer yesterday, hoping he would do a quick cameo video for me. Just wishing us well and everything else, and then
he said $100,000.
No, he was unbelievably nice, but chose to decline. And I have a feeling it's probably because he's probably wearing a baseball hat as well, and you have to give him credit for being impeccably dressed at all times. And I was going to beg him to say, and of course, anybody that knows me should interview me in shorts. And I was going to hope and pray that would happen.
That would have been great.
It would have been a funny little caveat. So,
right.
So Dave was scheduled to speak at Marquee this year, and we're going to be pushing back to late October, early November. And we're trying to work things out with the hotel, and I am confident that the world will open up, and we will all be working again.
What were your original dates for Marquee?
July 20th, 21st, 22nd.
And you push back from there, huh?
So we're going to push back to late October, early November. It's not just a matter of attendees, but I also have to think of the manufacturers. You know, they've got products coming in from China. They have to restart like we all do. And something tells me that if the world opens up May 1st, May, June, and July, DJs aren't necessarily running out and buying new gear.
Good point.
So I don't think that when this is over, people are going to be. It's not going to be like World War II, where people were celebrating in the streets and it was chaos and wonderful. I think it's going to be more like going into the shallow end of the pool and getting a little deeper and a little bit deeper. And God willing, we'll see a vaccine sooner than later, and we'll go back to having some normality and such. So
I heard Brian make a similar point in his presentation, and I hope you guys are wrong, and I hope I'm right. I have a feeling once they lift this ban, restaurants are going to be more crowded than ever. Nightclubs are going to be more crowded than ever. Weddings are going to be packed. Maybe that's just my naive optimism, but I think it's going to be celebrating in the streets.
I think ultimately it's going to come down to how much money people have or don't have. My brother and his wife are blessed that they were able to keep their jobs and able to work from home. Those of us in the special event industry, the restaurant industry, non-essential workers have not necessarily had that. So, I don't want to make this a doom and gloom thing, but I'm hoping that we're all back to work and we're all celebrating sooner than later. So,
well, Mike, I'm kind of with you on this, in that I've thought about, and I've talked to some friends about it, that we kind of feel like everyone's in the same shoes as us, because most of who we're talking to are other DJs. But there are a lot of people in this country right now that are making their same paycheck every week and working from home and not spending hardly any of that paycheck because they're home. And I do agree with you, Mike, that I feel like those people that are not in the service industry and entertainment industry, that are making their full paycheck and not spending it and not going out, are going to kind of be ready to go ham once this ends.
I also think Americans are great at spending money they don't have. So
right.
It's not like people are conservative when it comes to money. So,
and I will quote Michael Walter off of Facebook yesterday. I've spent more money on groceries in the last 2 weeks than I have on anything else or something else. Yeah.
So, I've been driving around on the same tank of gas for the last month and a half, because all I've done is gone to my office and back. And Kelly and I went grocery shopping yesterday, $300 for the two of us. And we haven't gone out to dinner. We haven't gone out to a movie. It's it. I have the same $200 in cash in my wallet that I had a month ago.
Are you still practicing Meatless Mondays, or is that a pandemic?
I am. Meatless Monday and Tuesday for me. It's
very
been
good.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. It is 12 o'clock. So, David, thank you so very much.
Dave.
It was great.
Good job, my friend.
And
thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Guys, David is going to be on tonight. He's our first mix master that's going to be tearing it down. And I don't know if you were on this morning, Dave, but today is Dave's 25th anniversary. 25 years ago today, he did his very first public job. So, Now, was that in the roller rink that you were talking about?
That was. I was 15 years old. It was in the roller skating rink. Yep.
Very good. That means he's 40 years old, everybody. So, welcome to middle age. So, David, we will see you later tonight. All right.
Cool. Thank you, Casey.
Thank
Good
you
luck,
so
Mike.
very much. So, it almost seems odd introducing you since we've been chatting already, but I had the very good pleasure of meeting Mike about 15 years ago through our good friend Randy Ray, the mitzvah maven. And she actually said, this is a guy that you should really watch and see. And so you would come to Chicago for, I think we met in passing once in Atlantic City. And then you had called and Randy Ray hooked us up and we ended up going to a Cubs game together and have been kind of hanging out ever since. So that's that. You've seen Mike generally on the cover of Disc Jockey News newspaper, now digital. You also have seen him on the PhDJ podcast / Disc Jockey News. What would it be called? YouTube series, so to speak, that you guys have, because you guys do it live as well. Seen him at Mobile Beat, DJ Times, everything but Marquee. But now that we're in November, maybe that'll change too.
I'll have to look at the dates if you'd have me.
Yes, I would absolutely love to have you, which is why I've asked you to be here. He's a great friend, and you're going to learn a lot from him. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Mike. Everybody, give him a nice viral round of applause. Mr. Mike Walter,
I'm listening
everybody.
for it. I'm listening. Oh, I can hear it. Thank you, Case.
You're welcome.
Now,
buddy.
what do? Share my screen?
You're going to share your screen, and I'm going to turn myself off.
Very cool.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right. We seeing that?
Not yet.
What are we still seeing? Casey's picture?
No, seeing you. You're full screen right now, Mike.
Oh. I'm not getting a cursor to click on the share.
Not at the bottom of the screen? Okay. Now, how about, is it the screen share down there?
No, John, I'm seeing a white screen that says desktop whiteboard.
Well, click out of that one and go back and start again at the bottom there.
Yeah, okay.
You know, this share screen.
Share.
There we are. We're seeing the PowerPoint.
Oh, now you see my screen?
I see the whole thing. Yep, your desktop.
Got it.
Looks great.
Sorry about
You are ready to go, my friend.
How are you, John? How you doing?
I am doing well, doing well. It's good to see you, and
We'll have
I'm
that
excited to listen.
conversation at another time.
You bet.
Welcome, everybody, to a presentation I'm calling 12 Things You Can Do to Build a Great Multi-Op. Multi-op has kind of been one of my messages for many, many years in this industry. I've done a lot of seminars about it. I've written a book about it, running your multi-op. So when Casey said, could you present today? I said, sure. Let me talk about one of my favorite topics, and that is building a great multi-op, and a multi-op kind of for keeps, if you will. So step number one, I do think you need to start with your why, and you need to ask yourself, what is my why? What is your why? And let me tell you from experience, it had better be a strong why, because you will be tested many, many times throughout this process. I don't know a multi-op owner who has not wanted to pull his hair out or jump off a building or whatever. And many times they've called me to vent and rant because this is not the easiest way to make a living. If you're looking for a quick buck and an easy way to make a living, I'm sure, I don't know, open up a laundromat or something like that. I can think of a lot easier ways. Dealing with the human element of talent can be a fantastic and rewarding and a wonderful, wonderful thing. It can also be a maddening thing all at the same time sometimes. And my experience tells me that the better the DJ, sometimes the more diva-ish they might be. So start with your why. Why do you really want to build a multi-op? Why is this a career path you're taking? And make sure you have a very strong, solid why, because it will be tested many, many times through the years. So that's step one. Start with your why, write it down somewhere because you will have to reference it, okay? Step two, before you begin looking for talent, I think you should paint your picture. I think you should define exactly what you are looking for in your next potential DJ. Write down the traits that you're looking for, the habits that you're looking for, aesthetics that you're looking for. Write it all down and reference it from time to time. I'm going to give you my top 5 that I look for in the interview process, and then the top 5 things that I look for when they do their first event. And when I say when they do their first event, I mean as an assistant, because my step-by-step process of becoming an MC for Elite Entertainment is we hire you and you start out as an assistant. We call it music mixer. We call it an assistant. Some people call it a backup, whatever. So your first event would be with me or with Dominic or with Tom or with Jay or with one of our veteran MCs as kind of the backup. So in the interview process, the first thing that I look for is professionalism. Did this person show up? And I'm not even talking about on time, but I'm talking about early, okay? If we have a 12 o'clock appointment and they show up at 11:50, great. If they show up at noon, okay, that's cutting it pretty close. They show up at 5 after, they've got a black mark against them. They show up at 10 after or 15 after, I will literally greet them in the lobby and say, look, I'm sorry, you're late. This is not a career that you could be late for. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to move forward. Literally, I won't even bother interviewing somebody who shows up 10 minutes or more late. Okay. So step number one, professionalism. I look at their physical appearance. Okay. I know this can be a controversial topic and some people have taken me to task on it. But I will say this, and I say it definitively. Clients make their decision on who they want to book on a lot of different factors. There are a number of different factors. One of them is physical appearance. Okay. We can't deny we are in the entertainment business. And so as entertainers, we should do everything we can to keep ourselves presentable and in shape and fashionable and everything else. So I want to see somebody walk through my door who has a good physical appearance, good look, hopefully good conditioning, a good sense of fashion. Most people that interview for me don't show up in suits, but usually they show up at least professionally dressed, maybe business casual or something like that. And that's what I'm looking for. I listen for their vocal quality. There's not a lot you can do in the training process with lowering somebody's voice or getting somebody in a deeper register. So from the very beginning, I'm listening for the vocal quality of the person that I'm talking to. Okay. I also believe that you cannot do this job without some level of confidence. There's no way a DJ can expect to open up a dance floor at an event if you lack confidence. If you're a timid person, you are never going to be able to grab the microphone and speak to a room full of people. Okay. So from the very moment I meet a person, I'm judging their confidence level. And the way to do that in the interview process, big step, is eye contact. Is this person able to make eye contact with me and communicate with me confidently? Or are they kind of looking down on the ground? Are they intimidated? Are they timid? Are they soft-spoken? That to me shows a lack of confidence, and that's going to be really hard to overcome. And then finally, I listen for optimism. I would much rather work with optimistic people than pessimistic people. And again, I think optimistic people make better DJs. Think about the last time you were doing an event and 2 or 3 hours in, you were struggling to get people dancing, right? A pessimist will give up on that crowd. A pessimist is going to say, these people are never going to dance. I give up. I'm just going to play background music. I'll give them another cocktail hour at the end. But an optimist is going to keep plugging away and keep telling themselves, I can do this. I can get these people going. I would much rather work with optimists. And plus, they're more fun to hang around. Okay. So that's in the interview process. Now we switch to that first event. Okay. Again, I'm looking for professionalism. Did they show up again early? Step number one, when we show up, if it's a 6 o'clock start and I'm showing up at 4:30, first thing that happens, as I'm sure it is with you, I greet the banquet people and then I load in. Okay. So if you show up 15 minutes late, that might not seem that late, but guess what you missed? You missed helping me load in. So arrival time and professionalism are extremely important. From gig number one, I'm looking for that. I looked for your physical appearance when I interviewed you. Now I'm looking for your gig appearance. I've given you what I expect you to wear and the attire that I expect you to show up in and look in for your gigs. I want to know and I want to see how you look at that gig. Again, very important. Sense of rhythm. I think a sense of rhythm is extremely important for any DJ. I cannot teach somebody how to beat mix if they can't find the 2 and the 4, right? And so when we start playing music at that event, is this person bopping around? Are you even aware that music is playing? Or are they just kind of standing there with no awareness whatsoever that music is playing? Extremely important, okay? Kind of goes along with that, but not necessarily the same thing. I also look for and listen for their love of music. Are they singing along to certain songs? Are they expressing interest in certain songs? Are they giving me suggestions? I love it when a person at their first event ever will say to me, hey, why don't you play blah, blah, blah? Or, you know what, I was thinking maybe this would be good. Great. I might not follow their suggestion. They're brand new, but I like to see that somebody is already thinking. I also ask a lot of questions about somebody's love of music. What's your favorite radio station? Who's your favorite artist? What's the last concert you went to? Those types of questions I usually ask in the setup process and before we begin, just to kind of get that sense. And then finally, also a love of people. I don't think you can do this job unless you really love the public. And I think that that's important. And that comes across when people approach the DJ booth and ask for a request or ask for a song, or even just walking around the room. You can tell when somebody loves people or somebody doesn't. You know, there's a difference between somebody who should be working in the back room and somebody who should be working in the front of the room. I think about that a lot in the restaurant business. Most chefs belong in the kitchen. Most front of the house people love people. They love to interact with people. So there is a difference in personality, and I need people who love music and love people. So look for the inexperienced. Okay, now I'm not going to say that I've never hired anybody with DJing experience. I have plenty of times, and it's worked out plenty of times. Okay, I'm currently training a gentleman right now by the name of Barry, who came to me with years of experience. Great DJ, great mixer, probably a better mixer than I am. He just doesn't have the MC skills. So I'm not saying I've never hired people with experience, but I would rather, if all things were considered equal, I would rather find somebody who checks off all those boxes: personality, good look, enthusiasm, loves music, but has no DJing experience whatsoever. Now, I know some people get really confused by this. I've actually had a fairly famous DJ speaker kind of call me out about this once. Okay, so before you freak out, okay, I don't hire inexperienced DJs and then stick them on their first event. Okay, even the best brain surgeon at some point was an inexperienced brain surgeon, right? What did they do? They went to school. They learned. So what goes along with looking for the inexperienced is training these people. Okay. Now, again, this is a much longer and slower process than just finding somebody with experience and plugging them into my schedule. Okay. So why would I go through that longer process of finding somebody who's inexperienced and then training them? I'm glad you asked. God, I hate this format where there's nobody in front of me because I'm so used to giving this content to a room full of people and whatever. Anyway, I'm going to tell myself that got a chuckle. Or maybe even an uproarious laughter. I don't know. So here's going back to inexperience. It is not impossible, but it is more difficult to teach an older dog new tricks rather than somebody who's inexperienced. So that's why I would rather find inexperienced people, and I would rather train them in my image. Okay. Training also creates a certain style. Okay. One of the biggest compliments I get from the bank of people who recommend me is they say, Mike, I can always tell when there's an elite entertainer in my room. I take that as a huge compliment. We have 18 MCs on staff, and yes, every single one of them has their own personality and their own style, but they also all fit in under what you would call the elite entertainment image or style or what have you. Okay. And that's because I've personally trained every single MC. Now, guys like Tom Monago and his brother Chris and Dominic, I trained over 20 years ago. So they've obviously taken my training and run with it and maybe gone in a slightly different direction or whatever. But again, as a company, from the most experienced MC to the newest MC, we all have a very similar style. And that's because of my training program. Okay. And I also think, and I believe this, and I've been shown throughout my years and also some other multi-ops that I know, that training can create loyalty. Now, it's not endless loyalty. You can't train somebody to DJ and then underpay them and treat them like shit, not get them enough gigs and everything else, and expect them to remain loyal to you. But assuming that you treat people well and fairly and you get them a good amount of work, what they're looking for, I think the fact that you taught somebody how to do a career or a part-time career it wins you a little loyalty with that person. So the first time you have one of those little conflicts, they're not automatically thinking, I got to go out on my own. I got to leave this guy. I can't work for him. Because there's a little bit of quid pro quo, to use a word we heard probably way too much of, or a phrase we heard probably way too much of last year. There's a little bit of quid pro quo when it comes to, I showed you how to do this, and now you're going to work with me. Okay. So if you are going from being a single op to a multi-op, one of the biggest things you need to do is shift the spotlight of your company. So let's start with the name of your company, okay? If you are starting from scratch, if you are just beginning this process today, and your vision is to grow a company, my recommendation would be don't give it your name. Now, that's not to say you can't grow a company that is named after you. It worked out pretty good for Walt Disney, right? So I'd be ignorant to say, if you name it after yourself, you can't grow it. Of course you can. But I would say this, I think most people would rather work for a company name than an individual's name. If I had named Elite Entertainment, Mike Walter Entertainment, I'm not sure if everyone who works for me would be so proud about going out under my name, if that makes sense. So if you're starting from scratch or fairly new at this and your company is named after your name and you want to grow a multi-op, I would consider changing that to something else, okay? Take a look at every single marketing tool that you have, website, brochure, business cards, anything that you do, you have to de-emphasize your personal brand and start emphasizing the company brand more. Now, that doesn't mean, pardon me, erase your brand, erase you, because let's face it, most single ops become successful multi-ops because they started with an individual DJ who was getting a ton of referrals and a ton of leads and had a great reputation and was turning down so much work that he or she needed to bring on other DJs, okay? So I'm not saying completely erase your image, but it can no longer be about just you. That's the shift of the spotlight. So as opposed to, it's all about me, now maybe it should be all about you here, emphasizing your staff, okay? So every marketing tool that you have, you need to look at, you need to examine, and you need to take if you're the big spotlight, become that spotlight and let your other DJs shine, okay? And that also happens with showcasing, okay? So that's my next step, is showcasing your talent. Most single ops that I know, especially the successful ones, don't do any bridal shows whatsoever or hardly any bridal shows because, again, they're probably good enough and popular enough in their market that they are generating enough leads and enough referrals to fill out their own calendar, okay? That's my experience and what I've come to know about most single ops. But most multi-ops, because you're trying to fill not just your calendar and one or two other DJs, but maybe 7 DJs, maybe 10 DJs, maybe 12 DJs, you have to begin the process of going out and showcasing your talent, okay? So if you do bridal shows, one of my suggestions would be to talk to the producers of these bridal shows and negotiate for stage time. If you pay, for example, $1,000 for a booth, maybe you could pay $2,000 for a booth plus 20 minutes of runway time, okay? Or maybe you can even just barter. Maybe you could say, look, I have my booth. If you're doing a fashion show, could I donate or contribute the sound system and the emceeing for that fashion show in exchange for 20 minutes of showcase time, 20 minutes of runway time? So that's the first suggestion I have for showcasing your talent. Another one, which has been extremely successful in the last number of years for Elite Entertainment, is producing your own bridal show, your own showcase, okay? I shouldn't say bridal show because we don't bring in outside vendors. It's not a bridal show in that I'm selling booths and showcasing other vendors. It's really all about the Elite Entertainment, along with our two sister companies, Elite Films and Elite Digital Images. But it's really, the focus is the DJ entertainment when we produce our own shows, okay? So if you do bridal shows and you can't negotiate for stage time, maybe right after one or two of your biggest bridal shows, you produce your own showcase. Okay. How would you do that? Well, my suggestion is find a banquet hall that you're really tight with, you have a great relationship, negotiate with them for a midweek night room. Hopefully they'll rent it to you for little or no cost, depending on how tight you are with them. Print up invitations, bring them to those bridal shows that you're doing, work the list after those bridal shows, and try to fill up your room. And when I say fill up a room, when we produce our own shows, if we have 25 couples there, 30 couples, that's perfect because our closing rate is so good at these shows, usually over a half, sometimes close to 2/3. We did a bridal show. We did our own showcase. We call them private shows. We did a private show once with 38 couples, and it actually was too many because people were leaving before they had a chance to sign the deal. Some people called us the next day and say, look, we wanted to book you last night, but the line was too long to speak to a sales consultant, so we just left. Fortunately, we closed a lot of deals the next day too, but I would rather close them that night. So when we produce our own shows, our ideal list or guest list is 25 couples, tops 30 couples. I'm happy with that. And so again, hopefully you can populate those with maybe some bridal shows, maybe getting some lists from bridal shows, that type of thing. And remember, when you showcase, it's not about you, it's about your staff, okay? So if you've ever had the opportunity to see an elite entertainment private show or bridal show, I'm one of the MCs, and I certainly have a prominent spot, but I give some other prominent spots to a lot of my MCs, Tom Monaco, Dominic Sestito, Jay Thompson, Phil Walsh, I can go on and on. The showcases are about them. They're not just about me, okay? Is that Shay? Shay, you're moving around back there. How am I doing? This is my audience, by the way. My audience is Shay, and I don't know if you can see Donovan down there. Say hello, Donovan. That's the puppy. Anyway, that's who I'm speaking to. I told Kelly I was doing a seminar at 1 o'clock. She goes, good, I'm leaving the house. She didn't want to hear me. So it's my puppies. It's my dogs. Okay. Let them own their own gear. I know a lot of multi-op owners that think that that DJs have to use company-owned gear, okay? I don't believe that, and I'll give you a couple of reasons why, okay? First of all, I find that DJs take great pride in the equipment that they are going to own. One of the pushbacks that I've gotten from multi-op owners is, well, if I let them own their own gear, how do I know that they're going to have quality gear? I have never had that problem with anybody on staff. As a matter of fact, most of the DJs on the Elite Entertainment roster own their own gear, and they have newer, better gear than I would probably make as a company standard because they take such pride in their equipment. They're constantly upgrading. They're constantly keeping their gear in amazing shape. We have some equipment that is company owned and goes out every once in a while. And let me tell you, when it comes back into the office, it is beat up. It is not taken care of. And this is no knock on my staff, but it's just human nature. You take care of and you have great pride in the stuff that you've invested in, much more so than what somebody is lending you or something like that. So I have no problem letting my DJs own their own gear because I know they're going to take great pride in their gear. Also, when a DJ owns their own gear and they don't have to return it to the warehouse every Monday morning or Sunday night or Saturday night or whatever it is, they can practice at home. And I encourage my DJs, set up your gear in your basement or garage or in a spare bedroom and practice at home. That's impossible to do if they're using company-owned gear that needs to be returned after the weekend, okay? But really, I've saved, I think, the best point about this to the last point, okay? You owning the equipment and making your DJs use company-owned gear is not going to stop them from leaving, okay? If somebody wants to leave your company, believe me, they are not going to go, oh, but what kind of equipment am I going to use? Whose gear am I going to use? First of all, if it's a rival multi-op who is trying to entice this person from leaving, well, they're going to make them the same offer. They're going to say, look, if you jump over here, you can use my company-owned gear so you don't have to make the investment, okay? And if they're thinking about going out on their own, trust me, they can find the money somehow, put it on a charge card. Maybe they've saved up from some of the gigs. You owning the gear is not the stopgate from them leaving your company. So stop thinking it is and start thinking, how are my DJs going to have the best possible gear my belief is it's if you let them, not only let them, but I encourage my DJs to own their own gear. Okay. Meet regularly. I don't think there's, I train my DJs over a 4-month period and then we start booking them. But that's not the end of training. We continue training through regular meetings. I used to do monthly meetings, but now they're kind of down to like every other month or even quarterly. But on a regular basis, you should be getting together face to face, going over things. Meetings, regular meetings are twofold. They're educational and they're also camaraderie. It's a great way to kind of build that bond of all your DJs coming together. I love when our meetings usually start 10, 15 minutes late because everybody's just kind of sitting around telling stories, making jokes, talking about their weekends and telling, this happened at my event, that type of thing. So I love having our staff meetings. Now, during this coronavirus, you can't do that, right? So we've already done one of these. I'll probably do another this week. Use Zoom. Use some of these online platforms. We had a staff meeting last week. It was phenomenal. An hour of, again, it was educational. I came with a couple of, points that I wanted to get to and a couple of things I wanted takeaways. Dominic had a great idea about, doing some interviews on Facebook. So he spoke for a little while. I asked Tom Monaco to speak for a little while, but then it was also just a social thing. We went around the horn. How's everybody doing? Nobody's tested positive, right? Who's working? Who's not working? Who's working from home? That type of thing. It was a great hour. By the way, I don't know why I didn't think of this. Joe Bunn was the one that recommended this to me. And I got to turn my phone over. People are blowing me up. I don't know why I'm even looking at it. Joe Bunn recommended this to me. I don't know why I hadn't thought about it. KC mentioned on the introduction, I've been doing a podcast with Joe Bunn. Hopefully some of you are listeners. I've been doing a podcast for, can you believe, over 3 years? Joe and I have been doing this. We just dropped episode 170 and we've been doing it every single week for over 3 years. Unbelievable. Anyway, Joe often learns from me. As a matter of fact, we've made a joke that I personally feel the podcast is just my consulting Joe and giving him suggestions. So finally, after 3+ years, I got to take away from you, Joe. Finally. And I only tell that joke because you mentioned my old picture in your opening seminar this morning. Joe's not, well, who am I kidding? Joe's not even online. He's got better things to do today. Meet regularly. Okay. This is critical. Again, going back to assuming that you are a single op who is now growing into a multi-op, you undoubtedly, I would hope, have some great relationships with people in your industry, right? Some banquet people who recommend you, maybe some photographers, videographers, whomever, okay? I'm sure you have some great relationships. You need to inform those people that you are now bringing in other DJs, that you are now training other DJs. This goes back to the training process. If you inform them and say, hey, by the way, they're going to be very similar to me. I'm training them in my style and my approach, blah, blah, blah. So you're going to see a lot of similarities. That will cushion the blow. But expect resistance, okay? You're going to hear it. I've heard it I still hear it to this day when I send a new DJ into a banquet hall that loves 15 of our DJs, and they'll go, hey, what do I have? One of your new guys coming up next week? Yeah, you do. Do you not trust me by this point that I'm going to, send in nothing but, qualified talent? But just expect resistance. They're used to you, or they're used to dealing with you, maybe plus one other guy or gal, and now you're growing your company. So just keep them informed and expect resistance. The best time to inform them is the week or two before one of your newer DJs is going to be in their room. So, I'm always looking for reasons to pick up the phone or send an email or whatever to people we have a tight relationship with. This is a great one. If you have one of your newer DJs working in one of your house accounts, a place that recommends you, get in touch with them a couple weeks in advance. Hey, by the way, want to let you know at Susie Smith's wedding on, I guess I got to make up a date in October because who knows the next time we're going to be working. But at Susie Smith's wedding coming up in a couple of weeks, my new DJ Barry is going to be in there. Hope you have a chance to watch him a little bit. I think you'll agree with me. He's an awesome MC, great addition to our staff, blah, blah, blah. Keep them informed, okay? And get your ego ready because there is a chance, and this does happens with me all the time, and it happens with other multi-ops that I know. There is a chance that some of your best relationships are going to start recommending some of your other DJs, okay? The English Manor, right down the road from me. I love them in there. Play in there all the time. I'm literally 10 minutes away from that location. Love it. They recommend Elite, and they say, by the way, if you can get Tom Monaco, get him, okay? That's a little bit of a blow to my ego, okay? But I've learned how to deal with it. There are a couple of things that I'll go over with you in a minute about how to handle things like that. But get your ego ready, because at first they resisted. At first they were like, oh, what do you mean you're growing your company and I got to deal? I'm so used to dealing with you. But if they see one of your DJs rock their ballroom, they might start pushing that person over you. Not to say that they're going to talk bad about you, but they might, like I said, they might say, hey, make sure you get Elite Entertainment. But as for Tom, he's great. Okay. So get your ego ready for that. Okay. Speaking of ego, as you grow from a single op or from a smaller company to a multi-op, you need to check your ego. Okay. It is going to, from time to time, take a little bit bruising. Okay. I Googled ego image and I found this. Isn't this a great image? I pulled this off the internet somewhere, so I don't know who to give it credit for, but get the E out of the way and you're ready to go. I love that image, but you need to be ready for the fact that this is no longer about you, okay? And harsh reality here, I think that there are some single ops, some, not saying all, but some single ops who don't grow their company to any size because they psychologically, deep down, they could never admit this, but somewhere in their psyche, they could never handle the ego blow of having a DJ on staff who's more popular or who gets more referrals or is booked more often. They just couldn't handle it, okay? And I think that that's a shame because I've got a lot of great DJs on staff. Some would say better than me, and I'm fine with that. I can handle that. My ego, I've gotten my ego out of the way to the point where I'm fully aware that there are some crowds and some families that prefer Dominic Sestito over me, prefer Tom Monaco, prefer Jake Thompson. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with it for a number of different reasons. Number one, Elite Entertainment still makes the money. Whether a client books me or one of our DJs, Elite still makes the money, okay? And the few times when my ego does take a kind of a bruising about it, here's what I remind myself. I found that DJ. I trained that DJ. I nurtured that DJ, okay? So if your ego starts getting rocked a little bit by, as you grow your company, all of a sudden one of these guys that you trained and taught, and all of a sudden they're getting more referrals than maybe you are. People are calling going, hey, we saw you in an event, and you're used to going, it's going to be, and you go, really, who'd you see? And they go, Chris Monaco. And you go, oh, okay. If you need to go back to these, I found that DJ, I trained that DJ, I nurtured that DJ. Use those mantras as a way to kind of prop up your own ego, okay? Emphasize reviews. I think websites like The Knot and Wedding Wire are critical to success in our industry nowadays, okay? I call them the Yelp of the wedding industry, the Yelp of the event industry. And just like most millennials won't go to dinner without checking the restaurant's rating on Yelp, most millennials are not going to book a service for their wedding without reading some reviews, okay? So you need to, and this goes for whether you're a single op or a multi-op, you need to emphasize reviews nowadays, okay? Here's the thing about multi-ops. There's power in numbers, okay? So if you do 50 events a year, even if you get 100% of your clients reviewing you, you're capped at 50. If you do 500 events a year, even if you get 50% of those to review you, you've gotten 250. So there's power in numbers. And when you look at a site like Wedding Wire and you see companies or names that have 100 reviews or 80 reviews or 230 reviews, and then you see an Elite Entertainment, which has 1,900 and I think it was 69 or 1,970, where, man, if it wasn't for coronavirus, we would have passed 2,000 already. One more reason to hate this freaking virus. We would have passed 2,000 already. But anyway, we're close. We're closing in on it. As soon as we can start doing events again, we'll pass it. But there's power in numbers when it comes to reviews, okay? People get impressed by that. Also, reviews will help sell the individual DJ. There's a lot of things you need to get in place to start selling your staff. Specific reviews for specific DJs is a big part of it. If you go on the Elite Entertainment website and you look at our staff page, we basically take each DJ's review and we take a screenshot and we upload it onto their section in our website. So if you are looking, for example, at Phil Walsh, if you're a client and you're considering Phil Walsh, when you go to his section on our website, you're not seeing all the Wedding Wire reviews. You're only seeing reviews for Phil Walsh. And if you do that with your staff, those reviews are going to help you sell your individual DJs, okay? The 50% challenge is simply this. I believe anyone in this industry, anyone in the wedding industry, not just the DJ industry, but the wedding industry, you should be able to get a minimum of 50% of your clients giving you a positive review after their event is over. Okay. There's a number of different strategies I have. I'm not going to get into all of those right now. I've actually done a number of seminars about how to generate more reviews. So go seek those out if you want specifics. But my bold statement to anyone listening, if you did look at how many events you did last year, divide it by half. If you didn't get at least that many client reviews, you're not really taking it seriously. Roll up your sleeve, come up with some strategies. You can get 50%. By the way, last year, I got 80%. Okay. So 50%, I do believe is a minimum. If you work hard at it, you should far exceed 50%. So again, think about how many weddings you did as a company. If you got half that many as reviews, wouldn't that be a pretty positive selling point for your company? I believe it would. Okay. And then finally, and this is not universal, okay? I know some multi-op owners that as soon as they got to the point financially in their life that they could stop DJing on the weekends, they did, and they never looked back, okay? So this is not a universal statement to make. But for me personally, and for a lot of multi-op owners I know, don't stop performing. I did not get into this industry to run a company. Okay, I look at running a multi-op as my day job. That's my Monday through Friday day job. My weekend job is DJing, okay? And I love DJing. There are times, like I said at the start of this show, where running a multi-op is a pain in the ass, dealing with DJs and dealing with talent and dealing with clients and everything else. So that's why you need to start with that powerful why, because it will be tested, okay? So my Monday through Friday job, sometimes I love it, sometimes I hate it, sometimes I could do without it. I've actually envisioned a future where somebody else owns Elite Entertainment and I'm just one of their DJs, okay? Because I missed DJing. I started really cutting back on the number of jobs I was taking probably about 7 or 8 years ago. I think the least or fewest, what should it be? The least number of jobs I did or the fewest jobs I did? I'm going to go with least number or fewest. I'm going to go with fewest. I think the fewest events I ever did was 22 events one year. I actually did more bridal shows that year than I did weddings. And you know what the problem was? I missed it. Because you think about it, if you do 22 events in a year, that means the majority of weekends you didn't work. So that means the majority of Saturday nights I wasn't out there. The majority of Monday mornings, I didn't have any war stories. And that's one of the things I missed about it. I would talk to all my DJs on Monday morning. How was your weekend? Because I talked to everybody for payroll. How did things go? Blah, blah, blah. Tell me about this. Tell me about that. And I didn't have any war stories. More than half of those weekends, I didn't have any war stories. And so I just found I really missed DJing. I've opened up my calendar a lot since then. Last year, I think I did about 80 events, and I found myself loving my job a lot more because I'm back to kind of doing what I really love. And the reason I got into this industry is I like to entertain. Dave, who spoke before me, talks about being an extrovert. I'm an extrovert. I admit to that fully. I need the positive reinforcement that comes along with DJing. You know, one of my day jobs is writing payroll. When I'm done on Mondays, calculating payroll and printing out checks. Nobody walks in my office and goes, Mike, that was the best payroll ever. I'm so happy, my paycheck. Nobody does. It's never happened in the history of my company. But that happens to me every Saturday night, or it used to before coronavirus. Every wedding, almost every wedding, brides, grooms, guests at the wedding, people who don't even know me would come up and shake my hands. Think about how long ago that was, and tell me what an awesome job I did. Yes, my ego is so weak that it needs that kind of positive reinforcement. So if you are of the mindset that you got into this business because you love DJing, I would encourage you, don't stop performing. You can cut back a little bit, give yourself a little sanity time, especially because the work that you're doing during the week is probably going to increase. So you don't want to burn out, but I wouldn't cut back completely because this is really what you got into the business for. Okay. I'm going to leave you with one last point. I saw this saying years and years ago, and I think it's great for a lot of things in life, but specifically for DJing, for growing your multi-op. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Okay. And I think that's the case with multi-ops. If you just want to make a quick buck in this business, be a great single op, charge a lot of money, and make your money while you still can, while you're still young enough. If you want to go far, build an organization and go together. That's my advice. So I know I came in a little bit early. I don't know if there's anybody out there, or should I just vamp for the next 15 minutes?
I don't know.
I'm here.
Yeah, we're here.
Turn on my camera. Give me 1 second here.
Should I stop the share?
Yeah. Why don't you turn it off? Start video. And I am back. Okay. Open up this screen. Yeah, so once you turn that off, there we go. Great job as always, Mike.
Thank you, KC.
Yeah.
I know you asked for an hour. I came in a little bit early. I find when I do these webinars, because I'm not speaking to an actual crowd, I fly through my material a little bit faster.
It's because you throw the joke out there and very much
exactly. Right. Usually when I tell a joke, it takes minutes for me to get back to the material because people are literally rolling in the aisle.
Yes, I guess it's different with the lights in your face, I think.
Yes.
So we're not laughing with you, Mike. I just want you to know that.
Any questions? I wasn't following along.
Let's see. Jeffrey Craig Cyber, great job, Mike. I agree with most of what you said. Of course, the way to get Jeffrey to agree with you is just put an extra $10,000 on each one of your price tags. He'll agree with you.
You know what? Listen, I love Jeff because he and I do agree on some things and we disagree on other things. And I think that that's just proof positive that there's more than one way to be successful.
Absolutely.
Joe Bunn and I think one of the magic of our podcast is that we do things slightly differently. Joe doesn't like training a DJ from scratch. He would much rather find experienced DJs and plug them right into his system.
Sure.
It's a difference between he and I.
This says Barrymore Scott, so I don't know if that's just he reversed it for whatever reason. Thank you for the info. DJ Stefan from Sound Fusion, great job, Mike.
Thank you.
Dave from Music Central, great work, Mike. And that was.
I see somebody said hello to Donovan and Shay. That was very nice of you.
Okay, and then let me flip over. It seems like YouTube always has the most amount of comments and questions, so let me jump on there real quick. This isn't even geared toward you. John McKee goes, I gotta tell you. So he obviously knows Jeffrey Craig.
That's a Jeffrey Craig reference.
George Sevilla said, could you speak a little bit more about reviews? So if there's anything you may have just skimmed over that you could go into a little bit more depth.
Yeah. So listen, my strategies for getting reviews, and I'll tell you real quick, the way I got to 80% last year. Well, I mean, step number one is blow your clients away. Okay. Nobody leaves a review when they are satisfied. People leave a review when they are either ecstatic or upset. Okay. So obviously you don't want 0-star and complaints, but so step number one is you need to exceed your client's expectations. Okay. Step number two is grease the skids. When a client at the end of the night, like I said, says to me, Mike, you were awesome, you were phenomenal, blah, 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 I plant the seed right away. I say, listen, by the way, there's a website where you can review me. When you get back from your honeymoon, I'm going to send you a link. Oh, sure. Thank you. Now it's almost like the term permission marketing. When they get back from their honeymoon, they've already agreed, even if they don't remember, even if they were drunk and whatever at the end of their night, they've already given me kind of permission to do this. Okay. Third, I talked about the honeymoon. You should know how long your clients are going away on your honeymoon, because the best time to send them an email to give you a review is 3 days after they get back from their honeymoon. So if a client is going away for a week, I would wait a week plus 3 days and then send them that email. They're going for 2 weeks plus 3 days. But guess what? I do a lot of weddings where clients don't go on a honeymoon right away. They get that email from me 3 days after their wedding. There are plenty of times where I have a review on Thursday following a Saturday night wedding. Okay. Strike while the iron is hot. No matter how great the experience for the bride, if you ask her 6 months later for a review, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, you were pretty awesome." Yeah. You want to ask them for a review when they're still hot and heavy over the experience.
Sure. Scott Sills asked, can you explain your pay scale for your DJs and your assistants?
Yeah, sure. Real quick, the MCs make anywhere from 40 to 60%.
Now, when you say MC, are you talking about like a headlining DJ?
That's fine. Yeah, we call it a headliner, call it
Okay.
MC. I use those
Right.
terms interchangeably.
Okay.
They're making 40 to 60% of the entertainment fee. So that's not counting upgrades, but it's counting what the client is paying for the talent. And then my assistants make anywhere from $10 to $15 an hour.
Okay. Neil Carlberg. Mike, the showcase presentation. Number one, how long do you recommend they last? And number two, what is the day/time to host them? So I think he's talking about your private showcases. So you want to give a quick
So our
agenda?
private shows, once we get started, they're usually about a half hour long. But if we advertise a 7:30 start, we usually don't kick things off until 10 to 8 as the room is filling up. I mentioned we have a sister company that does photo and a sister company that does video. So prior to the showcase starting, we're showing some pictures from our photography studio and a demo video of our elite films, those types of things. It's also an opportunity for our DJs to walk around and meet clients and say hello and things like that. But once we say, okay, now's the showcase is beginning, it's about a half hour showcase.
Okay.
And as far as day of the week, we've found Wednesdays and Thursdays to be the best night. Just because we get a lot of last minute signups. So, if you have a Monday night showcase, you don't really have an opportunity to get those last minute signups as opposed to a Thursday night. Now you have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to try to fill it up at the last minute.
Now I'll throw something out there. Do you think that virtual, like what we're doing now, might become the new norm? And you'll have to figure
Casey,
out how to do a new virtual showcase.
We will have to consider it. Our showcases are extremely interactive. I know you've seen a version of it.
Mm-hmm.
When you and I were both in Think Tank, we actually did one year. My
Right.
staff did a showcase for Think Tank just to show it. We literally get people up on the dance floor. We get people involved. It would be hard for me to wrap my head around how to do that part virtually, but some of the stuff we could do virtually.
Gotcha. Paul Helms, great stuff, Mike. Thank you as always. Big Daddy says, I gotta tell you, Mike always delivers a great show. I gotta tell you. So next time, how about this? Everybody go to Jeffrey Craig Cyber's Facebook page and just comment, I gotta tell you, and let's see how that goes. Let's see. Jody Harris from Sights and Sounds, big love to Mike. Rory Rockalot. I'm guessing that's a great name for a DJ if it's actually on your license. Otherwise, it's a cool little stage name. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, two people asked about what do you think are the most valuable reviewing websites for a DJ company?
I think Wedding Wire and The Knot.
Okay, even more so than Google.
In our experience, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We have a decent number of reviews on Google and also on Facebook. Here's the approach we take.
Okay.
We send clients the Wedding Wire link first.
Okay.
Some clients, after they review us on Wedding Wire, will say, we're so thrilled with us that they'll say, is there any place else we can review you? Gotcha. Then we have a follow-up email that has all three links, The Knot, Facebook, and Google. So we give them those. And there are some clients that will review us on all four. My thing is I don't like to send an initial email saying, hey, these are the 4 places to review me, because that might get met with a little, that's being a little bit too much.
Sure. Mike Demge says you exceeded expectations. Gregory Wiggs, thanks. SCE Group, you are the man.
Thank you.
So nothing but positive feedback. Jerry Syracusa, thanks again, Mike. Nick Vera, thanks, Mike. This was awesome. The Red Dawn, thanks, Mike. Dave Nazario, great presentation, Mike. So are you having all these people over for a barbecue later, 6 feet away?
I am. Yes, my backyard is open. We have a big
nice.
backyard, so everybody can be 6 feet apart,
There you go.
we can have a nice. I wish, believe me.
Gotcha.
One of the things this whole experience has taught me or reminded me how much I miss just getting together with people.
Sure.
Kelly and I had a dinner party a month ago now. We had 2 couples over, so there were 6 of us at the dinner table, just, having a great time, shooting the shit, having some drinks, everything else. I remember one couple got up at one point and said, "Hey, we're going to have to get going." I was like, "Why so early?" And I looked at my phone. It was midnight.
Wow.
And I've said to both of those couples, that seems like the last normal night ever. And it was just a month ago, but I miss those experiences, simple as they are. So,
sure.
Speaking of which, I had a great dinner with Alan. I see Alan is coming on board. I had a great dinner with Alan in Las Vegas last year at Wedding MBA, and I hope we can do it again in November, Alan.
Or we can be 6 feet apart in your backyard because I'll be there in an hour.
That would be great too.
Very good.
I'll bring the bourbon, Mike.
There you go.
Please.
Another fantastic Mike Walter presentation. Thanks so much from Mike Monteith. And with that, your ego has gotten stroked enough. So, Mike Walter,
hey, Case,
as always, thank you.
I want to thank you for doing this, Casey. This is a fantastic thing that you're doing for our industry. I am so proud of everybody in the DJ industry, the way we have stepped up, sharing content, going on Facebook Live and mixing live and trying to cheer people up. I just think this is one of those moments where our industry, I shared a quote from Bon Jovi a couple of weeks ago. If you can't do what you do what you can. We can't do what we do right now. Most of us would rather be out, it's a Saturday. We'd rather be out loading our gear right now, working a wedding, working an event, and making people happy that way. We can't do it right now, but I'm super proud of the DJs in my industry who have stepped up and are doing what we can do. And I think you're a perfect example here. Thank you for putting this
together. Thank you very much. So I have been a guy that when I say I'm going to do something, I get it done. So
you certainly do.
So, all right.
And I'm proud to be Alan's opening act. Anytime, Alan, you are the man.
I'm your closer. That's it, Mike. I'm your closer. How do I follow Mike Walter?
Yeah. All right. For those of you that are watching us on Facebook, Facebook only allows us to go for 4 hours at a time live. So you're going to find your feed is going to be interrupted because we need to reset it for the next 4 hours of programming. So just kind of don't freak out because we just need to reset. And once we reset, we'll be coming back live to you again. So in the meantime, I'm going to once again talk about so many amazing things happening. So, a lot of people are thanking me. And listen, I'm just the ringmaster behind the circus. But everybody knows that it's not just the ringmaster that puts on the show. There's the clowns and the jugglers and the elephant people and the guy that puts up the tent. And so,
well, what are you saying about the clowns?
I'm saying you're a clown, Alan. No, it's one of those things where, as much as I appreciate everybody appreciating me, and it does warm my heart, there are so many other people that have gotten the word out. The American DJ Association has done multiple emails letting people know about this, as has Promo Only, as have friends of mine within the industry just putting the word out there. So if you guys could continue to do that throughout the course of the day, you're just going to be helping your fellow brothers and sisters in the industry by giving them great content, great education that they can use so that when this whole thing is over, they come back, ready to rock. It's kind of like priming the pump, right, Alan?
Exactly. That's what we're going to talk about.
Yeah. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic. For those of you that don't follow me, not follow me, but follow Marquee Show on Facebook, please take 2 seconds to hit facebook.com/Marquee Show. And then throughout the course of it, if you have any comments, anything at all, please feel free to share your comments and that on your Facebook page, on your Instagram pages using #Marquee Show. if you're on Twitter, or if you want to tag us on Facebook, it's at Marquee Show. And John Smith, I need you to turn your camera off, buddy, if you don't mind. Where are you? Thank you, John. We had a little bit of a mix-up, and we accidentally put out the presenters link for Zoom, and so everybody has popped on once in a while. So, yeah, so if you're in Zoom, please go ahead and keep your camera and your microphone off. I've been monitoring it because we want to let everybody in. If Zoom is your what's the word? Viewer of choice. But we're all over YouTube, we're all over Facebook, and it's been an absolutely great day so far. So once again, please go ahead and follow us on Facebook. John, are you with me?
Yep.
All right. So once again, John is the man behind the magic curtain that's making this all flow as smoothly as possible. And Alan, do you have a screen to share at all?
I do. I was just waiting for time. Let me do that.
Why don't you go ahead and do that? Are we all rebooted, John? On
Everything's
Facebook?
good. People are jumping back into the Facebook feed, so we should hopefully be set to the end almost.
Great. For those of you that don't know Alan Berg, I don't believe that you're actually in the wedding industry, because it's kind of like being bar mitzvahed or being baptized. It's just part of the process. So Alan is a fixture. He is a treasure that we don't want to bury. He is an absolute great guy. And ironically, I met Alan personally with a tiny bit of a negative. When he was at the Knot, there was a little issue, and my friend Andy Ebon reached out to him, and then Alan reached out to me, and then we found ourselves talking for too long about life, liberty, and the pursuit of wedding couples. And
I believe there was alcohol involved.
Well, that's when he came to speak at the Chicago NACE meeting.
That's right.
And we started chatting in the bar, having a quick one after you were done speaking, and you looked at your watch and it was like 1 a.m. and you said, I gotta go. And
like Mike's story.
Yes, very similar. But it's been a true honor to be your friend, and you are a mentor to so many people, and I am so appreciative that you are joining us. So once again, everybody, if you could please give a virtual round of applause to my very good friend and mentor, Mr. Alan Berg.
Thank you, Casey. And thank you, just like Mike said, thank you so much for all you do, bringing all this stuff together. The opportunity to get in front of so many friends out there who, like Mike said, we love to get together. Whether it's in Chicago, whether it's in Vegas, whatever. And so we're getting together here. And when you and I spoke and said, what should I speak about? You said, do something sales. Right. And I didn't want to do one of my normal presentations, even though I have many of them on sales, because a lot of people listening have heard them.
Right.
And even though we don't do everything we hear, or we don't do it at that time because it's not the right time, I wanted to kind of talk about what are some of the things that you should be doing now that are related to the sales process, some of them directly, some of them indirectly. They're going to help you, just like you said, come out of this better.
Great.
So I came up with 8 things that you should be doing now. All right. So these are 8 things that I thought of. Believe me, there's probably 30 things you should be doing now, but here are 8 things that you should be doing now that will help your sales now and in the future. The first one is I want you to reevaluate your packages and pricing. You have a really good time now, when we have some time on our hands, to look back at the sales process. And what I'm looking for is things that make the sales process more complicated. How do we make it easier for people to buy? Because if I ever write another sales book, I have my one, there it is back there, called Shut Up and Sell More Weddings and Events. If I ever write another sales book, it'll be called Stop Selling and Help Them Buy. Because by the time somebody gets to you, they already need what you do. They already think you're a good fit, and you need to prove them right, or they're going to move on to someone else. Because every DJ listening does the same things when you list them out on a web screen, or list them out on a menu, or on a brochure, or on a piece of paper. So if you do the same things, what is it that really makes you different? The difference is you. And if you're a multi-op, it's each of your people. Each of them has their own personality. Each of them has their own brand under your brand. And if you're a single op, you are the brand. But your brand is not your branding. Your brand is not your logo, your colors, and things like that. That's branding. Your brand is what people say about you after they've done business with you. So I'm glad that I jumped on at the end of you guys talking about reviews, because I'm going to bring that up in a little bit as well. So reevaluating your packages and pricing, make it easier for people to buy. So don't have 27 different options and present everybody with 27 different options, because you're going to create decision paralysis. And if you don't believe me, just go on to Amazon and try to buy anything, and you'll see what decision paralysis is. You know, people who bought this also bought that. People who bought this also like that. 40 minutes later, you haven't bought anything. So please don't reduce your rates now because you're feeling the pinch. Next year is going to be a very, very busy year for weddings because of all the weddings pushing from now into next year. The last thing you want to do is take your valuable inventory and start discounting it now. They're not buying it for use now. They're buying it for use later when you're going to have limited inventory. So please don't, if anything, raise your prices, especially for the popular dates, because that inventory is going to go. If it's not already gone, it's going to go very quickly. We're doing all we can in the industry to encourage people to reschedule for a day other than a Saturday, and even other than a Friday or a Sunday, so they can move their whole team with you. So one of the things I encourage you to do, if you haven't already done it, is you should be reaching out to all of your couples from now through the end of the year. Ask them how they're doing. Ask them if they've already spoken to their venue about new dates, and be part of the process. So you don't wait for them to contact you and say, hi, we moved it to this Saturday in October. Are you available? The answer is going to be no. I don't know any venues have dates in October anyway. And they're going to fill up all their November dates, probably December dates, probably January, February, March dates. So make sure you're part of that process. But please don't be reducing your rates because you're feeling the pinch now, because you're going to end up looking back and saying, gosh, I gave away this valuable inventory and I discounted it. So help them buy. You can have many different options. Just make it easier for people to see what they are and to buy them. And that's why packages, I know a lot of you don't like packages. Packages actually make it easier to buy because the decisions have been reduced to, instead of which of these 27 things do I want, it's what are the right things for my wedding. And you know, this is what I want you to do. Make a spreadsheet of all the weddings you did in the last year. Do the same thing for bar mitzvahs, do the same thing for quinceañs, do the same thing for corporate and fundraisers and every other type that you do. And the first column is going to be the customer. The next column is the date. The next column, I would encourage you to put the day of the week. Maybe if you want to put the guest count, that's fine. Not sure that it matters to your pricing, but if you want to put that, how much they paid. And then the rest of the columns are how you sell. Do you sell by packages? List the packages. And then if there are options, list the options. If you sell a la carte, list everything you do. If you sell a la carte now and you look at that spreadsheet, you'll find patterns of what people are buying, which is really what you're selling. And then you can put them together into packages that make sense and still have a la carte options on top of that. That will be a whole nother webinar. Casey, if we do this again, we'll talk about that. And then sell from the top down. Don't go out there talking about, we start at X dollars. You're selling the cheapest thing you have, which is the last thing that you want to do, is sell the cheapest thing you have. But that's a self-inflicted wound. If you say our prices start at $9.95, $12.95, $15.95, $19, whatever the number is, you are selling the cheapest thing you have. So please don't be selling from the bottom up. I'd rather you sold from the top down. And the easier way to do that is to, instead of saying, here's all my options, what do you want? Is saying, let's talk about your event. Let's talk about the results that you want. Let's come up with the right factors that make that result what you want. And then I'll tell you how much that is. And if you need to quote a price range, which is we go from here to here, maybe with our most popular price being here. That will make it easier for you to sell, easier to buy, and easier to weed out people who can't afford you. Okay, number 2 is reviews. And this is where I jumped on when Mike was talking with you, Casey, about reviews and where to get them. And I wholeheartedly agree. Decision paralysis, if Mike were to send out initially, hi, we really enjoyed your wedding. Could you review us on these 4 places? They're not going to do it because it's too many things. You ask for one thing, and then you could ask for the other favor. So here are the things with reviews. The first thing I want you to do is check and see where you have reviews. My best friend's son is engaged. And when they were looking at their venue, they sent me a link to the Knot, to their storefront on the Knot for the venue. beautiful photos, probably better than most of the venues that I've seen. It was people interacting, great professional shots. It was fantastic, except the most recent review was 2 years old. So what are you thinking if you're a couple and you see beautiful photos, but 2-year-old reviews? You're thinking, have they done any weddings in 2 years? Are they closed? Are they remodeling? What's going on, right? I went over to Wedding Wire and they had recent reviews, which only showed me they're paying attention to Wedding Wire, not paying attention to the knot. So here's what I want you to do. I did this last night. I went to Google. I typed in Bunn DJ Company reviews for my buddy Joe Bunn, right? This is what came up. He has reviews on Wedding Wire, on the knot, on Yelp, on Facebook, on Angie's List, and on Richmond Weddings, and then on something called bustle.com. And that's as far down as the first page went. Who knows about other pages? Now, does he need to pay attention to all of them? Yes, because you want to know what's out there. But certainly, like Mike said, Wedding Wire and the Knot have the most reviews of anywhere when it comes to weddings. So pay attention to those. Is Google important? Yeah, but Joe's didn't come up. If he's got Google reviews, it didn't pull up there. So people are going to see this first, and you want to pay attention to where that is. Now, the 4 things that matter most when it comes to reviews are the number of reviews. Obviously, it matters. But what's interesting is once you get into double digits, the effect of more reviews diminishes. It's not that it's not important, it diminishes. So in other words, 12 reviews is way better than 3. But 120 reviews is not necessarily that much better than 80 reviews, right? It's better, but 80 is still a good number. Or if you're Mike Walter, you have 1,900 and change reviews on Wedding Wire. So, the number certainly matters, but at a certain point, it's a diminishing return of each additional one, right? If you have 3, 4 is a really good thing to get the next one. If you have 1,970, 1,971 is a blip. The rating or score matters. Now, the good news is the more reviews you have, the less the effect of any review that's less than the top score. So if it's on a 5-star rating, let's say, and you have 150 reviews, one review that's a 4 barely moves the needle. Even a 3 barely moves the needle. If you're Mike and you have 1,900 reviews, he could get a 0, not that he ever would, but he could get a 0 and his score wouldn't change because it's just math. That's all it is math. But recency is what matters because that's typically what people see first is the most recent review. So you first have to make sure you have enough reviews. You want to make sure it's a good score, of course, but you also need to make sure you're constantly getting new reviews so that they're floating to the top. Plus, if you have any that are less than as what you want, I'm going to say less than positive, but even if you had a 4, which is not a bad review, but if you had a 4, that's going to get pushed down by the next 5 and the next 5 and the next 5. And then the other thing that matters is replying. And this is something that I took a look yesterday, and I went to look around many of the speakers who are speaking today and many other DJs that I know, because you guys know I've been around the industry for so long and I know so many of you. I went to Wedding Wire, I went to the Knot, and I started looking and seeing who's replying to reviews. And I got to tell you, I was really disappointed. I was disappointed because I saw amazing companies with amazing reviews and nobody was replying. And here's why replying is important. People do business with people. They don't do business with companies. When you reply to a review, it adds personality to that storefront, which can be relatively static. So if you're on Wedding Wire, if you're on the Knot, if you're on any local sites like, here in New Jersey, njwedding.com with Eric, if you're on a site and it has reviews and you're allowed to reply, you need to reply to show people you are paying attention to that platform. If you're allowed to reply on Facebook or on Google or any place else, Yelp, TripAdvisor, whatever, reply to the good reviews. Here's the other thing. When you reply to good reviews, it makes bad reviews a little less likely. And here's why. They know you're paying attention and they know you're going to respond to their comment. If you've never replied to a good review, they think you're not paying attention and they think you won't reply to their comment. So not that I think many people on here, if any, are going to get a bad review deservedly. I'll put that caveat in there. However, you do need to be replying to your reviews because it will make the negative review less likely or maybe less venomous, and it shows the other people that you are paying attention. So here's what I did find. Joe Bunn, and I know Joe's heard me speak many times about this. I went to, this is on Wedding Wire. So I went and looked, and it was easy for me to find there. Here's a couple of reviews. Now, even the people that were replying haven't replied to all of them. And you don't need to go back and reply to every review if you've never done it. So, if Mike has not replied to his 1900 or Joe to his 1299, you don't have to go back and reply to 1299. People aren't going to scroll that far down. What I would do is go and reply to the most recent ones that you can see, maybe 5, 6, whatever it is, and then every new one as it comes in. And when you reply, please don't copy paste. I stayed at a hotel in Guatemala last year, and I posted on TripAdvisor like I do. I have like 600 reviews I've personally posted on TripAdvisor. And they replied, "Dear guest, thank you for your review. We look forward to welcoming you back." Really? Really? Like, did you read what I wrote? So here, if you look, Joe, the one on the right, "Thank you, Amanda. Randy loves finding the perfect set of cuffs for the couple and sounds like filling the dance floor too." And they were talking in there about how he was wearing Darth Vader cufflinks. He remembered how the groom liked Darth Vader, so he wore Darth Vader cufflinks. That's a personal reply. People know that you're paying attention. I heard you say, Casey, before that Jerry's on, good friend of both of ours. How you doing, Jerry? Again, good. I found this on there. Again, is Jerry replying to all of them? No. Can he go back and reply to the most recent ones? Absolutely. And if you've pinned a review, which you're allowed to do on most of these sites, like Wedding Wire the Knot, you can keep one at the top. Make sure it's recent, so you keep updating it, and make sure you've replied to that one. And I prefer that you pin a short one. I know that sounds funny because the long ones sometimes are fantastic, but people don't want to read the long one. So pin a short one that's recent that has great comments in the beginning, because people don't read, they scan. So again, over here, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate the kind words. More importantly, you're both my family. Talk soon, and let's get that Portuguese dinner date on the calendar. See you at Katrina and Matt's wedding, right? That is a personal reply. Everybody knows that he knows who they are. Other people reading that are like, hey, I want to be treated like that. All right. SCE group, right? Jason and company over there. Same thing over here. You'll see, thank you for trusting Christian and the SCE team with your special day. Pumped that you had a great experience. We appreciate you taking that time to share. Hope to party again soon. We appreciate you taking time to review us on the Knot, Google, and Wedding Wire. That's a personal response there again. Okay. Now, so check where you have reviews. Ask for reviews. If you don't ask, you're not going to get. One out of 5 people post a review if you ask. 1 out of 3 if you ask more than once. And then if you do something more than that, send a personalized gift or do something like that, you create a sense of reciprocity where they're going to want to review you. But even the people that haven't reviewed you in the last year, maybe even 2 years, now's a good time to ask for reviews, so you'll get more fresh reviews coming in, and they have a little bit more time now. So if you emailed somebody and said, hey guys, I was just reminiscing about some of the amazing weddings that we've done, and your wedding came to mind, mention some detail about it, say, I hope you guys are safe, keeping healthy. I wonder if you could do us a favor. Other couples are sitting at home planning their weddings for next year, looking for a DJ. I wonder if you could do me a favor and post a review. Now, going forward, what I want you to do is I want you to start asking your couples where they've been reading reviews, right? If they've personally been reading reviews, and if it's on Wedding Wire, The Knot, Facebook, Yelp, Google, whatever, make a note of that, because the easiest place to get them to post a review is where they were reading reviews. And if you're trying to get Yelp reviews, don't ask everybody to post on Yelp, because if they've never posted on Yelp, that great 5-star review they give you is going to get hidden. But if you get somebody who is a Yelp elite or somebody who's been posting on Yelp, their review will go up. Like, I'm a Yelp elite, so I have over 100 reviews on Yelp. Anything I post will go up, whether it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-star, it doesn't matter, because I'm a trusted source. But if they've never posted anything and give you a 5-star, it gets hidden, and they have to click a link to see those hidden ones, and nobody does that. Responding to the reviews. Take those reviews then. And this is actually a great exercise. When I do mastermind days, and many of you have been to some of my mastermind days, one of the things that I do is have you print out reviews and bring them. And what I've started doing recently is, instead of having you read your reviews, I've had the person next to you from a different company reading yours, and you read theirs. And what we're looking for is these great sound bites that define your brand, that define the results. So if you want to find a buddy, find another DJ buddy. Actually, it doesn't even have to be a DJ. It could be a photographer, a venue, whatever. And you go look at their reviews and have them look at your reviews, and find all these great sound bites that define the results, what it looks like and feels like to do business with them. And then take them and add them to your site. But add them short. Think like speed bump short, 1 sentence short. I did that to my website just recently. I went and shortened every review to one sentence, because one sentence on my big monitor here takes up the whole width of the screen. One sentence on my mobile phone takes up 4 or 5 lines. So that's something we'll talk about in a minute on that, but do reviews. And then, like right here. So here's Steve Dale. Steve Dale's site, there's a single testimonial there. I still have people tell me it was the most fun reception they've been to. Notice he put the attribution. Stephanie, Kenton Country Club, Kinston, North Carolina, right? Putting Kinston Country Club, Kinston, North Carolina adds SEO juice, because Steve lives one place, but he works at all these other places. So it helps add SEO, right? Here's Jason's site, right? You go to his wedding page. I'm sorry, is it the homepage? This is the wedding page. Scroll down just a little bit. You see this over here. Our friends and family were dancing all night long, to the point I was almost afraid no one would eat dinner because they didn't want to leave the dance floor. That is an example of a great soundbite. If I'm going to change one thing here, Jason, Tony, anybody who's listening, right? Jeff, don't put dates on your testimonials on your website. This is a 2018 testimonial here in 2020. Change it to this, and now you have Allison and David, windows on the water, Seabright, New Jersey. You're going to add SEO juice, and there's no date, which you don't need a date over there. So I'm going to do one thing. If anybody from SCE is listening, change that on your site right now. I love the testimonials. Please take the dates off. Okay. And then add short reviews similarly to your marketing pieces. If you do wedding shows, which will come back at some point, if you have a brochure, a business card, menus, a price list, whatever, add short reviews. I'll give you an example. This is when I go to a trade show, I hand out a 6-inch circle piece that looks like this, right? Right on there, you can see 3 testimonials. Within 1 month, we had 100% return on our investment, and 8 months later, that return is catapulted to 500%. This is for my sales training. This is specifically a sales training one. Then I have for my website reviews, I have a different piece, different postcard. And on the back, why should you have me do a 2-hour business consultation or website review? Same thing again, right? Testimonials right in here from people. Notice attribution, even though it's not SEO because it's in print, I'm showing Maryland, Texas, Ireland, Missouri, and California, right? So this is the better why, not the what. The what is a website review or a business consultation. The why is because I've consulted with Alan multiple times and will not hesitate to hire him again. His knowledge is fantastic that he makes it so simple to understand. It's great, right? That is the why. Your why is found in your testimonials. Okay, number 3, update your website and any online profiles. It's a perfect time to be reaching out to your photographer friends, get photos, or at least get access to the digital galleries from the weddings you've been at together, and start to update to show results and not stuff. When I do a website review, these are the 5 things that I look for. Who are you? I want to make it clear in text and in logo who you are. So if someone's Googling you, you want to come up, right? And you need to come up because you have text on your website that actually has your company name on it and your name personally. So make sure it's easy to see who you are. And it's hard for you because you have the curse of knowledge. You know who you are. This is, again, a good thing to do with a buddy. Looking at their site, they look at yours. Where are you? Now, if you don't put a physical address because you don't want to put a physical address, that's fine. But if you don't put any location information, when Google does a local results on a search engine for someone, you won't come up. So at least list, like you're in the triangle, the triad, or Tri-Cities, or the Quad Cities, or the tri-state area, at least that, but also start listing the other places. But don't do what I actually saw this morning. I was looking at somebody's website, and at the very bottom of the site, they called them tags, but it was every town in their area. And Google sees that and blocks sites from search end results because you're trying to called keyword stuffing, that is. So say whether you're getting married in the Bay Area out to the East Bay, from San Francisco down from Marin County down to San Jose, we're a great trade. That's what you want to say, where you are. What do you do? It's amazing when I look at websites and you don't talk about what you do, because you talk about events, not necessarily weddings or mitzvahs or quinces. What you do is 2 things. It's services and it's types of events. The services are DJ, photo booth, lighting, etc. The types of events, weddings, corporate, etc. People need to come and know that you do what you do for the type of event that they're looking for. So my preference is that your menus, your navigation menus, are the type of event. And then when they get in, they'll see the different services. And then on your homepage, you'll say that we do these services for these different types of events. And then they're linking to those pages again. That would be my preference if I was making a DJ website. I don't make websites. I consult for them, but I don't make websites. And then action. What do you want me to do? What action do you want me to take? If it's not clear and easy, they're not going to take that action. And then remember this, 75% of people are going to scroll with one hand on a phone at times, right? We've all done it, right? With your thumb, that means that's your mouse. And if that's your mouse, you need a really big target for that. Or if it's a stylus, right, like this, you need a big target for that. So make sure you have lots of buttons and look at your website on a mobile device. This is what I want you to do. Write this down. I want you to go to your website later today, when all these presentations are done, on your mobile phone. And I want you to look at every single page, and I want you to look at every photo and see how does it respond to the mobile screen. Click on every link and make sure they work. Can't tell you how many times I found dead links on people's websites, right? Start with that. Anything that looks like it should be a link should be a link. It could be a photo that's above some text. It could be a headline or something. If you mention the word wedding or corporate or quince or whatever, those words should be linking to those pages if you have them. So do that. Go through your entire site. Right? Next thing you're going to do is read through the entire site, but that's a whole nother story. Okay, number 5. Does it look current? Does it look fresh? Does it look modern? Here's a sad reality. People are not judging your website against other DJ websites. They're judging your website against every website they ever visit, because a web experience is a web experience. So too many DJs are still going with black background, white text for too much of the site. Occasionally for a highlight or something, that's fine, right? But not for the whole site, right? Even Joe Bunn, who's like very black in his branding, his site is very bright because that works better. How do we know? What color is Google? What color is Amazon? What color is Facebook? Wedding Wire, The Knot. Look at all the major sites. What color are they? Very light background. I prefer white. They could be a light shade, but I prefer white because, again, Google is white and all those, but Amazon has a little shade. Facebook has a little shade in some places over there. The color should be coming from the photos, not from you've added colors in there. If you have more than 2 colors, it's too many, right? If you're using more than 2 fonts, it's too many. Just look at these other sites and you'll see what they're doing. Start paying attention. Go from your site to Wedding Wire to The Knot and so forth. Does it look different or does it feel similar? Because that's what they're judging you against. There's 4 things you want to have on every page of your site, actually every marketing piece as well. First thing, aspirational images. Images that show the results of doing business with you, right? Not your stuff, the results. People. Facebook, if you buy Facebook ads, Facebook says in their guidelines to show, they call them lifestyle images, which is people interacting with your product or service, people enjoying your product or service. That's not you. It's not your speakers. It's not your lights. It's not your rigging. It's not your dancing on the clouds. It's not your gobos. It is people having a great time at events, and they should look like the type of people and type of events that you do. The text that talks to them. Remember I said just before, I want you to read all the words on your site. I want you to read them out loud. Does it sound like you're speaking to the person who's listening about them and the results they're going to get? And the way you find this out is go to any browser, type in edit and find, right? Click on edit and then find, and a little box will pop up and you can type in a phrase or a word. Type the word you, Y-O-U. See how many times it's on the page. If it's not on the page at all or very much, you're not speaking to the people reading it. You're more likely talking about yourself. We've been in business for 20 years and we do this and we do this and we do this, and whoop-de-doo, they don't care because they listen to radio station WIIFM. What's in it for me? That's all they care about. So use the word you and your to speak to them, again, about results. The third is the social proof. That's where those little review snippets come from. So find those gold mines, just those little phrases, right? Shouldn't be any more than a sentence unless it's short sentences, because remember, look at it on mobile. That one sentence on desktop that's a speed bump is 4, 5, 6 lines on mobile. So make sure they're relatively short. I know they wrote beautiful things about you and they're long. Great, cut it up into pieces and use one sentence on this page, another sentence on another page, another sentence on another page. You can do that. right? Just don't change their words except fixing their typos, right? If they have typos, you can fix the typos. Strong call to action. It is a fact, if you tell people what to do and make it easy, more people will do it. So make sure on every page, I see the result in the photo. You talk to me about the results. You have someone that social proof should be in context of whatever you just spoke about. So for instance, if you just spoke about packing their dance floor, I want to have a quote like Jason had where the dance floor was packed all night so much he was afraid people wouldn't eat. Okay. And then the call to action is, if this is how you want to feel for your wedding, bar mitzvah, quince, whatever it is, call, email, text, fill out this form, whatever it is. Just make it easy and put links. No dead ends. Tell them what to do and make it easy to do that. You go to my website, alanberg.com, you'll see a contact form on every page except the home page. And the only reason I didn't put it on the home page is I felt it was a little forward that if you just walked in, imagine just like walking into a store and it's like, here, fill this out. Whoa, I just got here. People come in, they go to see what they want, and then every page has that. And truth is, for SEO, if you Google Alan Berg website review or Alan Berg sales training, you're never going to see my homepage. You're going to get right to that page anyway, because those pages are optimized for those phrases. Okay. Is this marketing their services or the results? That's services. By the way, this image and the next two I found on, was it not the Knot or Wedding Wire yesterday as the main profile image for some companies. I apologize if it's you, but the truth hurts, right? What about this? This is the main image that they're selling. Really? Right? Where's the people having a great time? What about this one? Yeah, nice, great lighting, great setup, except there's no people, nobody having a great time, right? There you go, back to Joe Bunn. See the black at the top, but then the white below that? Even though his branding is heavily black, not his website, right? Are those ladies having a good time? Yes, they are, right? What about these people? Yep. Right? Rock the house, right? Matt, there you go, hands in the air, like you don't care. I'm not a huge fan of first dance pictures because it's two people and everybody else is sitting down. Much better if you want to show just a couple alone. That's a great shot. Make sure they see themselves and their event type in the images, not just the words. So if you're selling quinces, you want to show 15-year-old girls dancing with their dad. If you're showing bar mitzvahs or bat mitzvahs, you want to show them, right? So show people that look like them, but not just the type of event, also the people, right? So very common picture. There you go. There's the couple. But, and I'm going to speak very frankly here, here's a white couple at their wedding, a man and a woman. That's a very traditional setup there, right? So make sure you're showing other people that don't necessarily look like that, but people that look like the couples you do business with every day, right? Show people so they can see themselves and say, hey, people like me, whatever me is, whatever their identity is, people like me use your services, right? This is on Jerry's site. Again, shout out to Jerry, right? Jerry got two brides there. Fantastic. Something that you may not think of. Same-sex couples have to come out to every vendor for their wedding. They have to tell every vendor that they're a same-sex couple to make sure that it's safe and that they're going to do business with them, right? Straight couples don't have to do that. So showing photos like this takes away that edge. And it's like, okay, I know this is a safe place because people like me are there. Now add a testimonial from those two ladies. That would be even better, Jerry. Okay. So same thing, make sure they can see people like them so they know this is a place that they want to use. All right. So let's talk about a social strategy. Social media, really important right now. A lot of people are at home. The boss can't see that they're going on to Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and Pinterest and whatever else during the day. So what should be your social strategy now? Make sure you have a consistent voice from your website to your social media, in your emailing and in your marketing, a consistent voice. If you're outsourcing your social media, make sure you're reading what they're posting and does it sound like you? That's really my biggest beef. I don't mind people using outside companies. My biggest beef is when I look at somebody's social media and I'm going, that doesn't sound like them, right? She doesn't talk like that. So make sure it's consistent because they are representing you to the public that way. Be careful when you're posting now about the virus. If you post anything about the virus, just think about it, think twice about it. because you don't want to offend anybody. You have to be careful if you're, not making any jokes necessarily, unless, again, maybe run it by a few friends before you do something like that. You don't want to appear tone deaf. Same thing with offers. I made a mistake early on before we realized how bad it was, and I was making an offer on a discount on my books and stuff, and I used a poor choice of judgment on wording. Not everybody was offended. Most people actually supported it, but a couple of people were offended. I did a mea culpa, and the mea culpa was actually received better than the main one. Great thing to do now is highlight past weddings. Just make it clear that this was a past wedding when they show the packed dance floor, so that people know this did not happen last weekend and think you are not social distancing. So be careful. But it's a great idea to say, hey, during this time when we're all home, we've been going back and looking at some of our favorite weddings, and here's another one, right? And that's great. And tag those people, because they share them with their friends, and then their friends who might be getting married are like, hey, we like her, we like him. And make sure you're adding value to the audience. If you're not adding value to the audience, what's the point of posting, right? Know your audience. Now, you might have an audience of past couples. You might have an audience of corporate. You might have an audience of industry people. You might have an audience of prospects. So make sure you know who you're talking to, because you're going to use the right voice for those people. So and then try to add value. I noticed I got called into a conversation on, I think it was Facebook the other day, and somebody was saying how their number of likes was going down. Now, the number of likes is a historical figure. It's the number of people who at any point since you had that page on that site have clicked like. It doesn't tell you who's paying attention now. It only tells you whoever did. So think about it. If you're a wedding DJ, why should a couple from 2 years ago still be paying attention to your social? Now, a few of them might, but most of them, what's the value that you're adding? Now, if you're posting about things other than weddings, posting about, other things that might be of interest, great. But if you're not, yeah, they might unlike you. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it would be better if you only had the number of likes of the people paying attention, so you could really know if you have an engaged audience. And I meant engaged like paying attention, not engaged because of a ring. Okay, so what are the sales opportunities right now? There are sales opportunities. Many of you know I still consult to Wedding Wire and The Knot. Some of you might know that I consult to a site in Ireland, Weddings Online, one in the UK, Guides for Brides, Australia, Easy Weddings, also Weddings Online in India and Dubai. Here's what I can tell you. All of these sites, and even the local sites, right when this started, when we all were being told we should stay home, traffic went down. It's natural, okay? It's been coming back up. The number of inquiries went down. It's coming up as well, but not as fast. And that makes sense, because people are home. They're still not sure about dates, but they are researching. They're also home when the boss isn't looking over their shoulder so they can pay attention, right? So the boss isn't saying, hey, Judy, why are you looking at the wedding website? Why are you looking at that DJ site? They can do it without getting caught. So there are sales opportunities now, and people tell me they are getting inquiries now. So follow up on any new leads. Following up on new leads, don't talk about the virus unless they do, right? If they put blinders on and they're talking about their wedding, you talk about their wedding. That's it. It's next year. It's 2021. Let's get a date. The only thing you might want to mention is in your favor is creating a sense of urgency by saying, listen, you probably know that a lot of people are postponing their weddings from now till later this year and next. That means those dates are going to eat up fast. So the sooner we get you booked, the sooner you can be assured that I'm available for your date. So that's how you could use the virus. Follow up on any inquiries you got in the last couple of months that maybe have gone quiet. First thing is asking them how they're doing, because you have had a conversation. I'm talking about people you've had a conversation, right? Follow up with them. And then after that, hey, have you guys, thought about booking a date yet? Have you done that? Same thing, sense of urgency, right? So follow up on new leads, follow up on old leads, because these people have shown interest specifically in you. And very few other DJ companies have gotten that inquiry from that couple. The ones that follow up and do it well, do it empathetically, but do it well, are the ones that are going to get their business. You can have virtual sales presentations and meetings. I did a DJ-only mastermind in Canada up at Donnie Lovering's place in December. And thank you again, Donnie. That was a lot of fun. And we played pinball and we drank whiskey. But besides that, 9 out of the 10 DJs that were there were insisting that people had to come and sit with them for them to make the sale. That's what they wanted. The one company whose business was in Toronto, but they live, I believe, in Nova Scotia, they were doing all their business virtually already because they didn't want to have to come in hours away to do every sales presentation. So they had learned how to do it very effectively, have a very successful business without meeting people in person. And it was funny because the other 9 are like, well, you can't do it that way. And they're like, yeah, we've been doing it that way for years. And now all 10 of them have to be doing it this way, as well as everybody listening. So definitely you can be doing this. And I think one of the best things that will come out of this virus is when you learn how to sell virtually well, you will realize that you don't need to meet with every one of your couples after this when you are allowed to. I'm not saying you won't meet with any of them. You just won't have to meet with all of them, and you'll be able to do it. But please pay attention. Like right here, pay attention now, right? My lighting is good. Why? Because I have lights behind my monitor so that it'll be good. I check the lighting, check the microphone background, do some test calls with some people you know. How's the sound, right? I have my whole setup here. I have my Yeti mic. I have my pop filter. I have my swing arm over here, right? Make sure the sound is good. Make sure they will forgive the picture being not great if the sound is good. If they can't hear you, you're done. But here was a Zoom call I did the other day. Kyle Brown out of California. Kyle, I don't know if you're listening. Thank you again for having me on the meeting. But remember, what are we seeing, right? What are they going to see when they tune in, right? Like we're seeing her bedroom, and this guy's in the witness protection program, right? So make sure you don't look like that. Make sure you look professional. Again, you only have to dress from the waist up, right? I did my hair, but right. So I have my background here. Yes, I have the Zoom. I could do the Zoom virtual background, but for some reason my ears keep disappearing when I do that. So I stopped using that. But I did set up this pegboard on the wall behind me, and my books are there kind of crowning my head so that I have branding going on behind me here. So make it look more professional. Lighting, the light that I have here, it's an LED light that has warm, cool, and dim. So I can change the type of lighting. At night, I can dim it down some. It was like $30, $40, something like that. Yes, on Amazon. Okay, virtual sales. I use Join Me for my website reviews, and I can record the whole thing there. I can do it on Zoom now also, but I've had Join Me for years. Certainly, you could have FaceTime meetings with them, Google Hangout meetings, Skype meetings, and of course, Zoom meetings. So do that. Now with Zoom, just be careful. Casey said what happened over here. We gave everybody the Zoom presenter link, so everybody came in together. Or if you set it up as a meeting instead of a webinar, everybody can come in. Now you would be having a meeting with them. But when you use Zoom, instead of using the same Zoom link every time, you can set Zoom up to give you a different link. There's something called Zoom bombing that's going on, and that's people with bad intent jumping onto these open Zoom calls, because once they get your link, anybody can get on there. I had it happen to me on an ILEA call recently. People started putting profanity in the chat over and over to the point we had to get out and then come back in again. So try to use a different link each time just to protect yourself that way. And remember, if you don't ask, the answer is no. If you don't ask them for a virtual meeting, the answer is going to be no. So have your conversation via email, text, whatever they started. If it gets to the point, listen, you can just turn that on immediately. Hey, would you like to meet right now? They're chatting with you. Would you like to meet right now? Here, I can send you a link, and they can actually get to meet you. So, do your hair, put a nicer shirt on, and there you go. Networking. This is important all the time. And again, Mike was talking about that. He and I had dinner at Wedding MBA last year. What was it, I think? Gosh, I can't remember anymore. But networking, right? Casey talking about he and I getting together. Networking. Really, really important. And now it's important to keep those relationships going. A lot of people are furloughed. A lot of your venue people might be working from home. Keep those relationships going. Phone calls, emails, use those same platforms. Remember that people do business with people that they know, like, and trust. And they're going to know, like, and trust you better if you thought about them, cared about them, reached out. Remember, empathy. Hey, how you guys doing? You hanging in there? Great. How's the family? Everybody healthy? All those kind of things. You're thinking about, anything that you're doing, when this gets better, what can you do? Reach out to the same people that you'd like to sit down and have a cup of coffee with, and say, hey, you get your coffee, I'll get mine. Let's sit down and let's do this. Or do it in the evening and do like I do with bourbon, right? Virtual networking, you have all the tools that you need. You could just be chatting with them through, Facebook, through WhatsApp, through text, through whatever, or you could have the digital meeting. Next thing is, now's a perfect time to update your CRM. customer relation management software. The first rule of any computers is garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have the data in there, it's not going to help you with the following up and keeping up with all the things you need to do. So now would be a great time if you have workflows for updating the workflows. If you don't have a CRM, now is a great time to get one. I signed up last year for Salesforce. They had a very light version. It was like, I don't know, $250 for the year or something like that. For me, the most important thing is I was able to use it offline. So when I was flying back from CaterSource, my last conference I went to probably in a while, I had that, that stack of business cards we all have, and I was able to enter them in on the plane. So now as soon as I got off and everything synced, all of my contacts were now in my computer, in my laptop, in my tablet, absolutely everywhere. So if you don't have a CRM system, now's a good time to get one. You have some time to set it up. If you do have one, now's a good time to tweak what it is, tweak the fields, set up some workflows that'll remind you to do things, or it'll send out some emails automatically for you to remind people the wedding's getting closer. Here's the things you need to do, or however you use it. But now's a great time to do that and help you with the sales, because the worst thing is if you don't reply to an inquiry at all. The next worst is if you don't follow up, right? And many of you have heard me speak about this, so that I'm not going to get into the details. It's in, where is it over there? This book over here called Why Don't They Call Me? 8 tips for converting wedding and event inquiries into sales. I lay out the steps, and I know many of you are using it, and many of you are making sales through text, Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, virtual, without meeting with people. You were doing this before. Now it's even more important. And number 8 is your marketing. Now, marketing, somebody asked me the other day, I did a webinar with a group in Ireland, and they asked me the other day, she emailed me. She said, I'm really new in business, really new to business. She said, what's the difference between marketing and advertising? That's a great question. Marketing is a kind of an umbrella of many things that you do. Advertising is one of those things, but advertising itself is not all of your marketing, because you're doing social media, because you're doing networking, because you're doing your branding, because you're doing all these other things. So what are some of the marketing things? Marketing now, continue your passive advertising. The worst thing to do right now is to create a recession for yourself that's worse than it already is by pulling your advertising. Now, I've been saying this for years because I know it to be true. But some people say, yeah, Alan, but you consult for Wedding Wire and The Knot. You used to publish wedding magazines. You were vice president of sales at The Knot. That's right, I was, which is how I know this is true, because I know the companies that pull back are worse off. But I did a quick search on Google. And if you don't know, on Google, you can also look for the most recent things. So I think it's under tools, you can say, show me only the results from the last week, the last month, the last year, whatever. So I looked and very quickly found pages of articles that just from the last month of people talking about why this is important now, right? Why cutting your advertising budget when times are tough is a bad idea. Right? It might seem logical to make cuts to your advertising budget, but in reality, that's not a sound idea, as it actually hurts your business. Or this one, rather than halt marketing, you're likely better off maintaining or even increasing your efforts, so you're running strong when the storm passes. And if you read the articles on my website, I wrote an article this month, which is called, You Can't See the Skies Clearing If Your Head's in the Sand. Right? I remember during the recession of 2008, 2009, I ran into a wedding pro in New Jersey that I know. He happened to be a photographer, videographer, and everybody else was crying the blues. And I said, hey, how's business? And he goes, fantastic, and it scares me. I said, why does it scare you? He goes, because I don't know why. Everybody else is complaining. I don't know why. And we started talking. What I found out is when someone dropped their, let's say, spotlight place on Wedding Wire, right, because they wanted to save money, he would take it. Or drop the featured, he would take it. So he was grabbing all this market share from people that were handing it to them because they were crawling into their shell. So yes, look to cut your expenses, but don't cut your advertising, because that's going to cut off the top of the funnel. Right? If you ever heard people talking about the funnel, right? The top of the funnel, the wide part, you need to get more people in, so they filter down to the ones that then make inquiries, to the ones you have conversations with, and the ones making the sale. So don't cut yourself off over there. So look for new passive opportunities. And when I say passive is you put an ad on Wedding Wire or The Knot, their job is to get the audience, right? So Joe Bunn had Richmond Weddings, and I mentioned njwedding.com over here. There's sites all over the country. You find a place, if they have an audience, you want to be there. And I can tell you that Wedding Wire, The Knot, the audience dropped like we would expect it to, and it's coming back. Same thing, all these other sites around the world that I'm talking to. Matter of fact, the one in the UK, she's back to 80% of what it was before. That's crazy already. I would expect it to be 50%, but she's at 80%, and the inquiries are coming back too. So what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to seem tone deaf. We're all of our email inboxes, we're getting some, inquiries now, I should say messages now. And some of them you're like, really? You're sending that out now, right? Don't be that person. Be the one that's more passive. Follow up on your leads because they reached out to you, but do the passive stuff. So if they see it and they're interested, they reach out. Now, again, that's one that you can talk to. And then check in with your corporate and repeat customers. The same thing with the networking. They might be pulling back. Listen, are they going to have a holiday party this year? We don't know. And even if you don't get it this year, you want to make sure you get it next year. People do business with people, not with companies. So check in with them. And I'm going to give you a bonus tip before we're done here. Just stop watching and listening to the news all day long. You want to get depressed? You get depressed by watching the news all day long because it's not good news these days. Fortunately, they're putting some good news out now about the flattening of the curve, or it appears to be in some places, but the death toll is it's just unfathomable, right? It's just crazy. So stop watching it all day long. Pay attention, get your morning, afternoon, get your news alert or whatever, but don't sit there and watch it all day. You have better things to do with your time. Just remember this. The pessimist thinks the glass is half empty. The optimist thinks the glass is half full. And the engineer thinks the glass is twice as big as needed for this application. It's your attitude. It's your choice. You decide if your glass is half full or glass half empty. Anybody who knows me knows that my glass is always half full, usually half full with bourbon. So there we go. And if you see my post in there, I toast to your health. I hope you and your family stay healthy and happy and safe. And we all come out of this. We can all raise a glass together at a real conference, not just a virtual conference. And then just keep smiling. Makes them wonder what you're up to. Casey, thank you so much. Before we go, I did a webinar 2 weeks ago called 10 Proactive Things You Can Do Now to Lean In. If you want to watch that, just go to my website, alanberg.com. There's a resources page there. It's linked at the top. It's on the homepage or right there's the direct link. You can watch that absolutely free. And that page has every resource we mentioned in that webinar because I had some friends on. Every link, everything is right on that page. Again, it's all totally free. If you want to contact me, you can go to my website, but there's my contact information directly. Do we have time for questions, Casey?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's jump back. Greg Wigg says, thank you. Nick Vera, cheers back to you. Thank you. Jesse Sanchez, great advice. Jerry Syracuse, amen. He does have a question from a little bit earlier up, and it says, how does adding images and posts that puts them in our images adding value? I only ask because I've always thought of many blogs to write, and they never passed the so what test.
Right. So the so what test is this. Don't just say what you're doing, say why it matters to the person reading it. What the person reading it cares about is how you're going to help them. So if you did a blog post about a wedding you did before, tell the story about why you did what you did for that couple, right? Talk about it and say, here's some great photos from, Chris and Dave's wedding at the whatever place. Had so much fun working with them. When we talked to Chris and Dave, they, like you, had some ideas about how they wanted their guests to benefit. And we're choosing certain songs. It's important that, like we did for them, that you also think about this. They chose this, right? So you see how I'm bringing them into the conversation? Write it as if you're sitting with them and talking to them and including them in the conversation. And that's how you can add value.
Gotcha. He also had another question. When is the right time to reach out to quiet inquiries? Would it be now, in a week, when we are all on the back end of the curve?
Well, again, depends on when they came in. Any new inquiries, you're going to reach out to them at least 5 times the way you would any other inquiry before all of this, because a new inquiry wants to talk about their wedding, their kinsey, their mitzvah, whatever it is. Any other inquiries that had gone quiet, the question is, how long did they go quiet? Did they go quiet before all of this? Or did they go quiet during it? Because I referenced that already, which is, if you got an inquiry, let's say 6 weeks ago, and you were having a back and forth and then it went quiet, I would reach out and give them a how you doing reach out first. And then if you get them engaging, then say, how you guys doing? Great. I'm glad to see that you're all healthy. Are you guys still moving ahead now with your wedding plans, or have you put them on the hold? Right. So I would do that. If it's 3 months ago, you should have been reaching out a long time ago. Right. So I'd look at wedding dates. If it's a 2022 wedding date, you could probably ping them. Do you have to ping them now? Probably not. But I would certainly start at the top of the hot list, which is new inquiries, followed by recent inquiries, and then work your way back. And then for as reaching out, try something different. If you don't change the subject line and they didn't open the last email, they're probably not going to open this one. So try different subject lines. Make sure they fit on one screen of a smartphone, right? Make sure they read easily. Start BCCing yourself and see what it looks like on your phone. If you're sending them a 2-3 page, email with attachments and links and whatever, A, it could be going to spam, and B, they're probably not reading it.
All right. Party People Entertainment wants to know how you feel about video reviews at the end of the night.
I think it's a phenomenal idea. I think every one of you is carrying an HD camera in your pocket. If I was you, because this is what I do myself, I carry a microphone with me for my iPhone. So I have a lavalier that has a lightning adapter on it, not adapter, actually a lightning plug on it, because I have an iPhone, and it has a 20-foot cord. I also have another lavalier that has 2 lav heads with 1 plug. So it's great for 2 people interviews. Or you could simply use, like, here's another one I use sometimes on my desk. This is a very small shotgun mic, again, with a lightning adapter on it. Plug that right into my phone. If it's relatively quiet, not too much noise, that works really well, because again, you want to be able to get the sound. I think do it, make it quick. A friend of mine who's a client of mine for years, David Rothstein, what he does is he will cut little pieces of those testimonials and stitch them together into a 1 minute or a 96-second compilation of what a couple say after having his band. And it's boom, 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 boom. It's phenomenal. Actually, I have one like that on my website, on my speaking page, if you want to see what that is. That was a first down and dirty version. We're going to make a better version soon. And we're going to put captioning on it, the closed captioning. 80% of videos are watched with the sound off. And speaking of Matt Radicelli, I actually have Matt's testimonial. I do have a handheld iRig mic, and Matt is holding it with my mic flag on it with my logo, because Matt knows how to hold a microphone. If you're dealing with a couple, you know what they do with a microphone. The mic starts to drop. Next thing you know, it's at waist level, or they all become priests and start here you go. Yeah, it's Matt, you were fantastic. You were right. So make sure that you're using the right kind of microphone, but I think it's a great idea. Let them say whatever they want to say. And then if there's a certain phrasing you want them to use, as the lawyers say, you can lead the witness and you can ask the question a certain way. Like if I'm doing a mastermind day, somebody says something great, and I'll say to them, so what's different about coming to a mastermind than seeing Alan at a conference? And they'll always start their answer with, well, what's different about a mastermind than seeing Alan at a conference is... And now I'm getting the phrasing that I want, because I didn't tell them what to say, but they started that way, and that's a great lead-in.
Sure. Hey, John, are you here?
Yep.
John, you want to pop on real quick and show everybody the very cool little Bluetooth that you just got?
Oh.
Do you have that handy?
No, I don't. It's actually over on the Weekend Handyman side here.
I have a Bluetooth mic as well. The one that I have, you have to use its app, which is not that big of a deal. It's there. It was just another app, and I always forget to go to their app because I could just go to video. So gotcha. I'll either have that in my pocket or the lavalier. Again, I have at least 4 different microphones for that. So gotcha. Sound really important. And again, just go to Amazon. If you want to know mine, go to the resources page on my website. My microphones, links to the Amazon pages are right there on the resources page.
Great. Scott Sills wants to know, do you know if Wedding Wire or The Knot are doing anything to help advertisers right now? Do you have any inside scoop?
Oh, it's not inside scoop. It's public knowledge. Matter of fact, I put a post out about the other day. They actually have a $10 million program to help with the advertising costs. So if you can't find it, I'm not sure if I have it on the resources page. I'll add it if it's not there. If you can't find it, Scott, you can message me. Or just go to my Facebook feed. I'm sure I put it on Facebook, Instagram, whatever. Or just go to Wedding Wires or the Knot Worldwide. Sorry, or just reach out to your sales rep or customer service. Yeah, they actually Tim Chi put out a letter to all of their advertisers. Check your email. It's a $10 million program to help with advertising now.
Very good. Hey, Matt, you want to unmute your mic, or is that something I have to do? Matt?
I can do that.
Yeah, why don't you join in the conversation? You look like you're being antisocial.
Me? Antisocial? Alan, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Matt. How you doing?
Good.
Wait, why are you sporting my haircut?
I did it just for you today.
Did you see my post? Did you see my post the other day?
I did.
My video post? I actually grew hair. It's gone.
Amazing.
It's gone.
This bad boy. This is hippie like for me. I haven't had this since high school.
It's gone. It took me that was like 4 or 5 weeks to get to that. My wife is like, no.
Yeah. So let's see. Loud and Clear, Texas. Thanks, Alan. You rock. Joshua Bordeaux. Nick Vera. Cheers, Alan. Thank you. Caesar Cruz. Always great information. Jerry Syracuse. It was an awesome webinar. Paul Helms, as always, awesome content. Alan. Tara Feely. Awesome info. Rob from Music Central. Always learning something. Alan, you're amazing. So, obviously, the people have spoken, Alan, and you are A-OK.
Well, thank you. I can go back to finishing the bathroom floor that I'm putting down.
Okay. Well, there you go.
What you mean right after you sit through my presentation, though, right?
Oh, of course. Of course.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
Of course. Matt, always a pleasure to be your opening act.
Oh, that's very, very kind of you. I look at myself like the closer, but thank you so much.
That's what I said to Mike Walter. So, all right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Alan. See ya.
All right. Am I stop sharing here? Did I have to stop or am I done? Stop share. Here we go. Stop share. There you go.
And it looks like you're out. How you doing, Matt?
Doing great, Casey. How you doing today?
Good. Thank you very much for lending your expertise and your professionalism for being a part of this. It's been a fantastic day so far, and we are super pumped to have you. I know that your schedule's been hectic, so I appreciate, as life would have it, Matt had to turn me down the first time that I asked him, but some things shifted around, and he was able to make this a priority for the industry. And on behalf of the industry, I thank you very, very much for myself and for everybody watching. So, Matt has spoken. You spoke at the first Marquee show.
Yep.
And you've spoken, I think, at Mobile Beat once. Have you spoken at DJ Times before?
I don't think so. And it's
Okay.
tough for me to say. I have not. I've spoken at Mobile Beat a couple times, DJ Times, Marquee, a couple other spots, but
okay. So Matt is not the brand name speaker per se that, say, Joe Bunn is or Mike Walter is, but by no means does that mean he does not have crazy knowledge. So if you thought you were going to take a bathroom break now, pee and come right back, make a sandwich and get your butts back down here to sit and listen, because if you don't spend the next 50 minutes with Matt, you are making a huge mistake. I have been blessed to see your operation, got to have dinner with your family actually in your home, which is very nice. And we were in Think Tank together as well. And I met you a million years ago when you actually came to one of our showcases and did green screen photo when my nephew was like this big now that he's 19 years old. So, and Rod is correcting us, said that Matt spoke at DJ Times a long time ago at a school dance seminar. I know because I carried him for the entire hour-long presentation.
That was
That's
somebody
Rod
else's
Randall.
seminar, and I got set up hardcore in the middle of that seminar. And we can talk about that story after. My presentation's about 30 minutes, Case. So we can do whatever Q&A you want after.
All right. Very good. So, Matt, you are based out of Cleveland, Ohio.
Yep.
And you aren't just a DJ company. You expanded years ago from being a DJ to being like a DJ bar mitzvah production company. Well, I'll let you tell the story. So tell everybody kind of where you're from and such, which is pop.
Well, today's a little bit different. Normally we'd be talking about ways to build businesses and how to motivate and manage people. The business itself, Rock the House, was formed in 1999. I started when I was a lot younger, and I'll talk about that during my seminar just a little bit. But
the
company now is comprised of about a little bit less than 20% entertainment. The rest of it is all production. So while that 20% of the business is still a good-sized multi-op, it is very different than it once was just being a DJ company and then getting into the same evolutionary changes and growth that most companies are into. upgrades, uplights, photo, etc. That happened for us 15 years ago, which is pretty exciting. So
very good. All right. Well, I will let you be. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a nice virtual round of applause for Mr. Matt Radicelli, everybody.
Thank you very
All
much.
you, buddy.
All right, John, I'm actually going to go spotlight on just my screen.
Yep.
We can just make me full screen, but I'm not going to be sharing my screen.
Okay. So
you take my input.
Yep. You've got the whole thing.
Thank you, sir. All right. Let me just get some things switched around here. All right. Can you see my signal, sir?
Yep.
All right. Check. Making sure everything is good.
Yep. I hear you.
All right. Thanks again, Casey. Thanks to John Young. Thanks to all the sponsors and everyone else that's making today happen. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity. Again, I'm Matt Radicelli, the founder and CEO of Rock the House in Cleveland, Ohio. I started DJing when I was just 7 years old. I started making real money DJing when I was about 12 and formally started Rock the House in 1999. I went to my first DJ convention in 2003, and thanks to Casey Kokoris and a number of other people I now call dear friends, I was welcomed into DJ Think Tank. The DJ industry and Think Tank specifically changed my life in amazingly positive ways. Thank you to everybody I've known and met throughout the journey. And if I haven't had the opportunity to meet you yet, I look forward to meeting you soon. We're fortunate that the family of companies Rock the House manages, namely Selective Sound Entertainment, Zone Entertainment, Rock the House Entertainment, and Rock the House Audio Visual, had the pleasure of producing more than 1,500 events last year. We've consistently reinvented ourselves over the years and held true to our vision statement. Do it right, make it rock. Besides building our company with a group of my best friends that are now my business partners, I've also had the pleasure of working with dozens of other small business owners doing independent coaching and consulting. My client list may include a few people you know, and feel free to reach out to any of them if you have any questions. There isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to coaching. But if you like anything you hear or may be interested in a regimented program of learning and accountability, please let me know if you'd like to connect. With that, I applaud each one of you for taking the time to watch today's presentations. It's part of my core to never stop learning, because none of us know it all. And just like none of us have a crystal ball. And even if we did, I can't imagine that anybody would have predicted that in 2020, our entire industry would come to a screeching halt due to a global pandemic. Nonetheless, here we are on a Saturday afternoon with no events to set up for and a singular focus: to learn and better ourselves. In just a couple weeks from now, I was scheduled to speak at Midwest DJs Live. I planned on delivering a newly refined topic I've been working on lately about developing yourself and your team and how to stop sucking at being a manager. So when Casey called me a couple weeks ago and told me about today's virtual event, I said yes right away, and I couldn't wait. And since Midwest DJs Live has been postponed, I considered delivering that presentation, but the more I thought about it, I thought that I needed to dig deeper into what I've come to know as the 5%. The 5% are the deepest, most meaningful, vulnerable things that you only tell those closest to you. And that is if you ever share or tell anyone those things at all. And as I continue to evolve as a business owner, a manager, and a leader, I'm pleasantly surprised that some of my favorite things to learn and get better at all have to do with the psychology and makeup of our relationships with people. I love to say now, build people, not things. This continued growth isn't about manipulation as much as it's about compassionately giving those around you everything they need to do amazing things without you. Think hard. We all know people in our lives that use manipulation to get what they want or accomplish goals. I prefer to use the things that I've learned to help me be more compassionate, to pass the power, and persuade and motivate people positively. So what's the difference, you might ask? And to me, the difference is simple. It's all about intent. If your intentions are suspect or selfish, you're manipulating. But if you're genuinely interested in helping others succeed, or your interests are mutually aligned with those around you, your intentions are good. And I'm good with that. We're all in this together. And right now we see this phrase a lot. And I think it's synonymous with another very powerful phrase. You are not alone. Before I jump in, I just want to say I'm talking directly to you. You are not alone. Speaking of not being alone, I want to specifically thank my wife, Kristen, my kids, Cece, Matthew, Annie, and Lily, my mother and father, my sisters, my brothers, my friends, my business partners, and my coworkers. You may not know it, and I may not say it often enough, but your love and support continue to shape the person I am today. Thank you, and I truly appreciate all of you. My entire point today is to do my best to draw attention to the fact that you are not broken. Those around you in your past, currently, and in the future that struggle with mental wellness are just as competent, capable, and talented as those that seemingly have their shit together 100% of the time. Today's topic, it really hits home for me because about 5 years ago, something happened in my life that consumed me and changed my life forever. And for today's purpose, it doesn't matter what happened, but it had devastating consequences on my life and for those around me. But up until that point, for 35 years, I felt as though I was in complete control of my life. I certainly wasn't perfect. My life wasn't perfect. But up until that point, I never had the feeling of not being able to bounce back from the daily hand that I may have been dealt to control my life itself, my emotions, my feelings, my motivations, and my drive. It was like somebody unplugged me or flipped a switch and took away everything that made me, me. I lost my edge and all that drive and motivation, that spark that I was known for and confidently proud of was gone. A lot of people I know say they have good days and bad days. And on my good days, I felt like old me. I was unstoppable, confident, positive, focused. But on the bad days, I felt like I was trapped in somebody else's body. And in some moments, somebody else's life. What's surreal about the bad days are that if these types of feelings are new to you, you can still vividly remember what your good days are supposed to feel like and what your good days used to feel like. And if you're in the middle of a really bad day, it makes it even worse that you're comparing yourself to yourself, your old self. And you drive yourself deeper and deeper into a funk because you can't understand why. As hard as you try, you can't get back to being you again. And maybe you get it, maybe you don't. But here's a quick experience share to try and explain. Chris and I have 4 healthy and beautiful kids. We're blessed. The old me took every opportunity to document all the fun things that happen in our lives when they happen. So whether it be to record home movies or pose our family for group photos, do spontaneous things, I was always seeing the moments as they happened and doing my best to enjoy them. But trying to capture things as though I wanted to hold on to them forever. But with everything in my life changing and things going haywire, I realized one day that things were happening around me that I remembered had been previous triggers of happiness and importance to me. Things that would make me smile and reflect and appreciate, take photos. But now, nothing. 0 interest, 0 movement in my levels of excitement. And the tipping point for me was realizing that I no longer wanted to take fun photos and videos with my family and my kids. Today's presentation is about the entrepreneurial roller coaster, the amazingly wild ride of ups and downs. And you willingly got on this ride, or your friends and family dragged you onto it. And at first, it seems like a great idea. Then you realize you don't like feeling like you're not in control. 1 minute, you're having the time of your life. The next moment, you're scared for your life. And these emotions are changing with each passing second. And running a business is just like a roller coaster. Take a look. Do you remember what it felt like to close your first big deal? Do you remember when you signed the agreement on the first major upgraded contract? Or the first time you performed in front of a huge crowd? Do you remember what it felt like when your entertainment income reached 4 figures, 5 figures, 6 figures, maybe even 7 figures? We crave these moments and fight for them with everything inside of us. Just as there are intense and amazing highs, the ride is also riddled with all the deep, dark lows that take the wind out of our sails and make us want to quit and doubt whether we're good enough. Have you ever lost a key employee? Ever really messed up an event? Lost sleep over your company's trajectory or your finances? Ever had to deal with your city's top vendors talking smack about you and your company? You don't need to be self-employed or be a business owner to take a ride on the coaster. I'm just drawing attention to the fact that as an entrepreneur, the ride can be more intense for us. Actually, we chose the ride, so it's also potentially longer. That could mean more volatile, more scary. And that's not to say that those around us aren't on their own roller coaster. In fact, now more than ever, I think I best or better understand that the mental healthness and mental wellness of those around me is very real. It's very important, and it's a very powerful thing that isn't to be disregarded. Now, I'm clearly not a doctor. And by the way, can we get a round of applause, and can you smash the like and love buttons for all the workers on the front lines and all the first responders around the country? What they're going through right now and accomplishing is truly remarkable. Please, everyone, smash those buttons, make a comment, do whatever. And thank you to everyone in healthcare, military, civil service, and the rest of the supply chain doing all the things that need to be done. You are appreciated. Thank you. So as I was saying, I'm not a doctor. I didn't even go to college. I jokingly say that I have a master's degree from the School of Hard Knocks. But honestly, I remember things always coming pretty easily to me. I didn't have to work too hard to get good grades. I don't ever remember not being decent at a sport. I didn't have to work too hard to make a buck. I didn't have to work too hard at making people smile or liking me. At least that's how I remember it. But that doesn't mean that I didn't work hard. It just means that it didn't feel like hard work at the time. I didn't even know I was an entrepreneur until a number of years after officially starting Rock the House. If it quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. Have you ever had somebody say to you, man, how do you deal with all those employees? Or that must suck to work weekends and put all those long hours in. Not only did I disagree enthusiastically every time someone would say those things, but I would defend the honor of small business owners everywhere and try to convince those that I'd speak with that it was fun and enjoyable. Because to me, it absolutely was. When I said a few moments ago that you're not broken, that was only half correct. You see, the thing is that in general, entrepreneurs have a very defined personality profile. Some might even call them crazy in some aspects. You've heard about plenty of people in history that are known for greatness that may also be known for their fierce mental battles. There's Aaron Swartz, co-founder of Reddit, fashion designer Kate Spade, and even Tesla CEO Elon Musk, and they've all opened up about their secret battles with depression and bipolar disorders. This is because each of us has a beautiful balance inside of us that makes us who we are. And the very things that can and may be defined as flaws are the very things that best prepare us each to do the amazing things that we're known for. When I work with my coaching and consulting clients, I talk about how in order to win the game, you need to understand the rules and you need to know how to keep score. Mental wellness, in my opinion, is no different. If you don't understand the why or the how things affect people, you can never build and grow your own coping mechanisms, let alone understand what's truly happening in someone else's world. Take a look.
Depression is a complex disease, one that can be triggered by several factors, including chemical imbalances in the brain, medical conditions, traumatic life events, and genetics. But depression can start to lift within just a few weeks, provided you find the right combination of effective treatments. This is Your Brain On, where we explore how the world affects our brains and ourselves. Brain imaging studies show that depression is connected to changes in several parts of the brain, especially in three core areas. The first is the amygdala, which regulates emotions like anger, pleasure, and fear. When a person is depressed, the amygdala can become overactive, causing problems with sleep and behavior, as well as balance of key mood hormones. The second area is the hippocampus, which processes memory and regulates stress hormones such as cortisol. One study found it's up to 13% smaller in depressed women, and excess cortisol can stunt the growth of new neurons, creating poor moods and memory. The third main area is the thalamus, which helps link sensory information to good and bad feelings. Problems in the thalamus may be linked to conditions such as bipolar disorder. Changes to these parts of the brain and others mess with key hormones, such as serotonin, which regulates sleep and mood, and norepinephrine, which affects motivation. For some, a depressed mood passes on its own, especially if it was triggered by a particular sad event. But for those with ongoing clinical depression, it can take time to find effective treatment. Stats show sticking with treatment is worth it. One study by the National Institutes of Health showed 80% of people improved within just 4 to 6 weeks of starting medication, therapy, or support groups. Healthy lifestyle choices can help too. Eating a good diet and getting enough sleep can strengthen and repair important brain connections. Overcoming depression may become easier in the future. Scientists are learning more about how factors such as genetics influence depression, which may not only help create new drugs, but also make targeted treatment possible, helping someone with depression feel like herself again.
Depression is just one of the many challenging conditions that can pop up in our entrepreneurial roller coaster. Depression tends to be the broad-stroked scapegoat for a variety of things, but anxiety, irritability, mood swings, and some other suspects are very serious. Take a look at this graph that shows the drastic differences between entrepreneurs, a non-entrepreneurial control group, and a test group of the general population. These numbers are staggering to me. Look how much higher the entrepreneurial numbers are than everyone else. Entrepreneurs, or those that choose the types of ups and downs that business owners are known for, or enjoying or enduring, have somewhat of a predisposition to depression, ADHD, substance abuse, addiction, and bipolar disorder. You can choose to interpret this information in a number of ways, but my point is that entrepreneurs do great things because of the way they're wired, not in spite of it. But that doesn't mean that it's healthy or a matter-of-fact type of feeling or relationship with our personal roller coasters. This ride that we're on as life continues to twist and turn, gets higher and higher and lower, and sometimes it feels like it never ends. And sometimes we have crazy thoughts about trying to get off the ride any way we can. So why is it that we seemingly hear about there being a drastically higher number of cases of anxiety, depression, and other things nowadays than there ever were in the past? Now, I have a theory. My theory is that with our ever-changing society and evolving social norms, people have slowed, if not altogether stopped, their open, honest, and vulnerable communications with one another. And I don't mean small talk. I mean real talk. I've heard countless stories from my grandparents and even my parents about how neighbors used to talk every night on their front porches. I have these visions in my head, much like the photos I'm showing now, where I see moms and dads coming home from work, stepping out of their cars and being welcomed by a smiling neighbor, or their kids willfully chatting for a few minutes before being called inside to wash up and have dinner. But in contrast to those visions, I have visions that are shattered by the very personal memories and experiences that many of us have, coming home from work, still on our cell phones, getting our things hurriedly out of the car, avoiding all contact with the neighbors that are around us, and only to hush our children and our spouses while we signal that we'll only be a few more minutes. And if you have kids or a spouse, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that doesn't mean that we're horrible people or that we're necessarily doing anything wrong. But my point is that the pace of life and the societal norms were so different decades ago. And it's my belief that these differences are at the very heart of the staggering perceived changes in mental wellness. I believe they're the unintended side effects of our inability or our lack of opportunity to just talk to one another, share our positive, excited feelings about something we've learned, or our fears about something that's keeping us up at night, the time to share opinions about something happening in the world or at work, or a moment to tell somebody how proud we are of a family member that just accomplished something great. We also don't take advantage of the moments we should to listen to those around us and make sure they know just how important they are to us. So if the things that make us who we are normal and natural, how do we and others do our best to deal with them and keep them in a safe place? I believe each of us have a responsibility to understand exactly who we are, and we also need to be open-minded about our blind spots and our shortcomings. But if we're clouded, unfocused, confused, and consistently disoriented by the things that are happening around us, that can feel like an absolute impossibility. It took me almost 2 years after my depression began to finally realize that I needed professional help. And as in control as I thought I was, as in control as I wanted to be, I just didn't have the willpower, the discipline, the ability, or the skill set to get me back to feeling like me. I felt like I was in quicksand. I felt like every day I was doing my best to avoid the landmines that would randomly turn me inside out emotionally. And my relationships with those that were closest to me were critically delicate at these times. At 37 years old, this was uncharted territory for me. I didn't even know where to begin. I'm fortunate to belong to another group called the Entrepreneurs Organization. EO is a group of CEOs with $1 million businesses or larger, grouped into smaller clusters called forums. And my forum has 8 people that meet monthly. We talk mostly about business, but occasionally we talk about personal things. And it was in my forum that I was able to openly describe how I was feeling to another business owner and as a business owner. And thankfully, one of my forum mates had a similar experience and was able to refer me to a professional that had specific experience working with CEOs. It certainly doesn't happen like this for everyone, but I was fortunate in finding a fantastic psychiatrist on the first try that got me. Knew all the questions to ask to get me to truly open up about how I felt about the things happening around me. It can be confusing, but it's important to understand the different types of professional help out there. There are psychiatrists, psychologists, licensed mental health counselors, clinical social workers, and psychiatric or mental health nurses. A psychiatrist is a medical doctor who specializes in preventing, diagnosing, and treating mental illness. A psychiatrist training starts with 4 years of medical school and is followed by a 1-year internship and at least 3 years of specialized training as a psychiatric resident. And as a doctor, a psychiatrist is licensed to write prescriptions. Many mental disorders such as depression, anxiety, ADHD, or bipolar disorder can be treated effectively with specific drugs. However, there are other options as well. A psychologist has a doctoral degree in psychology, which is the study of the mind and behaviors. Graduate school provides a psychologist an education in evaluating and treating mental and emotional disorders. Licensed psychologists are qualified to do counseling and psychotherapy, perform psychological testing, and provide treatment for mental disorders. They are not, though, medical doctors. That means that, with the exception of a few states, psychologists cannot write prescriptions or perform medical procedures. A licensed mental health counselor is a mental health professional who has a master's degree in psychology, counseling, or a related field. In order to be licensed, the professional counselor also needs 2 additional years' experience working with a qualified mental health professional after graduate school. A clinical social worker has at least a master's degree in social work and training to be able to evaluate and treat mental illness. In addition to psychotherapy, social workers can provide case management and hospital discharge planning, as well as work as an advocate for patients and their families. Psychiatric or mental nurses have had special training in providing mental health services, and depending on their level of training and certification, they can evaluate patients for mental illness and provide treatment in the form of psychotherapy. In some states, they are also licensed to prescribe and monitor medications, sometimes independently and sometimes under the supervision of a medical doctor. If you're experiencing serious symptoms of anxiety or depression, please talk to a doctor or therapist. The most obvious symptoms are changes in sleeping or eating patterns, alongside feelings of listlessness, mood swings, panic, paranoia, or fear. In my specific case, I chose to visit a psychiatrist partially due to the referral that I found to be a great fit, but also because after months of trying other things, my research told me I had most of the telltale signs of needing to try medication. And I found one of the good ones. After a number of appointments, I was encouraged by the psychiatrist's genuine understanding of who I was and my situation. We tried a number of things besides medication, which, by the way, isn't typical for a psychiatrist. And after only a few months, we arrived at the conclusion that trying meds was a logical choice. And after a few months, we found the right combination for me. I went from being a resilient, rock-solid master of my own universe to losing my ability to navigate the entrepreneurial roller coaster with the style and grace that I was once able to. I ended up being diagnosed with depression, with complications also associated with ADHD. My psychiatrist was adamant that while even taking the wrong cocktail of meds would make me feel better, and I'd probably feel fine, that I needed a delicate balance of meds that smoothed over the rough edges just long enough every day and every morning to let my natural tendencies take over. I ended up on a very low dosage of an antidepressant and a slow release dose of a simple ADHD medication. So, am I still on my medication? Well, let me just tell you that the 3 times in the last couple years, I've either attempted to push myself with additional coping mechanisms, diet, exercise, or forgot to refill one of my prescriptions since I felt great. I decided to give it a go without the meds. Let's just say that it hasn't worked out so well. And being completely honest and vulnerable, it eats me up inside knowing that I can't function and behave in the way that I want to, or that I used to without medication. I aspire to grow out of it, but I'm taking it one day at a time. So why am I sharing parts of my life story with you? Because normally when I have the opportunity to speak, my goal is to share experiences and knowledge about financials and marketing and management and leadership, processes, systems. But today, my only goal is just to give a few people that are watching today the encouragement they need to seek the help that they may desperately need soon. While I'm prayerfully hopeful that each of you escape 2020 unscathed, I'm sorry to tell you that I believe that at least 20% of your businesses won't survive the pandemic. You and your business are in the middle of a battle no one trained you for. And the margin for error when attempting to recover from something like this is razor thin. That means each of us will continue to do our best to lead our teams, put a smile on our faces, and for our families and friends. But deep inside, we're all being drastically affected emotionally. And just like COVID-19 is taking its toll on our profit and loss statements, it will also be taking a toll on hundreds of thousands of Americans' mental wellness. So here's what you can do right now to have the best fighting chance to be strong enough to weather this storm. Here's just a couple ideas. Meet yourself where you are. Be open and accepting and loving towards yourself and what's going on. Let yourself feel the emotions, but don't stay there. You can write in a journal, talk to friends, and other opportunities. Spend some time outdoors. Take walks, go hiking, grill for dinner, have a picnic. Set some attainable, small goals. You'd be really surprised how much motivation and positive feeling that can give you. Get enough sleep. Go to bed and wake up at the same time to keep a consistent schedule. Do something you enjoy. Paint, play an instrument, read a book, spend time with your kids. Boost your mood by listening to music. Spend time with family to make memories. Exercise and eat right too. And lastly, don't be scared to seek support and ask for help, whether that's from a professional or even your friends and family. So what can you do to help others that may be in need emotionally? Well, the first thing, and I believe the most important, is that you can listen and provide whatever assistance the person needs and is willing to accept. But we need to have realistic expectations and patience with them. That's very important. We need to lead by example on any of the things that we do with them. Be vulnerable and be willing to share as well. Extend invitations for Zoom, play virtual games together. Stay in touch regularly, send texts, make phone calls. Be sure to say thank you for the little things and encourage activity. Without even knowing it, or maybe you do already know it, you can be the difference in somebody's life. And remember, everybody has a bad day. And everyone needs help sometimes. Either way, whether you're attempting to help yourself or you're trying to help others, we need to keep fighting. We need to keep getting back up and keep doing our best to live our best lives.
One of my direct subordinates, one of my guys that worked for me, he would call me up or pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. And he'd say, boss, we got this and that and the other thing. And I'd look at him and I'd say, good. And finally, one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem. And he said, I already know what you're going to say. I said, well, what am I going to say? He said, you're going to say good. He said, that's what you always say. When something is wrong and going bad, you always just look at me and say good. And I said, well, yeah, when things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come from it. Didn't get the new high-speed gear we wanted? Good. Didn't get promoted? Good. More time to get better. Oh, mission got canceled? Good. We can focus on another one. Didn't get funded. Didn't get the job you wanted? got injured, sprained my ankle, got tapped out, good. Got beat, good. You learned. Unexpected problems, good. We have the opportunity to figure out a solution. That's it. When things are going bad, don't get all bummed out, don't get startled, don't get frustrated. If you can say the word good, guess what? It means you're still alive. It means you're still breathing. And if you're still breathing, well, then hell, you still got some fight left in you. So get up, dust off, reload, recalibrate, re-engage, and go out on the attack.
No matter how much you love your company or your job, it's not worth sacrificing yourself for. You must take care of yourself before you're able to take care of your family or your business. The stigma is real. The struggle is real. And talking about mental health in general, especially around other entrepreneurs, isn't comfortable for anyone. This was really hard for me today. But if you're dealing with depression, please consider speaking to a professional. So just a bit of housekeeping. If you're interested in the slides from today, don't forget to text slides to 313131, and I'll send them right over. And here's my contact information for anyone that would like to connect, share experiences, or just talk. And if you or anyone else you know may benefit from having a coach or a consultant like me, I'd love to hear from you.
There he is.
Switch back over. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Wow, pretty amazing, Matt. Thank you for being so vulnerable. We really appreciate it. I wasn't sure exactly what to expect when you gave me your title. But yeah, it's pretty spectacular of you to allow yourself to get that vulnerable. So I appreciate it. Sure.
Thank you.
Carl Bergnum wrote, what a time for this presentation on a personal and professional level. As tough as it seems, I appreciate tremendously knowing each of us is not alone. Thank you, Matt and Marquee. Loud and clear Texas. This is very timely. I'm sure you've helped a ton of DJs with this seminar. So yeah, it's. I think that everybody, Sue the DJ wrote, "What just wow." So, and I think that we're all in this state where we don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know if the world's going to open up and everyone's going to want to party, and there could be a vaccine tomorrow. And this will be a blip on the radar, or this could be months, and who knows? I mean, we're all speculating, I think, for our own mental health to figure out what's going on. So,
Yep.
Ty writes, impressive presentation on mental health issues. Tara Feely, amazing human, real shit right there, folks. Good stuff. Thank you, Matt.
Hi, Tara.
Jerry Syracuse, I'm speechless and both appreciative. Paul Helms, wow, thanks, Matt. Music Central, we are in this together. S. Sid, good seminar, lot to take in now. And I know that I'm number one, so everyone don't be scared to ask for help. Rod Randall wrote, Buckeye State football, Ohio State football is number one. I'm just kidding. That was just me trying to lighten the mood, because we know it's not. We know it's Michigan that's number one. But
nice.
No. So let me ask anybody, does everybody have any questions for Matt? or want to perhaps share what you're feeling, and see if there's anything maybe from his experience that he might be able to give you some advice or some comfort. Ryan Konikoff, I believe you know him.
Maybe. He's my business partner.
He makes fun of heavy-set guys until he's surrounded by them in a small area. Great job as always, brother. Bring the important issues to the forefront. So, yeah. Anybody with questions for Matt? You know what? Let me click over to the Facebook.
Actually,
one.
Casey, Matt, how did you go about explaining things to your children? Because I think that would be a really tough situation, is to be able to present and say, "Hey, Dad's struggling."
The truth of the matter is that, my kids may be watching right now, and they could certainly watch this someday when it's recorded, but the kids never really had a specific talk. And I talked about this with the psychiatrist and with my wife. Never really had that discussion until it needed to come up. But we're very, very open with our kids and how it is that we parent about, how it is that we're feeling, talking about things. And my kids know that I take medicine. So they know that I'm on medication. But again, there's this fight, this struggle. And thankfully, it's much better than it used to be. But at the time, when there wasn't medication, there's nothing to talk about. There was just an emotional roller coaster and the ups and downs and mood swings of what was happening. So my opinion is, I'll tell you this. I don't share, advice or opinions very often like that. But my opinion is that you'll know when your kids are old enough or it's the right moment to chat about those types of things. So I know that, when it's the right time, I'd be happy to chat about that. But more than anything, I want my kids to know, just like I knew growing up, that I was okay to be, to not be judgmental of anybody. And same thing within the workplace and how it is that I attempt to manage here at Rock the House. We need to make sure that we are very aware of everybody's mental state. And a long time ago, it was taboo to talk about these things. And somebody having an anxiety attack or depression or having a bad day was something that was going to get them a black check mark in their jacket, or whatever it is. And that's just not the case anymore. It doesn't mean that we don't exist in a high stakes game, especially in special events, but we just have to take it all in stride one day at a time. And as long as, you're as an employer or as a family, whether it's your employees, your team members, or your kids understand that, I think that they're much more likely in the future to be communicative and to share their feelings. And if anybody can share their feelings, like I said, that means that they have a much better shot at being able to cope with them. And it's a great question, though, John. Great question.
Thanks.
Jasmine said, absolutely love this. Incredible. Ron Kronbush, very beautiful and excellent presentation. Just shifted down. Give me 1 second. Excellent presentation, highly personal, and makes you feel part of the presentation. And it is real life and the truth of what we all go through. Mark Dixon. Every time you speak, I learn something, and today was another incredible lesson for me. I appreciate you as a person, friend, and business owner. Much love and respect. So a lot of people are opening up and realizing that they're not alone. So I'm sure a lot of the anxiety and depression and everything else. And I'm trying to think, I think it was Mark Cuban who just came on, and he said that even in the pinnacle of some of his success, he would break down in the shower and just absolutely lose it because he felt like he couldn't relate to anybody and nobody knew what he was going through. So, I mean, you're talking about mega successful people. Jerry Syracuse, I'm speechless and appreciative. Here we go. Jesse Sanchez. How can I help someone that is depressed to turn things around?
Jesse, I don't know if this is a friend, a family member, or an employee, but as an employer, one of the things that you need to be really careful of, which I didn't get into with the time frame of the presentation, is that you really need to be aware of how it is that you can help to care for your employees. I recommend trying to study online or contact somebody who knows a lot about HR. But if somebody isn't a friend of yours or you don't have an open and honest relationship, there can be some landmines that can get you into some HR trouble by digging into some mental health things that could be categorized later or currently as disabilities if they haven't been disclosed to you. But if you think back to the presentation, I'm not sure if you got to see it, but the number one thing is just to listen and to be aware and to educate yourself about what the triggers are that may be happening within somebody's life. So if you've known somebody for 20 years and they've consistently had ups and downs and they always bounce back and that, you know, it is what it is, chances are real good that they're always going to act like they have in the past and they're going to bounce back. But if you've known somebody for a long time and all of a sudden you notice behavioral changes or something drastically different is happening where, you know, one of our team members may have previously been very responsible with money or shown up on time, right? These are real world situations for a multi-op where all of a sudden it's quite possible that something traumatic has happened in somebody's life and they're no longer showing up on time or they're asking for an advance on their pay or whatever it might be. And we just need to watch out for all those signs. And as soon as you know what the signs are, it gives you just a little bit of an edge to be able to ask the right questions. And then finally, where is it that you're going to point them when you're not the person that's supposed to be helping them because they need help? They need other help. But there you go.
Sue the DJ, yes, hard to be vulnerable when you're supposed to be the strong one. And I don't know if you want to touch this one. Scott wants to know, what do you think about God?
Oh, that's a crazy question. Quite honestly, I'm a overall spiritual person. I don't think that I could say with a straight face that I don't believe in God, but we've never taken our kids to church. So my wife and I both grew up in, well, my father's family is Catholic. Kristen's family is Catholic. My family was clearly Christian growing up, but church and God have never been a large part of my life. But specifically, I'll tell you that it's tough for me. I believe that everybody has a very personal relationship with whoever God is to them. And I support it. I've tried to talk to a couple of my children about that, in that if one of my kids, they went to school early for preschool and stuff, and we're in church and things. And we always asked if they wanted to, and they like going with friends. And my daughter's gone, I believe, to a bat mitzvah service, or at least she was supposed to, and like other things to be exposed culturally. But as far as my relationship with God, the answer is I don't have one.
Okay. So more agnostic. You believe there is a God, but you're not exactly sure what to believe, type of a thing?
It's hard to do labels. I'm not a label guy.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'll take a pass on the rest of that. Maybe another day.
No worries. I'm just putting them out there. Jesse said thanks for the advice. Anybody else with any questions for Matt? Shoot them out at us. We got a couple more minutes.
Yeah, send them over. So KC, I have a question for you.
Talk to me.
So based on the evolution of your businesses and things, have you ever struggled with a moment in your life where you thought that maybe mental wellness was of concern for you or anybody close to you?
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, mostly me. I mean, I think very much like you and anyone who's had a small business that's grown into a large business, it's exciting as it grows. It gets more and more and more exciting. And I think what happens is you throw the backpack on and it becomes the first thing. And then it becomes the second thing. And it was one thing when you had a small crew, or in my case, in my case, I went from running a DJ company to adding a flower shop that I didn't know really anything about. I had bought it purely for business purposes because from a sales and marketing point of view, I knew that I could sell to the same clientele. And on a logical business sense, it was, I'm working from the same database, I'm doing the same thing. And so there was that. And then I also bought a photography studio. And then I also had the bridal show production company. And so my backpack got filled really, really fast, where there have been numerous times where I have found myself so incredibly angry with the world because of the fact that I chose to put myself there. All of a sudden I've got a very heavy backpack that I've loaded up myself that, there have been major, major times where I've I wondered what the hell did I do? Did I paint myself into a corner? And then when money is tight, it's there too. But I also do. I probably very much like you. I do love the challenge of it, but it's not to say the challenge doesn't get overwhelming. You know, I mean, and especially when things don't go right. I really believed in my heart of hearts the very first Marquee show that you had spoken at. I thought we'd have 1,000 people there because I did the math in my head that all of my media partners had such huge followings and that I felt the industry was ready for next level education. And I also believe that because you touched on it, and some people know, and I've told people, like, I started Think Tank to create next level education for a group of friends. I now thought it was time to bring it to the masses, and it's not any knock on any other shows anywhere. It just was, I wanted to share, I wanted to give back, and I wanted to share while also making money, but I wanted to help people with their businesses. And, like I had said, you're not exposed like a lot of people are. And even today, there are people that still have never seen Alan Berg speak for one reason or another, because they're either part-time, they've got a full-time job, they've got families, they're struggling themselves. So I had thought if I created this amazing opportunity, like the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And the fact is, the first year, it was underattended. We had a beautiful hotel, we had great presenters, we had our hiccups and our bumps in the road and such. And year two went significantly smoother, but we didn't contemplate 4th of July, and we had moved it up a week. Based on hotel availability and working with that hotel and such. And a lot of my out-of-town attendees from the year before had all said that they had, or a lot of them said that they had family commitments with vacations and such. And now this year we moved it back then a week or so to be away from 4th of July. And then, it's that old adage, best laid plans until God gets in the way kind of a thing. And so now I'm waiting for a phone call back from the hotel to look at the last week of October, possibly the first couple of weeks of November. And I'm also trying to be respectful and stay away from Wedding NBA and DJ Collective and, and anything else. So it's a dance. I mean, it's the roller coaster, and everyone that's been in business for any length of time has had it. So, Jody Harris, Matt Radicelli rocks. Woo. Jerry Syracuse, the highs and lows are par for the course. Today in these times, how can you separate the real depression of work from COVID-19 sucks? And I'm so uncertain to the point of anger. It's a great question, Jerry. And this is the hardest part for me. When it comes to customers, what's happening in the world isn't your fault as the vendor or their fault as the customer. And I think that's the new paradigm that we're not used to. So you, of course, need to protect yourself and try to stick to your contract as logically as possible. And they're going through the same panic that we are. Because if they have lost their job, if their dream wedding has now been shifted to a less desirable time of year in their head, some people have opted just to cancel and run to City Hall and get married and such. So, everyone's got to do what they think is best. But this is all uncharted waters for all of us. So, and we just have to, I think, take things one day at a time.
Okay, so let me touch on one piece of that real quick as part of Jerry's question. What I think is fascinating, and it's not necessarily a good or a bad thing, but is that the fact that everybody's businesses paused essentially is a very, very unique opportunity. Many of you have businesses like we do, where there are certain things that, because the machine is running, you really can't shut the machine down without something breaking or something going wrong.
Right.
And a lot of people, entrepreneurs that I spoke to said, man, I never dreamed that I'd have the opportunity to press the pause button and then make the changes under the hood that I could never change while the business was running. And I think that mental wellness or mental health is the same way. What I think is that there are a lot of things for some people that are very hidden or buried because they're just so busy with daily routines and things. All of a sudden, now we just have to look ourselves in the mirror, and sometimes we're sitting in silence, wondering about life and existence. So my encouragement on this one, Jerry, or anybody else, is start to separate those and really find out, is the issue that we're talking about or dealing with, was it always there before? Was it the core issue and you were just burying it? And if it is, that's what we're talking about for 5%, right. Because we just need to do our best to get down to the core or the root of an issue. And let's work on it a little bit before we have to restart the machine.
Sure.
That's it.
Pete Troy from Troy Entertainment in Cleveland, Ohio.
Hey,
said,
Pete.
Bravo, Matt. Let's have coffee. Ron Kronbusch says, how do you deal with feeling alone and no one there to help you handle that? No one there to help. How do you handle that?
Thankfully, I get to work with some really great people, my best friends, business partners. Like I said, I've got a beautiful wife and some awesome, healthy kids. I just know that whenever I do feel alone, I have a very, very short amount of time before I'm going to see somebody. And sometimes when I see, my friends and family, I don't always want to be in a group setting. That happens a lot. But I do know that within 12 hours, whatever's happening at that moment, I'm going to wake up the next day and have another shot at it. Gotcha. That's how I feel about it.
Very good. Chris Hodson says, well said. I don't know about you. For me personally, I'm not afraid of today. I'm afraid of tomorrow because all of my events have gone to next week.
Okay.
And so my concern is, how am I going to robustly pay my bills tomorrow? And those are, if the wedding industry doesn't reopen with any sense of vigor, and I believe personally we're going to go into the shallow end and slowly dip our toe in the water. And I think people are going to be conservative, and I get that, but I think we're going to have a long lag time, and that's my biggest concern. So, everyone's shifting toward the fall. This could be the greatest fall in wedding history for a lot of people, but it's going to be a matter of getting through the summer to do that. And I want to be able to bring my employees back, as I'm sure you do, and get them earning right away as well. I just don't know. I've said for me, bridal show wise, we're done for the year. While I believe that there will be lots of wedding couples that will want to come to bridal shows, my personal opinion is that the national businesses are going to have spending freezes. The regional businesses and banquet facilities are going to be so busy handling the new load that they're not going to have the time. And then I think that the hotel industry has been decimated right now, and they're going to be in a spending freeze. The travel industry is decimated and is going to be in a spending freeze. So while there might be lots of wedding couples, I just don't think there's going to be enough vendors to support them. So I think that wedding shows are going to be off. So I think that as people, and I'm saying this from a bridal show producer, not to spread doom and gloom, but to tell you from a producer point of view, that if you're a wedding vendor and you're waiting for a bridal show to happen to start talking to a ton of brides, I don't think it's necessarily going to happen. And if it does, it won't be until September, October. And so you need to start looking at online ways of marketing, whether that's Facebook, Instagram with paid targeted advertising, whether that is really knocking on doors the minute that the world opens up, and kind of go from there. I belong to, do you have Massage Envy in Cleveland, the chain? I belong to that, and I already placed a phone call into their corporate office because I have so many massages that are accumulated that I'm going to beg the corporate office to let me have gift cards so that I can go visit my key accounts and bring them some flowers and that, and say, here, I know this was a stressful time. Here's a little something to help you get through the new stress that you're going to have, putting in the crazy hours to get these things going, and let us know if we can be of help to you in the future. So
there's one thing, Case, I want to add to your thing about your projection into the fall.
Yeah.
Everybody has a different opinion about it, right? And everybody's in a different situation. I want to share a different dimension on it. My concern that I want people that are watching to identify for is not about whether you're going to be able to handle your show load or whether you're going to be able to work with your customers effectively. I'm just going to say I'm encouraged by your ability to run your business and perform well and work with your customers. My concern is that a lot of the people that are DJ business owners, and I've learned through coaching and consulting, not everybody has the cash reserves that they need to survive things like this, nor do they have the business experience to do it. So I just want to say to all of you out there that have businesses, your projections of what you're doing, they don't stop in August. They don't stop in September. You really need to be projecting as soon as you understand how, and as soon as you stop holding your breath, all the way until next April. Because what's going to happen is many people are basically burning through their cash reserves because they didn't make decisions fast enough for what's happening. And certainly PPP and EIDL and other things will help to stop the bleeding. But what will happen is the businesses will need to restart themselves with the money that they're getting for the contracts that they're performing on when things start to open up. That means that profit margins are going to be razor thin, and they're going to be forced to make decisions that ultimately every single business will still be open short term. But what's going to happen is bit by bit into the fall, some people are going to start to essentially suffocate themselves. And as they hit December, if you're fortunate enough as a business to have a lot of holiday work, if that's a thing, maybe you survive that long. But if you hit a season where you're normally, dark, or you're upside down, like Rock House is upside down, for almost 2 full quarters per year. It's just extremely, extremely real to take a look at and that's not doom and gloom. That's forecasting. That's business about what it looks like. So, man, please talk to business professionals, find out what you need to know and understand, so that not only do you make it past the next 3 or 4 months, but what does your business look like? Because if you make 40 or 50 grand right now and things were going great, or more, whatever it is, you may find yourself in a couple $100,000 of debt, making note payments and other things, and then still make that amount or less for what's happening later, unless you make some serious decisions and you've got a plan. That's it. So lots of things will be different.
Let's see. Pete Troy. Matt's talking about mental health, not wealth. For you can have wealth, but not mental health is much more important. And with wealth comes great responsibility, something that Matt has demonstrated today by opening up. And that's very true. The founder of Kodak had everything in the world, but never had a wife, never had a child, and got so depressed that he killed himself, and was one of the wealthiest men in America at the time.
Yeah, I left out the statistics that are staggering about suicide. That had there's a lot of statistics I left out because I felt like it was going the wrong way. But I absolutely do my best to keep my priorities straight. And it is a reason that they call it work-life balance, because it's a balancing act. It's never done.
Sure. All right. Well, let me see. Our next presenter is Joel Comm, and I am not seeing him in the thing, but Mike Petritis is here. So, John, can you bring in Mike? There he is. So, Matt, I wanted to thank you again for joining us and for and being so open. It was truly inspirational, and I cannot thank you enough. So you have an amazing day.
You too, Case. Hey, Mike. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. How are you, man?
Great. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Gladly worked with Mike last year. We did some awesome campaign work, so highly recommend the work that you do, brother.
Oh, I appreciate it. I didn't even pay for that. That's great.
Right?
I'm all for it.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. And everybody have a great day and have a great Easter.
And Joel Comm just came in. John, you want to bring Joel in?
I'll see if I can find him.
He's right there.
Right there. Where Keith is pointing.
Oh, well, he knows. There he is. Hey, Joel. Can we go unmute Joel? There he is.
What's going on, gang?
Nada. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Do we still have Matt Radicelli slides up, or is that just in my my Zoom feed, John?
Oops, hang on a sec.
And Joel just disappeared.
No, it was me. It was me. I'm trying to get Matt's slides out of there. There we go.
There it is. And now Matt's gone. He's waving goodbye again. Thanks
Bye,
again.
Matt.
Hey,
there
Joel.
He is.
Don't forget to write.
Did you know each other by chance?
No.
Okay.
But
I don't,
nice to
Matt's
meet
a well. That was a funny thing. I try every person I've ever thought Matt should be introduced to. He's like, I met him. I remember introducing you to Michael Cirbelli, and you're like, yeah, we know each other forever. So, and Joel's a well-traveled man, and I'll get to his introduction in a minute. So it wouldn't have shocked me if you did production for him. So that's that. So, Matt, thank you so much. You enjoy the rest of your weekend, and thank you again for being so open and so sharing and so caring.
Thank you. Thank you, Case.
No problem.
Talk to you later, guys. Bye.
All right. So our next presenter is the world famous Joel Kahn. John, can we take out Matt so he can finally go and enjoy his day?
We're going to take him out?
We're going to take him out. He's Italian. He knows what that means.
Hey, we're going to take you outside.
There he is. He's gone. Gotcha. So now most people in the DJ industry have no idea who you are. And by a very, very, very small world twist of fate, I posted on Facebook years ago that I was going to the Social Media Examiner, and your brother, who happens to be my accountant, turned around and said, make sure you check out my brother. And I go, who's your brother? And he goes, is my last name that common that you don't recognize it? And he said, Joel Common. I don't know if you remember, but you finished your keynote and said, if you have any questions, I'll be over here. And I came over to you and said, can you recommend a good accountant? And you looked at me like I was the stupidest, strangest guy in the world. And you're like, my brother? And I said, I'm Keith Kokoris. And you're like, oh, that's right. So,
by the way, it's his birthday today, so I just talked to him a short time ago.
Well, I don't believe he's on Facebook anymore.
He's not. He is the antisocial one.
Yeah. Well, so
how ironic.
Yeah. So Joel, meet Mike. Mike, meet Joel.
Hi, Joel.
So Mike is going to actually be doing the fireside chat with you and walking you through the next 50 minutes or so.
That's great.
So Joel, you were a former mobile DJ, what, in the 90s, if memory serves?
Well, I was actually a radio DJ back in the 80s, and then a nightclub DJ in the late 80s to early 90s. And then my first entrepreneurial venture was to shoot off on my own as a mobile DJ. And I probably did about 200 or so parties and receptions or so during the time I was in business for myself.
Okay. And the reason that nobody knows Joel is he was smart enough to get out of the DJ business. No, I'm just kidding. Joel is a true social media guru. You've got books that were printed about Twitter, about different social media applications. You've been featured, I know, in Fortune, Inc., and several others. And I've been following you since I first met you on Facebook, and you are one consistent dude about always offering content. And so I was very appreciative to reach. I was glad I was reached out, and I'm appreciative that you said yes. Mike Petritis is a little bit more known as he's the social media guru and funnel guy that focuses a lot in the DJ business because he comes from that background. And so as a result of that, I am going to let social media gurus talk to social media guru, but are both former DJs. And I'm going to shut up now and let you guys talk. So ladies and gentlemen, give a virtual round of applause for Mike Petritis and Joel Comm.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Now that's more of a fireside chat background, right?
Well, that's perfect. I should pull that too, but I wasn't thinking. I'm super anti-Zoom background. Well, Joel, I messaged you on Facebook. Unfortunately, we weren't able to connect. I'm sure your inbox is filtered like crazy. However, I think you and I have a lot of similarities considering that, I DJ'd. I had a company from 2008 through 2015. I sold it in 2015, did some freelancing for a bit, but then actually now I also do marketing. I own 10xweddings.com. However, that launched right before coronavirus, and now that all stopped. But I do a lot of things with sales funnels, advertising, all that other fun stuff. But I guess I was brought in to, I guess, translate, so to speak, considering you and I could probably talk for hours on end about CPCs and KPIs,
all that exciting stuff. Yeah.
All that exciting stuff. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think considering current climate, I think it's best to go and discuss how does someone in the events industry currently start advertising, start putting out content, start posting in a positive manner to continue to bring clients in an organic, and potentially we can talk about paid traffic as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, I think now is actually the time, right? There's an old saying that the legendary investor Warren Buffett once said, and that is that when other people are greedy, be fearful, and when other people are fearful, be greedy. And now he's speaking particularly investing, but I think when it comes to business in general, you've got a lot of people that are just focused on survival right now, right? How am I going to pay the bills? They're not necessarily planning ahead. They're trying to figure out, what do I do today? And so I think those that are strategizing now and planning for the inevitable opening and comeback of our economy to position themselves in a place where they're able to get the message out and where they're known, because people are going to be looking for services. People are going to be having public weddings again. There's going to be parties again. And I think being ready on social, letting people know that you are prepared, that you are ready, and giving them content and value now that will help them to prepare is going to build trust in you from them. And of course, that's how all business takes place. Like, know, and trust is what leads to a transaction.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And actually, I'm curious about what your honest opinion is with the current, okay, what date is things going to go back to normal? Which I know there is no more normal, in my opinion. I guess for just putting it out there, I'm definitely more positive about this. I'm kind of annoyed by the alarmists at times. And I think that there's absolutely kind of basically jumping off of what Matt was saying in the last talk about positivity, mindset, having good mental health. I think there's absolutely no reason to be an alarmist during these times, because it's just going to beat you down and make you feel that much worse. All things considered, I was actually having a talk. I think you and I have a lot of mutual friends, Joel. I was talking to one of my mentors and good friends, Alex Charfin and Gallant Dill. And what's interesting is you can't just simply go and post really positive content right now for the sake of having a positive content, because everyone's doing that. It's cliche to do that. So given current climates, what would you suggest in terms of a content strategy? Oh, I like that one better.
Yeah, we're
animated. What would you actually what would you suggest, I guess, in terms of a content strategy to stand out from the crowd when everyone's either posting coronavirus statistics or they're posting positive cliche messages? How do you stand out? How do you go and break through the noise?
I think it always comes down to authenticity, right? Don't look at what others are doing. Don't do anything because somebody else is doing it. You do you in the most real way. People connect with real people. And, I'm kind of in the same league with you, I think, and no disrespect to anybody who has lost anybody to this horrible illness or to anybody who's close to somebody who's very sick. I get it. It's a real thing. Nobody is doubting that, but I do think that it's been way overblown. And if you look at my Facebook feed, you'll see that I don't mind posting what I believe. I don't mind posting contrarian stories about what other doctors and experts are saying. And I take a lot of heat for it, but I don't care. I've, been in business for myself for so long. You're never going to make everybody happy. And so I'm not in business. I don't have a Facebook page to make other people happy. I use it to share my thoughts, feelings, opinions, stories that I want to put out there, whatever that might be. The other day I posted an animated GIF of a cat in a flip-flop, running around because I thought it was funny. Yesterday, I posted statistics from a doctor that's like, we really need to be looking at ending this lockdown. It's not always the most popular thing, but, we're not in business. We're not in this life to be popular. You're going to polarize some people no matter what you do. So you may as well do it authentically. So what are you interested in sharing with the world? What value do you want to bring to them during this time? I agree that the cliche, memes, they definitely get worn out. And then all the stories about how awful it is, like we're all it sucks. So what do you want to share right now? You got to be and do you, and people will connect with that. In fact, when I do that, people tell me it's a breath of fresh air. That, that they tell me, and if you look at comments, people are like, I'm so, glad to know you're the only person I know who's got the cojones to say this. I'm like, really? This is not hard. What is so difficult about just sharing your opinion and talking about what you want to talk about? Everybody who's watching right now, you are free and liberated to do what you want to do. So don't let anybody should on you and tell you, well, you should be doing this or you should be doing that. Figure out what is the most authentic thing that you can do, and then do that.
100%. I completely agree. I don't know why we haven't been friends sooner.
I'm glad we are now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's getting a little warm back here, though. I'm feeling the heat on my back.
Oh, well, there you go. But I thought it was hilarious that we didn't even plan. We didn't coordinate our shirts, but we did anyway.
Oh, yeah. This is my favorite brand, actually, the Life is Good brand. My closet is full of Life is Good shirts. And I just, if you look at my bio, it says, all the typical things: author, speaker, entrepreneur, podcast host, but it finishes with eternal 12-year-old. I choose to have an optimistic and playful, curious outlook on life. I'm going to be 56 years old in a couple months. I don't feel it. And whatever acting it is supposed to look like, I don't think that I do that. I think I'm responsible. I've got the whole adulting thing down, but the growing up stuff, that's a load of BS. And there's no reason to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that, as I said before, there's absolutely no reason to be a pessimist during these times, because it's not going to help you, your mental health, or anyone else around you.
Right. But you can be a realist.
Yeah, you can, as long as you know when you're going too far.
Right. Well, a realist will evaluate the situation, say, this is what I know to be true. So if we're in business, okay, here's what I know to be true. I am supposed to stay, sheltered in place. I can't go do my business, right? That is real. And I don't know when I will be able to. That is out of your control. Great. I recognize the situation. I've surveyed the landscape. I know the facts. Now, how do I deal with it? How do I manage that? Am I going to allow the circumstances to, run me over and turn me into an emotional wreck? Or am I going to show that resilient American spirit that we have? I think it's, it's in our blood, and no offense to any fans that are watching from anywhere else in the world. You've got, whatever it is you're proud to be from, I'm sure you've got spirit as well to move forward and create and do. And so this is an opportunity for us to go deep and discover, okay, what's really important to me. You kind of look at it as a personal timeout, right? A time for reflection, a time for planning, a time for strategy. And I wish there was a one size fit all. There isn't. There's no template for this. This is where individuality really has to surface, and you do you. Nobody great did something common, right? It's the people who are willing to take chances and do something out of the ordinary that stand out. Not for the sake of standing out, for the sake of being who you are and not being afraid to take a risk.
Yeah. Yep.
Did that make sense? I think I got where I wanted to go with it, but sometimes words just happen, and I'm just like,
becomes vomit.
What the hell did I just say? I don't know. This is spontaneous.
No, exactly. But hey, I'm all for it. I mean, it sounds really good, and the thing is that I believe that it's funny how, as more of these virtual events, these virtual meetings, these talks happen, everyone is kind of slowly getting to the same page as us. And I think that I think a lot of people surprisingly agree with you, and some may be coming to it soon. And it's just, we're at a situation now. It's like, okay, now what? So let's go and assume that everyone's on that level, because I feel like this call has had a lot of content covering more or less the same thing over and over again with coronavirus, and I don't want to continue to even say that word, I guess. When it comes to social media posting, when it comes to advertising, when it comes to content and stuff, let's start talking about plans of, okay, we understand what is happening in the world. If you were given a DJ company right now, and you had to start going and finding new brides who potentially are going to be booking in the next 12 months, whatever, where would you start? Where would Joel Comm events start?
Well, I mean, they're all on social, right? And they're all talking about Corona. I would go, people have to be using the hashtags, right? Getting married or wedding or planning or whatever it is, hashtags that people use in this industry.
I ironically just saw someone get engaged in their living room during quarantine.
Absolutely. What I would do is I would start creating a sense of share your vision. Oh, so this is going to, you're getting married in October and this is going to be over. Tell me what that's going to look like. Share your ideas, share your dream wedding, get people seeing the future of what's going to happen instead of the here and now that we're stuck in. Create a conversation around, what is the perfect wedding music? What's your first dance? If you could, whether you're getting married in the future or you've already been married, what was your first dance song? What's your first dance song going to be, right? What kind of cake would you want to have? How many layers would it be, right? Where would your ideal location be? Get people thinking in the affirmative and the positive about what will be. We go day to day because we have hope, because we have dreams, because we have a vision for the future. We know this is temporary. So getting people in a conversation that focuses on that puts them in the state of mind for planning and also makes them feel good. Right? People are going to want to do business with others who make them feel good. And so I would be using social media to elicit those warm, fuzzy feelings of something that's very real and helping people to focus on that future.
So what would you say is your favorite social media platforms right now?
Well, I use Facebook more than anything because I find it gives me the opportunity to share the long form type of content that I sometimes want to post. I use Twitter more as a sounding board than anything else. I've got a lot of followers, but there's so much noise on Twitter that I have friends on there, but I engage with them way more on Facebook. But what I use doesn't matter, right? If you're fine, you have to go. There's two places you need to go. One, to where your audience is, and two, where you're having the most fun. That could be TikTok, it could be Snapchat, right? It could be Instagram, it could be Instagram stories, it could be Facebook. You could be doing business and finding clients on LinkedIn, wherever it is you're comfortable. Anybody telling you that you need to be in all of these places all the time is somebody who's telling you here is your roadmap for burnout. You can't do it. And again, I go back to my saying, don't let anybody should on you. Oh, you should be on Snapchat and you should be on Instagram and you should be on TikTok. You know what? You do you. You figure out where do I enjoy creating content the most? Guess what? That's probably where you're going to create the best content. And with, millions, hundreds of millions of people on the different social media platforms, you're going to find your audience in that place. Use appropriate hashtags, create content that's relevant to the messaging that you want people to come in contact with, but you do you. And if that's just one platform, if Instagram's your jam and that's where people connect with you, then you don't listen to the people that are going, well, you should be on Twitter too. Why? You're already connecting with your audience on Instagram. Now, if you want to go and play with the other platforms and it turns out, hey, I really like this, great. That's you doing you. You pick the platforms you want. Make sure you're having fun because that means you're likely to be engaged and create engaging content and then work it.
And that's, I think, to tack on to what you said, usually the way I frame it is try everything, but stick with what you like and what's working.
Sure. Yeah, never. I mean, I've made my whole career out of experimenting with things. That's why I've had such a varied career over 25 years of doing business online. I've done just about everything that's not illegal, immoral, or fattening in the online world, from blogging and affiliate marketing, internet marketing, social media marketing, video, live video, writing books, doing audiobooks, podcasting, creating applications, creating software, selling information products. I've really done it all. And that's really because I'm curious. I want to try different things. I want to try different ways of sharing whatever it is that I'm passionate about. And that means that I pivot regularly. Right now, the biggest thing that I'm doing has nothing to do with any of this. I do a podcast with my friend Travis Wright on the cryptocurrency and blockchain world called the Bad Crypto Podcast. We've been doing it. It'll be 3 years in July. We went down the crypto rabbit hole and thought, wow, this is world changing. blockchain is going to revolutionize every industry, and we want to be a part of that. And we started doing the show, and now, a couple and a half years into it, almost 9 million downloads. And when we are traveling, we get to go to conferences and speak. In fact, as you're doing this summit, we're planning a week-long virtual blockchain week at the end of the month, and it's free. So anybody who wants to learn about cryptocurrency and blockchain, go to virtualblockchainweek.com and go ahead and register.
Yeah. So what I'm actually really curious about is, what's your opinion on TikTok? I work with a few DJs. I do consulting one-on-one with a few different guys, and there's one who in particular, in the span of 1 month, he had almost 50,000 views on his profile, just because he was posting random stuff. And what I really love about TikTok is it's so new. There is no definition of what's right and what's wrong yet. It's kind of the wild, wild west of social media at the moment, especially in the wedding industry.
What do you mean by right and wrong? That's an interesting.
Okay. So no, great question. And so with us as being in the marketing world, obviously Facebook is number one if you're in the marketing space, because that's where everyone is. There's groups. You can go to the ClickFunnels group and see a whole litany of people trying to go and sell you on something.
Which, by the way, I knew Russell Brunson when Russell Brunson was just getting started. And now the success he's had with ClickFunnels is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unfortunately, I use a different software, which we can talk about that later, but that's a whole nother story. But anyway, I mean, what I find really interesting is Facebook and Twitter and Instagram have been around long enough where there's kind of these unspoken rules as to what you should and shouldn't do when you post. There's certain, I guess, formulas that you should do to ensure that you get the engagement that you're seeking.
So you're talking about best practices then, right?
Yes.
Using how to use hashtags to make sure that you're visible. So not so much of rights and wrongs when you talk about do's and don'ts, more just practical mechanics of how the platforms operate.
Correct. Like if people use hashtags on Facebook, it doesn't, as far as I've seen, it doesn't really do anything.
No.
If you use them on Twitter and Instagram, huge difference.
Yes.
So with TikTok, no one has really found the right way to do things or the wrong way to do things. And what's interesting is when I went in and when I was working with my clients of trying to go into TikTok, I only found 14 accounts that were wholly dedicated to weddings. That's it. We're talking wedding planners, videographers, photographers, and then I think I found like 1 or 2 DJ companies. So there's no one there. Now, of course, you have the people who think that TikTok is a giant ploy for China to go and spy on you. However, that being said, I mean, there's obviously a ton of attention there. And so how do you typically go and approach a new platform like TikTok, and how do you start playing with it? How do you start finding your stride?
Well, you just do, right? You try things and you see what type of engagement that you get. It's really that simple. I wish I had a formula that sounded smarter than that, but the only way to build a sandcastle is head to the beach with your pail and shovel and start digging, right? And find out, is the sand here wet enough for it to stick? Is it too close to the water? Is it going to wash away? Is it the right consistency? Have I got the right tools? And you try things. I see myself as a guy with a pail and a shovel building sandcastles all over the place, and sometimes they fall flat and sometimes they turn into something more than I ever imagined they would. And being curious and taking risks is really the only way to discover what's going to work. I've done this so many times, and there's times I think, oh, I've got the solution, and I'll go out there and I'll try something and it falls flat on its face. And then other times I'll stumble across something that I didn't expect and go, wow, look how that blew up. Why did that blow up? Is that repeatable? Can I do that again? Let me try and duplicate that success. And if I can, now I've got a clue towards what works. If it doesn't work again, then I'm like, well, maybe that was just a fluke. But the only way you're going to know is by experimenting and taking these risks.
So one thing that comes up a lot in the DJ industry is obviously, especially given current times, I mean, when it comes to investing time and money into anything, it's a huge risk. And so Chris Hodson just said on Facebook, are people booking events or people who use TikTok booking events as marketing to that demographic converted into sales? Any statistics on it? Now, I think personally that becomes the problem of analysis paralysis, where they're thinking too much and not just doing. what's your opinion on people who go and say like, hey, should I do this? Is it going to convert into sales when there is no direct correlation to sales?
So I've never been that guy. I am not the analytical guy when it comes to, looking at the data. I pretty much do what I want to do, and then I look at the results. Not everybody's able to do that. I've got some friends that are super analytical, and they will not make a move in their business until they have gathered all the data and eaten all, the data. It's like they're the guy that's going to chew their food, 40 times before they swallow. That's not me. I'm like, just dive right in. So if you tell me I got to go analyze all this data and figure out, what the formula is going to look like, I'll be like, well, that doesn't sound like fun at all. I don't want to do that. So this goes back again to you doing you, or partnering with somebody who is a data monster that loves the analytics, and then we'll come back to you and say, based on what I see here, I think you should try this.
Awesome. No, and
a lot of us are solopreneurs, though, as DJs, right? It's our gig, and don't try to put a square peg in a round hole. There's a lot of things I can't do well. I don't do graphic design well. I like to write in short spurts, but even my books, I don't sit down all at once and write them. There's, I don't program. I can't code my way out of a paper bag. So I'm wise enough to know I need to bring in the right team to help me with those things and outsource and pay somebody to do things I'm not qualified to do. Otherwise, you end up falling short. Like people who can't do graphic design, but they do their own design anyway. They undersell their brand because your logo and your website are a reflection of how good you are at what you do. And if it's substandard in terms of design, then you might not be fully representing how good of a DJ you actually are. Because it's kind of like people who self-publish books. You ever seen those really bad looking books? They're self-published. The cover looks horrible. The typeset is all wrong. The content could be amazing, but we do judge books by their cover. And if your presentation is not commensurate with the quality of the service or product you provide, people are going to judge that.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's funny you mentioned that. I've seen so many people who they'll go and record a video on YouTube, send it over to Rev, translate it into text, publish it, and be like, here's my self-help book. Because you're right, that happens entirely too much.
All the time.
Another question that came up is, how do you feel about cross-platform marketing, such as posting to Zoom? I'm not sure about the second part of that, but the first part, cross-platform marketing. When I go and think about cross-platform marketing, I was of the school of thought where if you have different platforms, go and post unique content to every platform. Because if I follow you on Facebook and the same thing's on Instagram, why should I follow you on both?
Yeah.
What is your thought on that?
So sometimes I will share the same content, but rarely for that exact reason. It can be lazy. It indicates that, I'll also post the same thing here, but I really don't care about making sure it fits this platform better. I just want to put it out there. So it's kind of an easy way out, but you have to know your audience and changing the messaging. I mean, having long form on Facebook versus 240 characters on Twitter is a world of difference. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to use all the hashtags you use on Instagram, or even doing stuff on stories. Now, sometimes what I will do is I'll create something in stories or on Snapchat, and I'll save those videos and then upload those same videos to some different platforms, whether it's Facebook stories, Instagram stories, newer apps, that are out there and up and coming. And yes, it can be lazy, but for me, I can be lazy sometimes. I choose to be, because otherwise it feels like too much work. And the moment I start feeling like what I do for a living is like a job, then I don't want to do it anymore, and I'm not going to do it well. And so I try to shelter myself from all the voices of all the things that I'm supposed to be doing to have a successful business, so I can focus on the things I want to do.
So,
by the way, can I ask you where? I know you're taking questions. I don't see them coming on the group.
They're on Facebook.
Where do I see on Facebook? Where is it?
It's being live streamed from the Marquee show page.
Ooh. Somebody wants to drop a link to that page in the Zoom group chat. I would love to see what's going on there.
Here, I got you. And boom.
There it is. All right, let's take a look at what you guys got going on there.
Yeah, we got about 27 other people on Facebook on top of the 42 on Zoom, which is
well, there
awesome.
I am. How about that? Hi, everybody on Facebook.
I know, obviously, you said, hey, you don't want to be the guy who tell people like, hey, go do this. Hey, you should be on this. Hey, you should be doing this. But do you see that there's any completely untapped opportunities on social media right now that people should try at least?
Oh boy, that's an impossible question for me to answer. I mean, that's like saying, "Hey, Joel, what's the big money maker that nobody's doing right now?" Because then I might be doing that, myself. But let me wax philosophical here for a moment and look at it this way. I think everybody is uniquely created with their own God-given talents, skills, abilities, personality, all that, wrapped up into your package that nobody else has. So we talked earlier about being your authentic self. When you ask me what's not being done out there, well, this is an opportunity for everybody to look in the mirror and assess and go, am I just doing on social what I've been told to do by the so-called experts? And by the way, I don't even like the word guru. I don't even know what that means. I'm just a guy who's done this stuff for a while. So if you're not bringing your authentic message to social, then that's something that nobody's doing, because you're the only one who can do that. Right. And that means taking risks. And that's scary for people. Now, as entertainers, we overcome a good piece of that already because we're willing to put ourselves out there, in front of the microphone, and our music is the soundtrack of, what's happening with us, or the vibe we want to create for the event. So DJing is a very personal thing to begin with. So most people listening to this should be hopefully past that. But boy, if you're not delivering your authentic message to the world, then that's what's missing. And nobody else can do it. And I'll go so far as to say this: if you're not taking that risk and being fully you for the rest of the world, you're shorting out. Right? They're missing out on this component that only you can bring. And so, while there's not a single thing I can say, well, nobody's doing this, I could say to, random viewer XZ that's watching right now, if you're not being you and doing that thing that scares you a little bit, because that's usually the thing that makes you unique and stand apart, then you're doing the rest of the world a disservice. And let me just elaborate on that just a little bit more about being scared. A lot of what we do is in common with one another, right? There's certain things we do that, yes, everybody does. But when we start looking at what everybody else is doing and we try to pattern their success, we're not actually being who we are and saying, well, what do I want to do? And when we see this one USP, this unique selling proposition that is us, this one thing we want to do that we think, well, I'm not seeing anybody else do that, I don't know if that's really a good idea. Bingo. You just found something to try. And that should scare you, because you don't know how people are going to respond to that thing coming from you that others aren't doing. I'm going to bet that you're going to find people who really connect with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this whole situation right now for you and I is kind of like a blind first date, because I'm not sure exactly which direction to take this, but I'm curious, what's your opinion, or what's your experience with paid traffic between Google, Facebook, Instagram, etc.?
So I don't really do any myself anymore. I used to be on the other side of that as a publisher. I made a lot of money with Google AdSense, taking advertisers' money. In fact, I wrote the book on it literally back in 2005, and a series of books on how to make money with Google. But on the spending side, I've not done much in that area. I know that Facebook targeting is probably the best targeting. Once you get beyond the little button that says boost post, which don't do that. That's like going to Vegas and dropping your money in an airport slot machine. Don't do that. You want to find somebody who is a Facebook ad expert, who understands targeting, who understands pixels and building your list, and work with them, even if it's $1, per day on ad to see what works. But I would always recommend Facebook as my primary ad channel.
Awesome. Well, then I won't go down that path too much, but I was curious. Thoughts about doing live mix sessions during these times?
Go for it. Do you want to do a live mix session? Who asked that question?
Ethan Mazer on Facebook.
By the way, I see you linked me the video, but why am I not seeing the page with all the scrolling? I'm just seeing the.
If you open, you have to like expand the video.
Here we
to a full
go.
screen.
Okay. Yeah, you'd think a social media expert would know what to do. That. Oh, I see all your questions now. There we are. So that's Ethan. Thoughts on doing live quarantine mix sessions during these times? If you want to do mix sessions, man, get out there and do it. I see a lot of entertainers getting online and singing. I got a friend who's been going on every day with his daughter, and they're doing live worship music, and they're taking requests from people. You have an attentive audience right now. They're looking to be, amused. And if you're going to go live, I think Zoom is a really great way to do it, and make sure you have the plan that allows you to do multi-streaming. I use restream.io. In fact, we're going to be using that for our conference, and I bought the license that allows me to go live to Facebook from Zoom to Facebook, Periscope, which is Twitter, DLive, Twitch, YouTube, and we'll probably tack on some others. If you've got accounts on all those, hit the audience everywhere that they are, and give them an opportunity to enjoy what you're mixing.
Yeah, some people like to go and consume content in their own favorite way, and whatever platform that might be, give it to them.
Yeah, and engage with them. I mean, the game of you're on a street corner, and should I go left or right? Right, and you can kind of crowdsource that. And people can vote and go, okay, you're going to go left. Now you go to the next block. Which way do I go? Do I go left, right, or straight? And people can vote. Okay, I'm going to go that way. And so people are directing. As a DJ, guess what? You can put a poll out there and say, all right, am I going to slow it down and get into this groove? Or, am I going to kick it up a notch here? Do you want to see how high we can pump this thing up here? Create your own little crowdsourced dance party. The key thing is to get the engagement from the audience. You want that back and forth with them, just like we have in the chat room right now, right? You want people talking and engaging with you. This is not a one-way conversation. This is not a presentation. This is a dialogue. And even as a DJ, as a musician, having that dialogue with your listeners is essential. It'll bond them closer to you.
And that's always one of my biggest pet peeves is that people go in the live stream, or they'll make a post, any post, not even just a live stream, and they let the comments come in, but they don't reply. And it's funny how, at least I know with Facebook's algorithm, as far as we understand it, I mean, when you go and reply to someone's comment, that helps you just as much, if more, than if someone were to just share the post.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they get notified that you've replied. Right. And now they come and other people see. Also, watch parties are huge, right? For anybody watching any Facebook Live, you have the ability when you share, not just to share it to your page, that's fine. But when you start a watch party to your page, Facebook's algorithm seems to favor those. So whenever I go live, I actually went live last night to share some tools that help spice up lives, kind of like, the virtual green screens. I always tell people, hey, start a watch party. Don't just share this broadcast, start a watch party. And I tell them why, because you'll get more of your people alerted that you're watching this video than if you do a share.
I remember when watch parties first came out, like, what was it, middle of last year or so? Yeah. And there was like a huge problem. They had to nerf it because every time someone joined a watch party, then it went and sent a notification to every one of their friends.
Right.
Oh, that was a fun time. That was a fun time at Facebook.
Anytime they roll out a new tool, it's a great time to break it.
Actually, I've noticed from a paid advertising perspective, I mean, Facebook's been rolling out a lot of new features for Marketplace. They tried launching a new design earlier in the week, failed miserably. But what I find interesting is whenever Facebook rolls out a new feature, whoever utilizes it immediately, they reward them. You get more reach for using it, especially with paid advertising. If you were the first person to go and use their video generation tool, when you put in slideshows and it turns it into a video, if you're the first person to use that, you instantly get a lower CPM. If you were the first to go, and what's the latest one? Oh, they now do lead generation instead of through a lead form. They now use a built-in chat bot. First to use that, your lower lead cost. There's a lot of opportunities out there with Facebook that I think they're kind of like the previous question we had, where they have the analysis paralysis. They're thinking too much. They're not just trying. They're not building that sandcastle, like you said.
Okay, I'm going to do this right now just as an experiment. I'm going to start a watch party to my personal page. I'm just saying I'm talking marketing for DJs on this live stream. So anybody who would go to facebook.com/Joel Comm, there we go, would see this. And I'm just curious how many people that follow me will come just because they've got notified that there's a watch party going on. 5 instantly, 6. Yep. I mean, we've not been on for 25
Now, this is going to be the worst watch party ever because it's just us counting upwards.
Yeah. 7, 8. Here we go. Welcome to those of you watching on my stream. This is a great time for me because these fellas are doing an all-day seminar to disc jockeys. This is what their group is about. And being a former disc jockey, WPGU Rock 107 FM, Urbana-Champaign's classic rock, they're asking me questions about marketing. So those of you watching, welcome.
What's up, everyone? How you doing? So, I mean, what else did you want to cover? Is there another kind of topic that we haven't yet covered?
No, man, it's up to you. I mean, I'm here for the giggles. I told them because we're planning our own conference, I don't have time for a presentation, but happy to come on and chat. But now that I have a moment to think about it, yes, watch for up and coming platforms, right? You know, what is the next big thing that's happening now? Being a big fan of blockchain and social media, I've been watching for the various applications that are out there that are actually more privacy centric and that give the user control over the experience and actually reward the user for contributing great content. You know, as far as I know, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, they don't pay you for your posts. They don't pay you for engagement. And so just like, you know, I got to Twitter in 2007, I got to Facebook, you know, that same year. I get early to all these platforms and I try them. I've seen a lot come and go, but when I look at some of the blockchain platforms, there's a couple out there which have really caught my attention. And you guys can go play with these, you know, be early to the game and see if you build an audience there. One of them is called Rebuzz. REBUZZ.io. It's an app for both iOS and Macintosh, or iOS and Android. Thank you, brain fart. And it's like Instagram, only you earn buzz tokens for your posts and for your engagement. Works really great. I love it. I've earned a bunch of buzz, and when I post something on Instagram, I usually go post that same content on Rebuzz. Another one which I got introduced to recently is called Peppo, P-E-P-O. I'm not sure if it's Peppo.tv or just look up the Peppo app, and it's very much like TikTok. Only you get rewarded in their native tokens for engagement, and you can then redeem them for like Amazon.com gift cards. It's the real world value for the content you're creating. So just as you know, I told you throughout, I'm a big fan of experimenting with new things. I've got my eye on these new platforms. Eventually we're going to see something that is incredibly disruptive to the current social media state of the union. And I want to be there when that happens.
And to your same point, I mean, I noticed that the same original developers of Vine came out with Byte, B-Y-T-E. Yep. And it's square videos that are, I think it's 7 seconds. Like they're super short.
Yeah.
It hasn't really taken off, but I joined it. I'm looking at it. I'm watching the groundswell. I'm seeing what's going on. And again, like we've been talking about for the last 40 minutes or so, try it. If it's something that's out there, there's no harm in trying it.
It's fun to play with the toys. That's what I do. I play with the toys and I see what I like. Some things go by the wayside, you know, and some things they stick around. But one thing is for sure, and that's everything changes. You know, whatever worked recently, the world is changing and people are going to be looking for innovative new ways of sharing some old messages. And so this is like why I think direct mail is an incredible way to market, right? Because people aren't doing it to the level that they used to. And if you've got a really great offer and an attractive piece and people get it in their mailbox, you know, they're used to getting stuff in their email now, so much so that it's delete, 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 unsubscribe, unsubscribe. But direct mail with the, you know, the right piece, the right messaging that's attractive, it could be very effective.
And it's awesome that you mentioned that, because there's also services out there like Handwritten, HANDWRYTTEN, where you can go and automate handwritten notes, where it's a robot that uses handwriting and writes notes for you. And you could do that. And I like you brought that up, because marketing is an ever moving goalpost, right? And so if everyone's going over here, then our job is to go and use this because it's an opportunity. And then eventually everyone goes back and forth. I don't think anyone will ever master marketing or sales, because it keeps on changing.
No, but a key is innovating, right? A key is not being a follower. It's being a leader. If you look at all of the great ad campaigns that you've seen, all the marketing campaigns that you could think of that really stood out, they did not duplicate anybody else. They marched to the beat of their own drummer, and that's one of the things that made them so effective. Now, when you do that, doesn't mean you're always going to win. All you got to do is look at Super Bowl commercials, right, to see which ones were the big wins and which ones fell flat. Just because they fell flat doesn't mean they didn't try something new. It just means their messaging sucked and they didn't connect.
Do you agree with Gary Vaynerchuk, who says that the Super Bowl commercials are still underpriced?
I don't know what they're charging for them now, but Gary is super smart. I remember interviewing him back in 2008 when he was still doing Wine Library TV, and he's definitely worthy of paying attention to.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I would love to see some data on that, right? What is the cost of a 30-second, 60-second commercial, and what ROI would the company who bought it be able to demonstrate, not just in terms of bottom line profit, but in terms of awareness? How much is the brand being talked about? What kind of buzz is there now on social media about them? What's the hang time on it? Are people still talking about that same campaign? Like, people today in 2020 are still talking about Apple's 1984 commercial.
Yep.
Amazing hang time. Right? Talk about money well spent. Created a commercial, 36 years ago that we're still talking about today.
I guess not the modern version of that, I don't think it's at the same tier, but one thing I thought was absolutely fantastic was it 2015 or 2016 when the power went out at the Super Bowl?
Right.
And Oreo randomly made a Twitter post saying we could still dunk in the dark.
Yep.
I loved that.
Brilliant. Instant making, lemonade out of lemons, and so clever. I think this is why, having somebody in social that is smart enough to take advantage of these things that happen culturally, capitalize on them when they happen. And newsjacking is really, is the term we use in marketing for it, taking whatever's happening right now and finding a way to connect our story to the current event.
And actually, someone was able to go and find this for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The cost of a 30-second infomercial during the 2020 Super Bowl is $5.6 million, which was up $400,000 from 2019. And you get on average about 99.9 million viewers.
Well, there you go.
I mean, because the thing is, personally, I've watched the 2019, I've watched the 2020 Super Bowl. I don't think I don't remember the commercials like I have in the past. I remember when people first got weird and crazy, like Doritos and the Super Bowl commercials. I don't feel that anymore. That desire to go and watch the commercials as much.
I'm trying to remember. I know there was a couple that really stood out to me. The one was it the Snickers one where people were falling in the pit?
Or was that Doritos?
I see. There you go. There's maybe that's
exactly the point. Yeah, no one remembers them anymore.
There was one though that I remembered more than that. I remember saying this was the best commercial. They killed it. I remember it was Jeep. It was the Groundhog Day commercial because it had Bill Murray in it. That clear winner, hands down. Nobody else could touch it because it's freaking Bill Murray.
And you know what? And this is actually a great way to wrap this up. Is the math would come out to $0.056 per, so 5.6 cents per impression for a Super Bowl commercial. However, that's Nielsen data, which that just means that someone's TV was on. That doesn't necessarily mean that you actually have 99.9 million active viewers of that ad. That's why I love social media, is when you spend money on social media, or if you just post organically to social media, you have exact analytics of exactly who watched it. You know exactly how long they watched it. You know exactly if they watched it multiple times. I mean, all of that's traceable. I mean, organic, real, I guess, traditional marketing, which I hate using that term as well, because really there is no traditional marketing anymore. Nope. I feel like there's no real benefit to doing billboards or TV ads as much or radio ads as much anymore. Again, I mean, we're shifting focus to social more, so maybe there will be opportunities there. I know the price for radio ads are coming down, but it's an interesting thing to consider.
Well, if you're going to do a radio ad, make sure it stands out, right? That it doesn't sound like a typical radio ad. If you're going to do a billboard, that thing better pop. And people still spend money on yellow pages. Now that's what boggles my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Who actually takes any yellow pages anymore? Somebody must.
Did you see the billboard that went viral today of a divorce attorney who put a tiger print in the background, says, don't worry, you don't need a tiger for this divorce?
Brilliant. Newsjack.
That was brilliant. That's perfect.
Yep. Took the whole Tiger King theme and ran with it.
Hey guys, I was one feeding you the statistics. I figured I'd look them up real fast.
Feed us.
Well, I was talking about the Super Bowl stuff. And the other thing you got to consider though is Super Bowl ads now today are more than just the Super Bowl ad, because you've got all of the media that's playing up what are going to be the best commercials. Hmm. So you've got publicity from that. You've got pre-releasing it before the thing even starts. So, again, if you're looking at traditional media, you can't send out a postcard for 5.6 or for 0.056 cents. So it's just something.
0.056 cents or 5 cents.
0.056 cents per impression. So it came out to
a commercial.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
And if you have a product, like personally for me, what stood out the most? I had never heard of GoDaddy until they did Super Bowl commercials.
The Danica Patrick stuff. Yep.
Yeah. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, and they really dominated the brand. Now, being in Chicago, we have WeatherTech's headquarters here, but WeatherTech wound up doing commercials as well. And I feel like, again, there's a lot of people that drive cars. So if you have a product or a service that caters to, middle America and such, I understand why Pepsi's there and Toyota's there and Ford is there and several others. And Joel just became a ball somehow.
Yeah, I was actually going to experiment with a little something here, and it doesn't seem to be working. So I will switch back to there's so Snapchat came out with a desktop app called Snap Camera.
Okay.
And basically, it allows you can go download it for PC or Mac now. It basically allows you to do Snapchat type filters on your thing. In fact, here, let me just drop my video for a second, and let's see if I can do this. Just because I told you guys I like to play.
Yeah, you do.
This is super fun.
Oh, and Casey, actually, to your point, Chicago also has the Brian Urlacher balding billboards all over the damn place.
But I don't know. I don't think those are national yet. I think
they're not national, but I think it's really interesting that they focus on Chicago, and they've done it so well to the point where it's a meme now because everyone just makes fun of them.
Well, them and Ryan Sandberg. The funny part is those people got their start in collecting Beanie Babies, and then they did Cash into Gold, and now they're doing this.
Okay, we need to get Joel. Oh, there he is.
So I'm a potato.
And, you're getting cooked.
I'm getting cooked, but the one I really wanted to show you comes from this one right here. I'm Joe Exotic.
So what? Exotic?
Exotic.
Yeah. Tiger
Did you
King.
not watch Tiger King?
Okay,
Come on.
I couldn't. You know what? I've got you guys shrunk. You're not in full size,
Yeah,
so I couldn't tell if he was wearing a construction hat. I thought he was trying to be one of the village people for a minute.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, so it's a fun way to spice up some of what you're doing live is Snap Camera. Just a little marketing tip there.
Cool. So let's see. If anybody's got any questions for Joel or Mike, this is typically where I'm going to ask you to spit them out there. So Jody Harris said, I can't imagine my clients would be searching for me on TikTok. Seems to be, it should be better for celebrities. You think there are platforms that just lend themselves so much better to celebrities than everyday people?
TikTok
Joel?
was never about celebrities to begin with. When celebrities got on the TikTok, the groundswell of TikTok got angry. They're like, get off our platform.
Yeah, I think Instagram is definitely more celebrity oriented. Twitter is for the people who follow celebrity culture. I don't, that's not me. But again, assuming your audience isn't there is one thing. Discovering they're not there is another. And the real question is my audience there or not? It's, do I want to play with TikTok? Do I want to try creating some content? Do I want to experiment with this tool? What can I do with it? How does it make me feel creatively? Does it bring like, I remember when Snapchat used to be all just kids, and probably about 5 years ago, I was one of the early ones in the marketing community that, like, you know what, this is fun. I'm going to start creating stories. And I did some really creative things with it for about a year. And then I burned out on it. And I'm like, all right, I'm done with Snapchat. But I had fun with it for that period of time. So the real question is what does it bring out of you creatively? And do you enjoy it? If you do, then odds are you're going to attract an audience of others who are connecting with you.
Gotcha.
And actually, I don't think anyone should ever look at TikTok as a platform like, hey, is this going to make me money? It's a brand awareness platform. Because the thing is when you post to TikTok, you can't go and say, hey, only display this to people within 50 miles of me. It's going to the entire world, right? And so when you make that post, you're doing it in order to go and have a better brand that has a foundation to build other things off of. Like, there's one account on TikTok, SAPS Entertainment, SAPS_entertainment. And I know that there's quite a few DJs on here who are very much aware of the different robot suits that you can get for the parties. The SAPS Entertainment was the first and only company right now to go and take these robot suits that I know there's a lot of companies other than them that have them. However, they've made an entire TikTok account surrounding these robot suits, and they have millions of views. They're blowing up. It's awesome.
Right. Tara Feely, sadly, I'd never heard of Joel Comm before. 5 minutes into this presentation, me likey Joel. You do you, spot on. I absolutely love it. So
I see on Facebook, Ethan says, thoughts on running Facebook lead gen ads now with wording that doesn't mention coronavirus but hints at the future. I know, in my opinion, I mean, running Facebook lead generation ads, not lead forms anymore. I think lead forms are kind of played out and they're not really performing as much as what they used to. I would do lead generation, the messenger ads. Those still work well. But yeah, if you mention COVID-19 or coronavirus, your ad account will get shut down. So don't do that.
Yeah. And I know we're about to wrap here. So let me just give one more piece of advice. These social platforms are great for networking and for lead gen, but make sure you are building your own list. Your email list is your gold. You do not own these platforms. Your access to them could be removed, revoked at any time that they decide to change terms of service, or you can be charged for it. And I've seen many people lose their business overnight by having their YouTube account shut down, by having their Facebook ad privileges taken away, you name it. Make sure that you're offering people a reason to come to your website, to opt in to your email list. Give them something of value, even if it's a one-page PDF. Top 10 mistakes brides make when planning a wedding, right? Whatever it is, offer people something of value that gets them thinking ahead towards their event and get them on your email list.
Gotcha. All right, Joel, I've been following you for a long time. And there's one thing that I feel that you have that is super, super timely, and that is your Do Good Stuff campaign. You want to share that, especially in the 2020 pandemic that we're in?
Well, I remember back in 2005, my
Jordan,
newsletter,
I don't know
my
if you can
subscriber
hear me or
count
not,
really took
but
off.
I can't hear you yet.
You can't hear me?
No, he's talking to the next presenter.
Okay, great.
Keep going.
And everybody was signing their emails to your success. And I'm like, that's so cliche. Yeah, we want everybody to succeed, but what do I really want to communicate to people and be on brand for me? Well, I always tell people, do good, because I'm a believer that when you put good out there, regardless of whether or not there's something in it for you, that good comes back. You know, some call it karma, some call it the law of sowing and reaping, whatever you want to call it. I think if we have an attitude of the heart that we put good out there, it's like being here today, right? This is, you asked, and I'm like, yeah, this is a great opportunity to help people that I have a connection with this, because I understand DJing and nobody's paying me to do this. I didn't ask to be paid. I'm not asking to be paid. I'm like, yeah, this sounds like a good opportunity to put something good out there. Somebody 10 years down the road might come back to me and say, hey, you know, I saw you give this thing and my business changed because I did this one thing. And I just want to say thank you. Well, that's rewarding enough. I've had people from my past come back and say, hey, I've got a business deal. You never know what's going to come of doing good. And so I sign my emails, do good stuff, and I trademarked it. I actually have a t-shirt brand called Do Good Stuff, and it's a way of life.
Yeah. And you can buy that t-shirt if it's something you connect with at joelcomm.com.
DoGoodStuff.com. Yeah.
DoGoodStuff.com. Also, you can check out Joel at joelcomm.com, and he's got a whole series of books. Twitter Power 3.0, the AdSense Code, Click Here to Order, Ka-ching, Live Video Revolution.
In fact, I'll tell you guys what. How about we do a giveaway? Let me turn this. Let me grab a book here. It's funny how I disappear into the fireplace, right?
Well,
so here, let me turn off my green screen so you can
should
actually
have stayed as a
see
potato.
this.
Just walk into the flames as a potato.
So this is my actual office. Here I am in my home office. You can see the book up on the wall. That's a poster. This is my most recent book called The Fun Formula: How Curiosity, Risk-Taking, and Serendipity Can Revolutionize How You Work. I'll let you guys decide how to give it away to somebody today. And if you'll just email me in the US, please, their name and their mailing address, I'll sign it and send it off to you.
Perfect. Sounds great. And I'll get creative on that one. And Joel, thank you so very, very much. If you talk to your brother today, tell him happy birthday from me. And Mike, thanks for agreeing to chat. And that's it, guys. So why don't you guys go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day?
Thanks. I'm going to the beach. See you.
Awesome. Very good. Those are closed now. I don't know if you've seen the mayor closed them. So we've got Jordan Marshall coming in next. And John, I know he's doing it a little bit unconventionally, correct?
Jordan, are you with us?
I believe so. Are you guys with me?
Casey, can you hear him?
I can hear him. I just can't see him. Is that because he's coming a little bit differently? Or
yes, he's coming in differently. So you're going to be just talking to him.
What's that?
You're not going to see him.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, you know what? We ran just a few seconds over there, so I'm just going to turn things over. For those of you that don't know our next presenter, he is from Jersey, and he's got a slight Jersey accent, but you can still understand him. So it's very different than talking to Jeffrey Craig Cyber. He is the owner of Explosive Entertainment, also the owner of A-Sharp Productions. And forgive me, what was Dylan's company's name that you guys acquired in Bobby's?
Flair Event Group.
Flair Event Group, that's right. So he is a total dynamo when it comes to performance. I have no doubts that you are going to absolutely love this. If you don't have a pen and paper out, I'm going to tell you to bring out a pen and paper because he has promised us a ton of takeaways. And with that, once again, ladies and gentlemen, a nice virtual round of applause for my man, Jordan Marshall.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much, Casey. I appreciate it. Appreciate the love. And right now, guys, wherever you're tuned in, wherever you're watching from, it's been such a super dope day of content. The virtual Marquee show. So really quick before I get into stuff, you know, this is actually my second year presenting at Marquee show. This year doing it a little bit different for you guys. And I'm super excited to bring it to you live from my home here in Manalapan, New Jersey. With Bruno, Bully, Pitbull back here on the couch, lovely Miss Jamie Perez, and Dylan Weissman producing this show for you guys at home. So basically what we want to do, guys, is give you a complete explosive experience today. I got some really cool stuff I want to get into. And just really quick before we get rocking and rolling and get things going, big shout out to each and every one of you guys. So obviously, you know, we've been weathering such a crazy time right now. And, you know, as much as we don't want to get into the COVID epidemic at all, you know, it's been on everybody's mind, the whole nine, and so crazy, you know, throughout these past couple of weeks. I did want to bring you guys a little bit of real action on the reel, some really cool ways and free ways to help motivate your team, to motivate your multi-op, to motivate your assistants, your secondary DJs, your MCs, your dancers, the people that are rocking and rolling live with you guys. I want to make sure that you guys are on point, ready to rock and roll. So when this is all done, over with, we're talking about it and laughing about it, you're ready to come back tenfold and rock and roll. So getting into it a little bit here and doing it live, I want to give you guys 5 free ways and awesome ways, fun, cool, exciting ways to motivate your team. So before we get into our list really quick, I want to start out by telling you guys a little bit of a story. So for those of you guys who follow me and follow my journey, all throughout entertainment, all throughout my career with Explosive, all throughout my career as a DJ, an event host, a public speaker, trying to level up and be an influencer in this industry. Thank you, first and foremost. Second of all, you know, for myself, I've always been driven. I've always been excited, amped up. What's the next big thing? What's the next huge platform? You know, where are people kind of, you know, pulling the next big move as far as entertainment's concerned? How can I figure that out, embrace it, cultivate it, and spit it back out to the masses and make it awesome, make it pliable, have it make sense, and have it be me and explosive, so to speak. And I think that was one of my biggest problems in the beginning, is making everything about me. Now let's all talk about it really quick. So for the majority of you guys watching right now, everybody out there, regardless of the platform, where you're watching from, the comfort of your couch, you're out on the back patio, you're walking around your house, kind of have this in the back of your ear, it's all good. But everybody watching right now is probably, if not the most, one of the most influential people within their brand. Either an owner, a general manager, maybe you're an elite dynamic performer, maybe you're a super dope DJ, maybe you're a killer event host, you're an awesome dancer, motivator, event coordinator. Anything that goes into the grand scheme of what we do, you guys are probably the higher ups, the people that make the decisions, come back from these conferences, these virtual shows, all amped up, ready to rock and roll, jazzed out of your mind to throw some new ideas on the table. And I was one of those dudes. I am one of those dudes still right now. I love learning. I love learning about this industry. But I was running it at a mistake, so to speak, a little bit, where everybody knows I have a larger than life personality. It can't be contained. It's super in your face and fun. You get me. Basically, the way that I'll talk to you in person and the way I'll extend my hand for a handshake one-on-one and want to learn about your business and what you're doing is exactly the same way that I'm talking to you right now. The only difference is that I have a microphone in my hand. And I'm trying to slow down a little bit so you guys could all absorb all the information that I'm saying. So you get me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this is great. But having a larger than life persona and having a larger than life persona viewed by my employees, my peers, the guests at my events, but especially the people on the team at Explosive and the people on your team at your business. These are the big things that I feel can also be in your way. And once you can kind of get out of your own way a little bit, which I'm going to get into in just a few short minutes, you're going to open up a whole new world and new money-making opportunities. Is going to actually be able to, you're going to be able to make money off certain ideas, make money off your team, all while showing them that they are such a gigantic part of your force, that they're such a gigantic part of the culture that is your business. And hey, listen, we can do this as a team. All these crazy, amazing, wonderful, high-end things that I'm doing, it's not just for me. You guys can do this too. So, the best entertainers that are out there are the ones that say, I'm one of a kind. There's only one me. I'm the only one who can do this, right? We say this all the time. Well, our clients say to us, oh, what makes you different, Jordan? Well, what separates you from the pack? And these are the things that you're going to lead with, saying that, hey, listen, you know what? There's a million people out there that can do this, but there's only one Jordan Marshall. Now, that is super true. That's one of the most truest things that'll ever come out of my mouth, that should ever come out of your mouth. But at the same time, you got to be able to take that, grab it, recycle it, and push it back through your team or else you're doing yourself a disservice. It literally took me probably a year or two from when I started to really level up myself, say, hey, I want to push it as a talent. I want to push it as a dynamic and groundbreaking performer. I want to be the guy that's out there that's killing it. It took me probably about a year to almost 2 years to realize that, hey, listen, shouldn't just be for me. This shouldn't just be the platform that I'm trying to do for myself. How can I take this? How can I take these exercises? How can I take these platforms? How can I take all the services that I'm going to talk to you guys about in just a couple? And how can I spread that back onto my team? How can I spread that back into the culture that is explosive entertainment? How can you guys at home spread that onto the culture that is your business? So basically what I'm saying, guys, is that I'm not telling you guys anything that's groundbreaking. I'm not like reinventing the wheel here today. This is going to be just the push that you need to get up off your butt and do it. Lose the excuses, saying, like, oh man, too much work. Or, and that's exactly my first step right there. Step one is stop making excuses. And when I say making excuses, it's not making excuses for yourself. It's not making excuses, oh, man, why didn't I do that? Or why didn't I try to tackle that task? It's stop making excuses of why this only has to be you. Why this only has to be, I'm the only guy that can do this. I'm the only guy that can put this kind of content out on this platform. I'm the only kind of guy that can, distribute this entertainment ability to the masses. This is where I think you guys need to really take a serious look at yourselves inside and say, how can I take myself and push that onto my team? How can I help encourage them? How can I help jazz them up? How can I get them more excited about being a part of my brand? You guys know time and time again that when we hire and when we employ other entertainers in our business, it's very hard finding those lifelong pieces that are going to be in it day in and day out, the same way that we are. We give our blood, sweat, tears, birthdays, holidays, special occasions, huge lifetime events. And we say, you know what? I got this to take care of first. This event that's happening on this Saturday takes precedence over them. This event that's happening on a Wednesday at this weird hour takes precedence over that. We've literally taken our lives, thrown it on the back burner, and put ourselves out there. So basically, guys, the first big tip is stop making excuses for yourself and saying that I'm the only guy that could be out there doing this. And that was a big thing for me because I lost control because of my ambitions. I did. I lost control of my team's creativity, so to speak. I you know what? I look back at my squad just about a year ago and I'm like, man, like, I have no idea what my guys are doing outside of explosive, outside of the four walls of us doing a 5-hour event. And it should have been the exact opposite. I should have been so dialed in. I should have been so keyed into how can I level them up through the things that I'm doing? How can I use the platforms that I'm on and maybe the connections that I'm making to help inspire, to help educate, and to help entertain them want to do it on an even bigger level. So let's move right along a little bit here. Guys, that's the big thing. Step number one, make sure you screenshot that. Stop making excuses for stuff. So now we want to move along to our second step here. Be human. Huge. Show them how. I know it sounds so simple. You guys have to realize as owners, as being the figure that's in a higher authoritative position, being a manager, somebody that's been in the game longer. Maybe I've been in this game for almost 20 years. Like you might have a dancer or maybe a DJ or maybe a lighting technician that is only 3-4 years into the game, actually learning their craft. Maybe they've never worked for an entertainment company before. They have no idea what they're doing. This is huge. You have to realize that your crew are real people. As much as we want to entertain from start to finish and put the personality on, the persona, the reason why we can all go out there and get booked time after time after time after time because we turn it on. It's a switch. It's literally a switch. I can't tell you guys, I was walking around my living room, getting my entire presentation in head. The second I heard KC, bang, the switch went on. It's go time. And there's not many people that can do that, but you got to realize that your crew are real people. Always hire for talent. You always hire for talent, straight up. I'm telling you, your talent will stay with you for the realness. That is huge. If you're going to hire, always hire based on skill level, based on that personality, based on that rock star persona. That's huge. But the more real that you can be in this world of smoke and mirrors, because we all know that's what it's all about a lot of the time, that's why your crew is going to hang with you. A little thing we like to do here at Explosive Entertainment is to let the crew pick their job title. Something so simple. Instead of just labeling your DJ as the DJ or your motivators as dancers. Oh, hey, you know what? This is Jamie. She's a lead dancer for Explosive Entertainment. Give them a cool, fun name. Empower them. Give them something exciting, something cool. So, I was talking with Jane. You guys have seen her on a bunch of my casts, a bunch of, the explosive stuff. She is a mainstay here at Explosive Entertainment, Jamie Perez. We gave her a job title as EOF. Jamie Perez is the EOF, the Executive of Fun. Now, that's a little bit of a page from my girl Jody's book, from Sight and Sound out in Vegas. And that's a little bit of Jamie because her personality shoots through the roof. She's basically like me as a female. Her detail is incredible. And she has a great time rocking at Explosive. You just took her job title of dancer or coordinator, and you gave it something fun. I can't tell you how many people, how many clients literally have a conversation based on her job title. They've never heard from her before. They'll get an email from her, doing an initial inquiry or just, touching base. Hey, can't wait to rock with you guys for the date. Tell us a little bit more about the experience you're looking to create. And she loves that. She loves that. The client loves that. It's a great conversation piece. They talk about it, and it just gets to, it bumps up the level a little bit. This is something completely free. It sounds a little bit brainless, but instead of just labeling them as a regular job title, have some fun with it. This is huge. People will buy products from real people, 100%. 180 billion %. So I want to show you guys a little bit of something real quick. We're going to get into our next step right here. And I got some videos that are queued up for you guys here to kind of show some cool stuff. I'm going to get into it in just a second, but I want to kind of tell a little bit of a story. So what we like to do here at Explosive Entertainment, and especially now during these quarantine times, it is super, super tough to be creative. Hands down. I'll tell you straight up, I'm on about 3 or 4 different text groups and Zoom conference groups between my partners, Mike Langsner, Dylan Weissman, between my nightlife crew that I do a whole bunch of stuff with here in Jersey, between other industry pros from all over the country. And, it's so crazy during this time, during this specific, time that we're all restricted to our homes, closed quarters, with no association with anybody. It is so hard to get creative. So we literally throw it on the table. How can we think outside the box? How can we level up? How is it possible for us as entertainers, as influencers, if you will, of this industry? How can we educate, influence, and entertain? Those are the 3 big things that we always want to do. So with that, I'm going to show you guys a video in just a second. We're going to bring it up onto the screen. We got 3 videos back to back. This is a great way that we took during this quarantine state to show our clients, to show the representatives for Explosive, to show our crew how you guys can be highlighted, how the clients can also get a great sense of your personality, how they could see you in a completely natural environment, no makeup, at home, kicking it, quarantine style. It sounds crazy, guys, but you know what? I feel that the entire world of clientele wants to know that we're human. They want to know that we're human beings. So you know what? Let's roll these tapes. Check this out.
Oh, what's up, Jamie Perez from Explosive Entertainment?
What's up, random cameraman in my house?
How are you?
Drinking a mimosa.
What are you up to?
Making myself some breakfast,
Nice. So while you're doing this breakfast thing, can I ask you a couple of questions?
I suppose.
Okay, nice. So if you could have one food right now, what would it be?
Beignets from Dumont's.
Beignets. I like it. All right. So what's your secret talent?
I have some really weird facial control abilities. It's bizarre.
Really? Can you do one?
Yeah, like this. Like this.
That is some crazy facial control. What's one talent that you wish you had?
I wish I was more musically inclined, like I could play an instrument.
Very cool. What movie can you recite every single line?
Definitely The Little Mermaid.
Give me one.
Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my breakfast is complete?
Very nice. Are you a winter or summer girl?
Definitely summer.
Cool, cool. If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
Teleportation.
Excellent. Who inspires you the most?
My parents.
Awesome. What fictional character do you want to be?
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. Nice. Excellent. Let's see. What's your favorite dessert?
My favorite dessert is pretty generic, but an ice cream cake from Carvel with the chocolate countries.
I like it.
Crunchies.
Well, who knows? It could be countries.
It could be countries.
Countries and crunchies.
Yes.
Sounds looks the same. I like it. And what's your spirit animal?
A unicorn. Cheers.
I love it. Excellent. Jamie, thanks so much. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
What's up, brother, man? Let me ask you a few questions real quick.
So,
if you could have one food right now, what would it be?
pepperoni slice of pizza.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Best pizza advice I've ever received is anything worth doing is worth overdoing.
When you're not rocking that explosive, where can I find you?
At a dance floor at a bar, most likely.
Yep.
Or a
DJs.
friend's house. DJs. Yep. Good call.
Yep. What's your favorite dessert?
Favorite dessert? Brownies. Love brownies.
Brownies. What's the movies that make you laugh?
Big fan of rom-coms, specifically Crazy Stupid Love.
Good one. What's your secret talent?
I could juggle.
Got that. If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
Hands down, would want to speak any language.
If you could have one wish, what would it be?
Probably to end this coronavirus.
What's one thing about you you wish people paid more attention to?
Not quite sure how I get other people included in things.
Do you prefer the center brownie or the edge?
$1 million question. Big edge of the brownie guy. Thanks for tuning in, though. That's all the time I've got.
Hey, let me ask you a couple questions.
What's up?
All right. What scares you the most?
Darkness.
All right. What is the biggest learning experience you've ever had?
Don't take life for granted, especially in this quarantine.
What is the biggest compliment you've ever received?
You have a big heart.
Okay. What's one thing you can't live without?
One thing I can't live without. My dogs.
What's one thing people don't know about you?
I have colitis.
Who inspires you the most?
The Rock.
What is your favorite movie quote?
Say hello to my little friend.
What's one song you've listened to on repeat?
Tuesday Slide.
All right.
So guys, this is a great tool, and thank you so much for tuning into that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Really quick before I jump on the next point, I just want to make the point of these should be super simple. And as you can see, it was shot with a cell phone, an iPhone, an Android, whatever you have at your disposal. It should be real. And I learned this from my boy Nick Spinelli's keynote. I forget exactly which one it was at and exactly which one he was talking about. But he said something really, really dope. And it was that all clients want to know that their talent are rock stars. They want to see it. They want to feel it. They want to own it and say, that's my DJ. That's my dancer. That's my entertainer. That's my MC. But they also want to know that we're real people, guys. 180 billion %. So this is a huge takeaway for you guys and super easy. All you guys have to do, grab that video, 45, 60 seconds. It can even be 30 seconds with your crew. It doesn't have to be crazy. Film that video, throw those up on your Instagram stories, your Facebook stories for the company, on the company page. This is huge. Always put this on the company page. Let them see your talent. Let them see the diversity. Let them learn about personalities. Let them learn about, all these cool traits, like fun facts about your team, just cool stuff where they're saying, oh my God, I had no idea that Jamie loves, brownies or Don loves brownies. You love brownies. This could be a great way to kind of segue into making a relationship with a client and just kind of getting the ball started better off. Super easy, super simple, and free. So on to my next point here. We're going to take it to tip number 3. Let's throw that up on the screen. Create the platforms for them to be featured on. So this is gigantic. I was always a firm believer in pushing my own brand, and having it always dial back through explosive. So whatever Jordan Marshall would do, whether I was, making mixes for my Mixcloud page, or getting my mixes up on a fit radio station or dash radio, or creating a podcast, all these things I'm going to talk about a little bit later, it was all great for me because I knew I could handle it. I knew what I wanted to push. I knew I wanted to keep leveling up. How can I get my sound out there? How can I get my style out there? How can I get my vibe out to the people more? I want everybody to turn around and be like, oh man, Jordan, you're here too? I can't believe this. It's crazy. For a while, I was taking that platform all for myself. And it wasn't because I didn't think that my crew shouldn't be a part of this. It was because I didn't think that maybe they couldn't handle it. How could they be me? How could they be, the owner, just like most of us are? How could they be the general manager, like most of us are? How could they be the lead talent, just like most of us are? But this is the time where you have to have a little bit of faith. You need to delegate some responsibility and see exactly what your crew is capable of, because it's going to come back in such a great way. So we're going to create the platforms for them to be featured on. The first and foremost I want to talk about really quick is podcasting. Sounds super simple, right? Nowadays, anybody can start up a podcast. It's completely free. You can go on a site like Anchor FM and kick off your podcast. What do you want to direct it towards? What do you want to do? Right now up on the screen, we have our Mastering Mitzvahs podcast. This is such a great opportunity for us to connect with our bar and bat mitzvah clientele. This is something that collectively, the crew at Explosive Entertainment came up with. How do we give back to the industry? How do we educate our clients that are either throwing these mitzvahs for the first time? It's their third or fourth mitzvah, but they're looking for new creative ideas. How do we pay it forward a little bit and give back? So this is a great feature. This is a great way for you not only to get on the map as an influencer, as a larger than life personality, but then take it one step further and bring your crew on as guests. Bring your dancers. Have your DJs be, your special guests. Interview them. Your MCs. The people that are the core of your business. Bring them on as the featured guests. Break them down. See what their mentality of the event is. How do they break down music? How do they organize music as a DJ? How do they put it all together? As a dancer, what are you guys going through? What's going through your head for cocktail hour? How do you, find a way to connect with the kids? How do you find a way to connect with the adults when you walk into a room not knowing anybody? Give them these platforms. These can also be used as sales tactics. Why do I need lighting? Or, here's a podcast. You know what I mean? Here's exactly why you need lighting. And here's exactly why you need to upgrade, to a different photo station or have an extra dancer. Because not only did you have your team as the guests on this show, but you're also explaining ways to add money onto the bottom dollar and drive that number up. More money, more money, more money. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're all trying to find a way to make the most money possible and to engage the client as best as possible for the best experience. So I want to take this over, and my man Dylan, who's kind of calling the shots behind the scenes for me right now and queuing everything up, kind of teased you guys a little bit with it. Last weekend, if you guys tuned into the Explosive Entertainment channel, or any of my personal social media, Jamie's personal social media, you might have saw a little event called Pizza with a Purpose. Now, the cool part about this is that this whole Pizza with a Purpose event was put together not even in 2 days, 36 hours just about. And it all came from a text message that was on a group. And how do we figure out a way to not just play music, because everybody's been streaming, everybody's been doing their thing live and kind of, broadcasting for the masses, which is great, keeping the energy level up and keeping the positive vibes rolling. But how do we give back a little bit? How do we make a difference? How do we put Explosive on the map and also feature our talent? So we put together this Pizza with a Purpose event. And basically what it was is we partnered ourselves with a small business that's out of here, out of the Jersey area, out of the Manalapan, New Jersey area, called Molino's Italian Kitchen. They supplied us with all the pizza. So not only were we purchasing our content from a small business that obviously needs the money and needs the hookup and the help in this time, but we also found a way to put our crew and our talent on the platform. So all day from 2 o'clock on last Sunday, you could listen and tune into the Explosive Entertainment channel and watch all of our featured DJs throw down. This is a great opportunity to see DJs like Chris Camp, DJ Valentine, Vinny Vice, the Hijacks brothers, my man Dylan Weissman. Our whole lineup and roster of talent was playing hour after hour, raising money for an amazing cause. Everything, all the proceeds that we raised in pizza went to benefit the Centra State workers, all the workers that were here locally at Centra State Hospital that have been pulling the crazy hours, overtime hours, just working crazy time frames and putting our safety ahead of their own. That was the big thing. We had over 100 cases of corona that went through that hospital specifically. So that entire team was working crazy hours and literally bringing it. So that was all our goal was to give back, make a difference. And it really went off great because not only did we help a small business, but we also helped this amazing hospital just show a little bit of love locally that, hey, we're with you. We get it. You guys are busting your butts and we feel that. We want to help you guys out. So basically what we want to do is take this Pizza with a Purpose event and not only showcase all the featured groups that we were partnering with, but then put it out to the masses, put it out to everybody, because ultimately what this is doing is giving our crew a platform to play their music, to play their open format sets, to play their dance sets, their throwback sets, all of the same types of music that all of your clients, whether they're bar and bat mitzvah, whether they're wedding, corporate, they're looking for these types of music. So what better way to have your clientele tune in and get a feel for their talent during these times than hosting an entire party like this? Long story short is that the Centra State staff was so excited. They were out of their mind crazy, loved everything. Our team was so excited. So you had back-to-back, you're twofold. Not only is Centra State loving what we're doing, the hospital, our team is like, this is amazing because we get to showcase ourselves through Explosive. And to boot, we raised about $1,100 in 8 hours worth of pizza. So something like that seems so small as an idea. And this is something that maybe a year ago I'd have been like, yo, man, I'm going to play a marathon of music and just roll. It was great to get my guys involved. So this brings me to our next point. And Dylan's awesome, man. He's keeping me on point and teasing it in there. So we want to do something cool over here at Explosive. And this is something you guys can take away and do for yourselves as well, too. Mike Walter was talking about it a little bit earlier in his seminar about how nobody's really doing it. So I figure why not unveil it now and say that we here at Explosive Entertainment, we are doing it with our first ever virtual showcast. So this is going to happen this coming Wednesday night. And it's going to be an actual online feature where you can see our MCs, our rock star talent, our hosts, our core of Explosive, explain the company, show videos of our MCs, showing mix sessions of our DJs, pictures, videos, all kinds of great stuff that is all things Explosive Entertainment. So this will be your opportunity to kind of get that same feeling you would get from an in-your-face, in-person expo in the comfort of your own home. You're on the couch, you're chilling out, just hit the Explosive Entertainment channel. We're going to invite everybody to check that out. Obviously, on behalf of Explosive Entertainment and A Sharp Production, we can't wait to do that. That's going to be this coming Wednesday. So all of our MCs will get their opportunity to be featured. So it's a great way to get your team to be featured through your brand and to give them a little gas. This platform that we're featuring them on, get them excited. This is going to get them so pumped that they're actually a part of this party rather than just the DJ that's playing music in the background or the dancer that's just keeping time and playing off the MC or even the event host that's just out there making the grand introductions and making the party pop. This goes so much further, which brings me into my next tip. Number 4, we got to gas them up, people. This is huge. Public recognition and private recognition goes a long way. If you go out and you do all the things that I've been telling you guys to do, that's super easy, super simple, and free of charge, it means nothing if you're not doing this point. This is probably arguably the most important point of the entire clip, and it's number 4. You want to gas them up, guys. Recognition from the people they look up to is key. So not only recognizing them on their social platforms with honesty, letting them know they kicked butt, letting them know they rocked it. Maybe it's an email you get in on a Monday from an event. The client's super happy. They're like, hey, Jordan, just want to let you know that you, Jamie, Dom, VJ, your DJ, you guys were incredible. If you're not sharing that email with your entire squad, you're doing yourself a disservice right there. You want to make sure that your clients are taking the time to step away and tell you what an amazing, amazing time they had, how this was unlike anything else they've ever seen on the planet. Let your entire team know that. Let them know that. And then on top of it, go to their social media. Tag them. Let them know that you know. Let them know, hey, you know what, Jamie and Dom and Bridget, you guys were amazing. Check it out. Here's an email from the client. And put it up on your story. That doesn't need to go on your regular feed. Put that in the storyline. It's all good. People love seeing reviews. They love knowing, again, that their talent, their team, the people that they booked are rock stars. And you're just further embedding that in their brain. You know, you guys want to make sure that it could be something super simple. Let's say you have a bunch of DJs that, in addition to working for your mobile event company, they also might do nightlife. Maybe they do some nightlife stuff. They play at a bunch of different spots, different clubs, big places in the area. Something as simple as showing up to see their set live. Leaps and bounds. That is bigger content that you could take away than anything else. Anything else you'll hear today is letting them know that, hey, yo, I support you. I feel that. That's awesome, man. You're killing it. Well done. Because let's all dial it back to the beginning. We are the higher ups. We are the owners, the general managers, the decision makers, the people that create the vibes. We're the people that the employees are looking up to. Let's be real. So guys, by showing up to something as simple as a DJ set for a half hour in a dive bar, shows the love. It comes from the heart. That's huge. And I want to touch on another platform and another tip that's been super successful with us. It brings me into Mixcloud a little bit. So for those of you guys who are not on Mixcloud yet, or maybe you are on Mixcloud as a personal artist, I'm going to encourage each and every one of you guys to start a Mixcloud as a company. A company. Two different things. A Mixcloud for yourself is all well and good, but let's get one for the company in there, for your brand. And this is where you feature all of your talent. This is where you put all your DJs, all the mixes, whether it's open format, dance, old school hip hop, throwbacks, funk, Motown. It doesn't matter what it is, because you know what? We're trying to touch everybody in a certain way, entertainment wise. And there's different jokes for different folks. It's like Baskin Robbins. We got a ton of flavors, right? But which one's yours? So if you're looking at the page scrolling here, we literally have mixes from Chris Camp, Dylan, Jake Britton, Mike Langsner, myself, Corey Minto. You literally have just about every single genre you could ever imagine on this Mixcloud. And we're constantly looking to level it up and how can we mix it up and play something different. To shout out my man Dylan. Dylan literally put the newest one on our page right there at the top. These are all the trending songs that are on TikTok right now. This is every single TikTok banger that you listen to on that social media platform. So why not listen to it as a mix? Super smart, super forthcoming, and he did a great job on it. Yeah, I want that on my page. 100%. And you know what? Go one step further. They're like, oh man, Jordan, I want to make a mix, but you know, like I always use your stuff. I don't know what to do. Cool, no problem. Why don't you come to the office, record a mix on one of our mixers? Hey, one step more. Take a mixer home with you. Just bring it home at the end of the week when you're done. We don't need it right now. It's all good. Make that mix. Get crazy. Let them practice. Let them hone their craft. Show them that you're supportive of everything that they're doing. You know, if they want to come by the office and throw it down, that's cool. And the best part about this, guys, is if you're putting it back to your company, you're getting all of this content for free for your brand. That's the big takeaway. That's huge, is that now I got all these guys that do a great job, that kill it on their own. They're amazing. People know who they are. They're now all coming together and building these mixes, building this platform for the company, for the brand, and it allows clients to see their diversity. It allows a bride to say, hey, you know, what kind of music you guys play? Be like, you know what? You want to get a really great idea of what we're into? Here you go. You know, here's our link to Mixcloud. Check it out. Pick a DJ. Let it roll. Enjoy yourself. There's so many different options out there. So definitely roll with that. And then share it on social media. Blast it out as a mail blast to all of your clients. Let them know that your talent's live. Your talent's up there. We're current. We're up to date. Nothing's old and stale. It's all new, fresh, and 2020. Make sure you hit that. So I want to really quick, before I jump to my next point, while keeping true to this Mixcloud thing, which has been so great for us as a company, as a brand, it's really let our sound get out to the masses, short amount of time. I want to go one further. So shout out to our man, Chris Camp, one of our lead DJs at Explosive Entertainment. Not only is this dude super talented, can bring just about any kind of party vibe to the table possible, but he cares, man. He's a forward thinker. So he jumped on the bandwagon saying, hey, you know what? This Explosive Entertainment page is kind of cool. I can do something like this for nightlife. So Chris came up with a concept called the Weekend Mix. Now, this is great because it keeps us relevant. It keeps us on point with our mixes, fresh new tracks, where the nightlife scene is going. So you know what? Honestly, for like weddings and for throwing a more nightlife influenced event, this is a great catalyst. Now Chris has created an entire channel the same way we did as a brand, as Explosive, for everybody to load up their different mixes for the weekend, whether it's dance, hip hop, throwback, it doesn't matter what it is, but you're keeping diversity. You're showing off the talent. You're showing off the different people, and it's driving traffic back to you because you got more than one person on there and they're mixing it up and there's different vibes. So shout out to Chris Camp, super dope idea, and grabbed it from our platform. So it's just cool to show how he was with it. He loved the idea and the concept and then took the ball and rolled with it on top of it. So this is huge. This is a great way. And he's jazzed up, super excited. So this is great. Closing it out here. All right. So I got my fifth topic. Super easy. And it probably, I'm going to say there's a little bit of inflection here. Give them attention, people. They want your attention. They want to know that they're special. They want to know that they're thinking outside the box. They want to know that they're pushing it, that they're running odd hours, that they're dropping everything in their life to help make this brand, your brand, the highest of all. So you want to know, and you want to be, this is where being a human being really, really channels and really gets guys in on the same wavelength. Asking them, how do you think we can come back? How can we come back on top after all of this? What do they think we could do creatively to boost the company? So we'll jump on, Zoom calls, which is huge. And we'll piggyback. So this is actually a screenshot right now of our entire team. So we got a bunch of Explosive entertainers. Some of the guys aren't in there, obviously. But this is a good variety of our squad. And what we were doing on this call is just kind of fielding questions, having fun, making up games, entertaining each other, and saying, hey, what have you been doing during this quarantine to keep yourself busy? What have you been doing that's different? How do you think we can come back and be more creative? Having these melting pots of visual construction amongst your squad and your team is crucial. This is great. Being able to see somebody's face, their reaction, the way that they're absorbing the content you're giving, and giving them a platform to where they can all be a voice. That's a big thing at Explosive. We always encourage, hey, if you've got a special skill, a trait, something cool, something different that you could bring to the table, bring it. We want to see it. Let's throw it against the wall. Maybe it'll stick. Maybe it won't. But you know what? We're going to go for it. Give everybody the equal opportunity to be rock stars, just like myself, just like the higher-ups, just like you guys are, because we're all a family, and that's the big thing. So the other thing I want to get to with the Zoom platform is not only can you engage your team and use it as like a melting pot of ideas visually and a lot of fun, because you know what? You're having a great time. You could do all kinds of different games. You could do different, ways to keep everybody entertained, and because we're all losing our minds a little bit here. Let's be honest. This is crazy. So the more that we can keep it cool and keep it fun and a lighter atmosphere, everybody's a winner. This Zoom line and the entire Zoom platform is great for training people. Training guys, huge. So everybody's like, yo, how do you find the talent? How do you guys find the time? How do you get everybody on the same schedule? This quarantine has shown us as a company, as Explosive, that the Zoom line can be used for MC training, DJ training, dancer training. There's no need to meet. Now you got to worry that, one of your entertainers works till 6 o'clock. It's all good. Just set up a time that's good for everybody. We all jump on a Zoom conference and let's get our training in. This can also be done with your vendors, guys. So let's say you want to make a hub for, venues that recommend you. Maybe event planners. You want to have an event planner night. That's cool. Little cocktails in quarantine for event planners. Put it together. Be the hub. My man, Nate Nelson. They say straight up, be the hub, guys. You know what? There's so many ways, and like between Mixcloud, the podcasting, between, Zoom conferences, there's so many different ways within those three elements that you can make yourself heard and become the hub, create something. We're creating a virtual showcast. You know what? Nobody's doing it. Fine, I will. And you know what? I'm going to look to my team for help. I'm going to look to my team for support. I'm going to have them gas me up with ideas. Let's make them a part of it, just like me. So this is huge. So here's the bonus tip, guys. The big one. Huge. Stop making excuses. The smartest, most powerful person in the room is the one who shares their knowledge. Write that down, if nothing else. I'll say it again. The smartest, most powerful person in the room is the one that shares their knowledge. The one who no longer makes an excuse that I'm the only one who can do this. All right? So listen, we are all amazing in our own right. We're all dynamic. We're incredible performers, incredible DJs, amazing salespeople. We really get our client. That's awesome. Take that vibe and throw that onto your team. Help level them up, gas them up, make them awesome. I appreciate you guys so much. My name's Jordan Marshall out of Manalapan, New Jersey from Explosive Entertainment. And I hope you guys enjoyed my 5 tips. Please, please, please make sure you follow my journey on all these platforms. Before we get into our Q&A here, a little bit, my man KC. Follow me on these platforms. Take a screenshot of this whole scene. I do a whole bunch of different stuff, everything from our Mastering Mitzvahs podcast to weekly features on Dash Radio, to having mixes up on Fit Radio, to mixes on Mixcloud, obviously on the Explosive Entertainment journey. Grab all that stuff. I try to mix it up, spread it out. And all this stuff that I'm doing, guys, I'm trying to creatively take these tactics and throw them onto my team and make sure that they're excited, they're pumped, they can live a little bit of that life and just feel great about being able to do something that is so amazing, so wonderful. And I think now that this industry has been taken from all of us, we all realize kind of what we have, really what we have, and what we were meant to do, and how we can't wait to be back out there and rocking it. So definitely screenshot that. I appreciate you guys. And before I get into those Q&As really quick, I want to shout out my man Dylan Weissman. I want to shout out my girl Jamie Perez, who helped me put the entire keynote together, because in case you guys didn't know, I'm not the most tech-savvy person in the game. And some of you guys know that. Now you all know that. But I will tell you guys straight up, ladies and gentlemen, I am not afraid to ask for help. And that's such a huge thing. Knowing that you don't have all the answers, there's stuff that you're strong at maybe somebody else has different features. Maybe they're stronger at something and better at something than you. That's okay. That's great, because when you put all these ingredients together, you get something special, super special. And the most special thing that I have from that is Explosive Entertainment. So thank you guys very, very much. I appreciate you. Yeah, you there, KC? What do we got?
I'm here, man. I'm here. Nick looks like he's here too. You gonna jump on, Nick? Chat with us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy.
Hey, yep. Nick, did you hear my quote, bro?
Good job, Jordan.
Listen, people want to know that people are rock stars, man. They want to know that we're rock stars, right?
Yeah, where are you, buddy? I don't see you.
I'm in my house.
I hear you. I don't see you though.
So Jamie, you won't see. Turn the camera on.
Yeah, you can't. Oh yeah.
No, Jamie was going to come on and
there she is.
There we go.
Hey,
there
that works
is.
better.
There you go. Yeah, could you just put Jamie back on? We've seen enough of you for the last 50 minutes. Hang on, I got to unpause you. We got to unmute you. There's my girl. How you doing, honey?
Oh, they don't.
Why do we not have him?
Hang on. I don't think they've got the mic on.
So that's how we're gonna roll.
Do we have a mic on?
That's how we're gonna roll. So yeah, all these presentations go way better when she's on camera. So more followers,
she's a
better
sweetheart.
likes, people more into it.
She's a total sweetheart. So let's go. Let's hit some of these questions and these comments and go from there. So Nick, feel free to chime in any way you want to. Let's go. Okay, so how do you get them to practice or educate themselves without paying them or trying to force it upon them like they expect pizza at a meeting, which is okay, just it seems they
Find people that give a shit.
They want something in return.
Well, that's a huge thing, man. And I think that exactly what I was talking about during my seminar a little bit is embracing their talent. These free platforms that are accessible to us, feature them. You know, exactly, like something as simple as Mixcloud. Instead of me going out there as Jordan Marshall or Nick going out there as Nick Spinelli, you know, throw them under your brand and highlight them. Hey, this week Explosive Entertainment is proud to present, you know, KC. Here we go. Huge bio, write up, the whole nine.
So what you're saying is, if
really what's happening
if
is all the what were we saying?
they're either into it or they're not into it, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Understood. Let's see, what else do we have here? Dylan Weissman says, "Great job." Well, it's good.
You too, Dill.
Should. Okay. Ralph Renoa, I see you keep it up, man. Let's see. Dylan once again said, "Crushing it."
Well, you know what it is? You see, I think a lot of people like see, you know, a dynamic personality, even like myself, Nick, who's coming up. Like, we are these over-the-top personalities that are engaging. We're outgoing, we're fun, we're cool, like, or at least we try to be on camera. You know what I mean? That's the big thing, and I think people like that. Not only do we bring energy, but we're real. So,
gotcha.
I think if you can kind of convey that to your team, if you could let them know that, hey, listen, again, like in the end, it's okay to ask for help. I don't have all the answers. I am the least technical person in the entire world, but I knew when you reached out to me to do this that I was going to have to make some calls and pull my team together. Say, hey, Dylan, you know, Casey asked me to, you know, do this for Marquee. Let's put something together. Jamie, let's rock and roll. Mike, let's do this. So I went to my cornerstones, the people that I lean on, and my presentation came from Explosive Entertainment, not Jordan Marshall, which was huge, you know. So it's great to have them put this plethora together of information for me to be the mouthpiece. So just knowing that you're part of a team is gigantic.
Someone named Sean McKee said "homies for life." I don't know if you know.
I feel like I've heard that before. I think it rings true. I like it. What up, Shawnee?
Amber Hendricks says, "Jordan Marshall, you are the man."
Thank you. Thank you.
John McKee every day. Scott Kraft, amen. Amber later said, "Amazing, Jordan. Thank you so much." Scott Kraft, great presentation. Jody Harris, Casey, please deliver like Ric Flair. So I have to. This is coming from Jody.
A little woo.
So yeah, so that's been that. Let's see what else. Let's see. We talked already, I think, in here. Okay. Weekend mix 6 to 7 p.m. What time zone? Carl
Yeah, so that's
Bergman.
Eastern Standard.
Okay.
And you can check that out every Friday. We're also going to do drops because there's going to be actual mixes throughout the week too. The Friday is the industry talk.
Gotcha.
Say,
Elvis, great idea on having a Mixcloud account for the company. Thought that was great too.
Casey, just a second. I want to show the audience out there on YouTube exactly how excited. I'm going to switch the screen. Jordan's dog is about his presentation there because you guys.
Oh yeah, he was my number one fan. You can see him right now.
Yeah.
As you can see, the there we are.
He's been listening He's been listening to this entire presentation for like 3 days, so he's over it.
I think half of the Marquee Show viewers are doing the same thing right now.
The ones on Zoom. Yeah, you guys didn't get to see it. YouTube, you guys got to see that one. So you got the nod there. YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. They just cut away. They got your dog. So Dylan did his job and switched over real fast. So let's see. You covered a ton of stuff, man. Here's my question for you.
Yeah.
You're obviously optimizing your time right now because we're forced to have it.
Right.
The question being is, how much of this do you think you're going to be able to retain after we go back to work? After the president or the governor says, light switch on, like how much of a priority do you think you'll go from, let's say, 5 things down to 3 things, or what do you think you're going to do?
You know what? It's a great question. I probably won't know the exact answer until we see it, but I think that now what myself at least and everybody who's doing this on a higher level, you know, with putting out either shows or content or a talk show or, you know, sort of forward content is finding that it's beneficial. It's finding that if you're doing it from the heart and it's genuine and you're making it about your clients, you're making it about your crew, you're making it about your team, if it's really not about you, so to speak, I think it goes a long way. So it definitely has a place in.
We just lost Jordan. Where's his audio? Did we lose his audio?
He's still talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see him talking.
He's talking. You'd swear he's Italian, not Jewish, the way he moves those hands, huh, Nick?
He's Colombian.
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. He's going though, man. Look at him go. Jordan, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. I don't know what happened.
The browser crashed.
Oh,
Their
his browser crashed?
Yep. Their stream crashed.
So what do they have to do? Reboot or something? No, aren't they doing it through her phone? I don't know.
From the app then.
Whatever. Can Jamie, can you turn your phone mic on? It's not showing.
Or put it on speaker?
Yeah.
And then turn the volume up? And now she just went off.
Yeah, because the browser crashed. I wonder if there's a time limit or maybe they shut it off.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not. It's a different application. So.
Gotcha. Well, it's about time anyhow. So wait, did somebody just say something? I thought I heard something in the background. All right, so yes, everybody. Sorry that was that we got a little bit cut short. Not like we'd like to with Jordan. It wasn't the smoothest exit in the world, but we are extremely appreciative of Jordan and the entire Explosive team for helping put that bad boy together. And now we have our grand finale, our headlining act of the show. And he just hid. Okay.
No, he's going to make an appearance. He's going to make.
Is that it?
That's exactly. I'm trying to make an entrance.
Please.
Oh, gotcha.
Don't
continue.
This is Hollywood. This is Hollywood, Casey.
Okay, so now he's asking. Wait, hang on a second. Jordan wants to be put back in. Can we try and get Jordan back? Oh, I gotta let him back in.
I got it. I'm on it.
Okay, we're in. Okay, Jordan wants to come back. Let's let him do a proper goodbye and go from there.
Oh, we had our
and
intro.
then
Proper
okay, there he is.
Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
All
There
right.
we go.
So yes, in cue of my proper goodbye, I appreciate it. Sorry about the feed.
No, you're fine. We're good.
But yeah, KC, man, I appreciate you. Thank you so
Oh
much.
God, thank you. So, Jordan, where can people find you?
So you guys can find me on all things Jordan Marshall, obviously, at the1 Jordan Marshall is for Instagram, all that good stuff. Explosive Entertainment with an X. So search anything XPLOSIVE Entertainment. And just, keep up with me. Shoot me a DM, a message. If you have questions, comments, you want me to elaborate on some of the stuff I talked about today, I'm totally down to pay it forward and give you any content that I can.
Very good. Right, and then so next we'll see you Atlantic City DJ Expo?
Atlantic City, yeah. Unless something else goes down, man. If you need me to do something, you just let me know.
Well, maybe we'll do something online. We'll see how the world shakes out.
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you to Explosive Team, to Jordan, to the beautiful Jamie, and now we're going to turn it over to the less attractive Nick Spinelli.
Here I am.
Thanks, guys.
right.
Yo, Nick, kill it.
Go, Nick.
What's up, homie? Hi, Jamie.
So, all right. So if you haven't seen one of Nick Spinelli's videos, I don't think you own a computer, is really what it comes down to. I mean, this guy has totally had some of the funniest, educational, fantastic, just really fantastic videos. I like it because I get to bust his balls. He never answers my calls because I'm old and he doesn't want to talk on the phone. He just wants to text. And that's the way
Millennial.
it goes. Millennial. Damn millennials. He also thinks Denny's is an acceptable choice to eat breakfast at. So, but you are going to learn a ton from him. He is an absolutely amazing guy. And you already have people saying, hey, Dave Wolf from Sound by Wolf. Hey, Nick, hope you're doing well.
What's up,
Amber
Dave?
Hendricks says, bring it. I mean, you've got your fans they're waiting for you to tear it up. Oh, and then Dave Lander says you also drink White Claw. But
Yes,
Dave,
I do.
A lot of girls do, though. I mean, it's not just
Yes,
him.
I do. It's popular among us girls.
Now, did you do the Christmas edition they had?
I haven't. None of the new ones came to my Marquee yet. I'm pissed.
No, they did one at Christmas. It was called Santa Claus.
Oh.
I'll be here all week, folks.
All right, all
Fry
week with the
veal.
dad jokes. That was good. That was good. Wow.
So, all right. Oh yeah, and Dave from Music Central wants to make sure that you don't drop bombs. So watch out. So I think he's censoring you for the profanity. So don't say the F-bomb repeatedly. Now, if this was just Marquee, you could F-bomb it away. But we're under the holy watch of John Young. So, you can drop an occasional shit, but not the F-bomb.
Oh, an occasional shit. In 50 minutes, now, what constitutes occasional? Like, would that be like...
John, would that maybe 2?
2 shits in 50 minutes? I can't get this done.
2 is not enough.
What would you do if I sang out of tune?
Like you are now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a nice virtual round of applause as we welcome to the stage our final presenter, Mr. Nick Spinelli.
Hi, people. How's everybody doing? Thank you, KC, for having me. Thanks to John Young for producing this whole thing. I'm excited to be here. So basically today I'm going to talk about crate science, and what better time to talk about your crates than now, because we got all the time in the world to fix them, and work on them and do all the stuff that, because some of it can be time consuming and all that, but we got time now. It's a great time to kind of work on those. And I'm going to just kind of dive in my detailed way of how I organize my crates and why I did it and everything else. So start with the why. I'm 31 years old. I did my first wedding when I was 17 by myself. I joined as an assistant for 2 years, 15, 16. And when I was 17, I did my first wedding. After that, I started booking weddings for myself, by myself, doing my own weddings. And being that young was awful, doing weddings. It was every venue I walked in, they would look at me like, hey, where's the main guy? You know what I mean? They would never think it was me. I got coddled every venue, and a big thing that I lost a lot of shows to. And am I still good? Everybody's hearing me? Good. Just making sure. It's weird, like just talking to a blank screen. Anyway, a big thing that I lost a lot of shows to, a lot of weddings to, was the fact that a lot of people assumed that I didn't know a lot about music. I just didn't know a lot about music because I was so young, and they're probably right then. You know what I mean? It was tough. I didn't know a lot of music. I had to learn. So I wanted to prove them wrong. I wanted to figure this out. So that's when I started my detailed crate system back then. I took whatever I knew and I started making these crates, and I've been building them ever since. And I just made it a habit to literally make a crate about anything and everything. Like every situation I've ever been into, gotten into, like as a DJ, like any dancing situation, anything, I literally made any type of event. I made a crate for it. And there's a couple reasons why. So I'm going to go through those reasons real quick. So number one, I wanted my sets to be more diverse. And KC, you're frozen right now. Are you still there, KC? I need confirmation. I don't want to, I'm good. All right. My man said you're good. All right, cool. Look, it's like a frozen screen. Like, I don't want to like talk for 10 minutes and like, dude, we didn't hear a word you said. You know what I mean? My bad. It's like weird. Everything's for, all right, cool. I'm good. So first thing is I wanted more diverse sets, right? I noticed that, mixing off the top of my head, there's only so many songs I can remember. There's only so many songs, you know what I mean? I'm not a genius, so you kind of do what you're comfortable with, play it safe, right? Play the bangers that they're going to work. And then, whatever off the top of your head to kind of work, you adapt, you read the crowd and everything. But like, it's basically, it's tough to really be diverse mixing off the top of your head. You can only remember so much. So that was one big reason why I made it. Another thing is just so I can handle every situation. And when I started quick mixing later in life too, like, once I got really into mixing and, wanted to make my sets go quicker, maybe just like a verse and chorus and then get out and stuff like that, I was playing more songs at events. So I needed more songs, and I couldn't remember, if I'm playing some weddings, I'll play now like 120, 150, even 200 songs at a wedding, like I need that. Like I can't remember that many songs. There's no friggin' way. There's literally no way. So I need to make crate systems for all this so I can just pull and basically, you know, if I'm in one genre, I find that, you know how like you're DJing like any event and you're plugging away, you know, you might have a tough crowd. Like, well, you dance to this. All right, go screw yourself. Will you dance to this? Go screw yourself. And then finally you hit them with something. It's like, oh, that's what you like, right? And then you need more of that. And then you're like, shit. Like, how do I find, you know, like you're trying to remember like more of that genre. Oh, what was that one song you're Googling? Meanwhile, your song's running out, you know? So this is why I wanted deep crates. I never wanted to put myself in a situation where I didn't know what to play, where I was like forgetting a song, or, you know, leaving a gig afterwards and being like, damn, like I really should have played this. That would have worked. Why didn't I think of that? Like that doesn't happen to me anymore. I stack these crates like crazy. So basically, let's talk about building them, right? So when you start your crates, what I did and what I recommend you do is if you have a limited crate system now, you don't really, you know, you kind of mix off the top of your head or whatever. I sat down one day and I literally listed by hand or, you know, brought up my DJ program and kind of slid over and tried to remember every song off the top of my head that I play, right? So I started with dancing. What are all the songs I play for dancing, right? So I started with, I don't know, Uptown Funk, September, right? You go through all and just try and think of every single song you'd possibly play for a wedding for dancing and put it in a folder, right? Do the same thing for dinner. Do the same thing for cocktail hour. Every aspect of the wedding, just put all in one folder. From there, I decided to make subgenres to organize it, right? Instead of just having one big folder full of music, I decided to make subgenres or subcrates. And that's where I did, you know, 70s and all that. I'm going to go through my subcrates in a little bit here. And it evolved from there. I made a crate system for every single type of event I did. So I did that with weddings. I did the same thing with clubs, sat down, thought of every song I knew about a club, right? Everything I would do from like early on. And I kind of organized clubs from like early, then like middle, like peak hour, you know, so like all the bangers, and then late. And I did a late club folder basically for like, you know, not every club you do this, but, you know, some clubs, if they're cool with it or if they prefer that, you know, you play like those R&B jams, you know, those, you know, I'm trying to get every guy in the club laid when they go home type jams, you know, and it also prevents fights, you know, if anybody's pissed off or something, you know, you can't fight during Usher, you know, one of those Usher ballads from back in the day, you can't, you're un-American if you don't fight, you know, or if you fight during that song, it's like not even going to happen. So I did those genres and those crates. Sweet 16 was another one, right? Made stuff for that. And every other event in between. So whatever events you do, if you do corporate, you do mitzvahs, you know, sit down and just think of every song you possibly play off the top of your head, and then go away. The next day, you'll think of more. You know what I mean? Just as you're going along your day. Oh yeah, I forgot about that song. Write it down. Forgot about that song. Write it down. Just put it all in a crate, and that's how you're going to build your base for all this, right? So we'll start with weddings. How I ended up organizing my crates for weddings and stuff. First of all, when I plan a wedding, I take the entire playlist that the couple gives me, whether it's 5 or 10 songs or 100 or whatever it is, right? I take the entire playlist and I go through the entire playlist every single wedding, like prepping, like before the wedding, like that week of or 2 weeks before. And I go through every song and I look at the song. I'm like, all right, unless they specify, obviously, all right, this is good for dinner. I make a dinner folder, right? This is good for dancing. I make a dancing folder for them. I make a slow dance folder. Oh, that's a good slow dance song. And I go through every one of their requests and I organize it like that. Right? So I put it into different crates. As I'm doing this, number one, I'm listening to the music. So I'm getting really familiar, like literally hearing it, like what they like and whatnot, right? Because I used to do the thing where you print out the request list and you scratch it off with a pen or whatever. And it's a terrible way to do it. And I'll tell you why. Number one, you can't organize it by BPM. So it's, you know, you might know some songs off the top of your head. Oh, that's like 105 or that's 70 or whatever. But like you can't organize by BPM, you know, having it in a crate, piece of cake, bam, organize by BPM, even see the key, kind of see visualize what goes with what. And the second thing is like going through and listening to the songs and actually putting them into separate crates prior to the wedding and doing all that. I've discovered so many fire bangers I completely forgot about or never heard through my couples. A lot of my crates I built from my couples playlist over the last 10 or so years of just like going through their music for their wedding. Oh yeah, I forgot about this song. You know what I mean? Or a song I wasn't too familiar with. I played it at their wedding. It went off. Oh wow, I'm going to play that in the future. And I put it in the associated crate, you know, that I think it would work in. You know, so I built my crates through really organizing music for every single wedding, taking the extra time instead of just printing out a playlist, making detailed crates. I'm gonna come out with a video about this soon too, about my whole planning process and stuff, so you can kind of see that in detail with examples and whatnot. But so that was one way I built my crates. And basically with my wedding crates, I'll start with dinner, right? So dinner, I kind of geeked out with dinner. It's pretty detailed how I do my dinner stuff. Now you might think like, dinner's not a big deal. And I just think that dinner is like probably, I don't want to say it's the most important part of the wedding, but like if you do it the right way, I mean, it just literally changes the game. You got to look at dinner. I think it's a really big missed opportunity for a lot of DJs. Never autoplay dinner. Never like just put playlists on the side just to autoplay or whatever. Like just you always want to mix, and you always want to program, and you always want to like just read the crowd, and like exactly what you do during a dance set, you want to do it during dinner. That's like your opening set. You got to realize that. Like that's literally like your opening set for a wedding. Dinner. You're going to get people vibing. My goal every single wedding is that I want the guests to be having such a great time that they have at least one extra drink, maybe two, maybe three, right? You ever be somewhere, like at a bar or somewhere, wherever, you're just hanging out and just the vibe's right. You're just having a great time. And you end up just having like one more drink than you planned on, by accident. Oh shit, I didn't mean to have five, I was just having a great time. That's what I want every single wedding guest to do at the wedding. And dinner's a big part of that. You can't like just put people to sleep or just have stuff just mixing in the background, like auto mixed, and then jump up and go, oh, come on guys, come and dance. Like, you know what I mean? You're missing that opportunity to get people vibing. So I organize my dinner crates in a way where I can navigate exactly like I would navigate during a dance set, all subgenres, all like lined up. And there's a couple different crates I want to talk about. So my first crate is upbeat grooving music, I call it, right? It's like my doors open crate. It's basically when the doors open, it's the music I play when people are walking into the ballroom, right? So if cocktail hour wasn't in the same room, depending on your market, whatever, that's the music that I play while people are walking in. If you don't do this, I highly recommend you play music that's upbeat, that's like people are walking into a party, right? They just sat through the ceremony, right? They did, cocktail hours, chill or whatever. Now the party starts, right? They go into the main ballroom, you're about to do introductions, whatever. You want people to walk in and just hitting them with the shoulders. You just want people to be hitting it with the shoulders, sexy walking to their tables and shit. Like that's what you want. You know what I mean? So I highly recommend upbeat music during that. Obviously, I'm not playing bangers that I would want to play later for dancing, but that's why I made a crate for it. So I have a whole crate full of just music that I play while people are walking in. It's all upbeat. 110 to like 130-ish, and a lot of songs that like aren't bangers for dancing, but just jams, just absolute jams, like the Power of Love by Huey Lewis, the stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like it's not a dancing banger, but it's just, oh shit, I remember that movie, you know what I mean? And you're like jamming. So that's my first crate. I have a dinner starters crate, which is basically it's full of, it's only like 10, 12 songs or something like that. And it's a song that I start dinner with. So as I make ladies and gentlemen, your main entree is now being served or whatever you do, right? The first song you play, like when dinner starts, bam. Because I just like to just set the vibe right. And I like to do it differently. I do the same thing with dancing as well. Like I like to start my sets off with like a different song every time, every wedding, as much as I can, because it takes my sets into a different direction. So that's why I have that. Then I have like crates based on genre, right? Like acoustic, jazz, rock crate, 90s boo-boo rock, right? It's all that, the run around and all the, A-E-I-O-U and like all that stuff, right? Like that's 90s boo-boo rock to me, right? Some people love that shit. TRL hits. So all the TRL hits from back in the day, right? If I got people in their mid 30s, like closer to 40, and I want to get them jamming, sometimes I run, sometimes I hide, sometimes I'm scared of you, right? You know what I'm talking about. That was my shit back in. How many times is that? So anyway, so TRL hits, R&B, reggae, funky, right? A bunch of like funky music, Rat Pack, of course, country, classic, piano fire. I made a crate just full of piano songs. You know what I mean? I mean, your crate's got to make sense to you, number one. So you want to name them where like it's kind of how you think of music, and then also just get creative with it. Like one day I was like, you know what? I want to make a crate full of all my favorite piano songs that like where the piano is the main instrument. And sometimes during dinner, I'll mix like 4 piano songs together, like just all piano. It's kind of chill, but like hits, like John Legend and stuff like that, right? Modern hipster to me is like Mumford and Sons and all that. Motown, right? You got to have your Motown. And then my two favorite dinner crates that I use are Sing Along, and I have it broken down, right? So regular Sing Along and Sing Along Slow. So they're basically just all the Sing Along crates, right? But all the Sing Along music's in there, like My Girl or Fat Bottom Girls or What's Up by Four Non Blondes or I Love You, Babe. Like, you know what I mean? There's stuff that you just can't help but sing along, right? The slow sing along is full of like the ballads. Some of them are cheesy, but same thing. You can't help but sing them along. I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston. They keep coming back to me. What's that Celine Dion song? I can't see what I mean. I can't even think of the names of the songs. That's why I need these crates. Endless Love, right? Cheesy, I know, but play Endless Love while people are eating dinner, right? These slow, kind of cheesy ballads, right? I have a whole crate full of them, and it's perfect. So when they serve dinner in the most elegant, richy, whatever setting, you know, you're killing two birds with one stone. The older people, it's just nice. It's dinnerish music, right? Because sometimes if you go too hard during dinner, you know, the old people give you looks like, "What are you doing, kid? I'm trying to eat my chicken parm here," you know, whatever. Like, you know, you want to have balance when dinner actually served, but at the same time, people are going to be singing and bopping along, you know, or like, you know, maybe some song, like some of these ballads you'll belt out, you know. I even have like Shallow in there, the new Lady Gaga thing, you know, all that stuff, right? So that's what I use during dinner. Sing along crate is kind of tail end of dinner, you know, and any other in between spots where I don't want to be super chill, but not bangers, not like dancing per se stuff, but just sing along stuff that like people are going to just jam to. So if you mix dinner correctly, you program it correctly, you play the right stuff, you get people to have an extra drink, right? You get people really flowing. You can easily build a dance floor organically without saying a thing on the microphone. People just dance on their own. If you mix it right and you slowly build it up, and then when it's time, hit like a little closer to a dance song and a little closer to a dance song, and then hit a dance song. Before you know it, people just start dancing on their own. People come to weddings, have a great time. You know, you if you mix the right way, the gimmicks and the whatever we do to trick people to dance, group photo or slow dance or, you know, come bless the dance floor. Bless the dance floor. First dance of the night is a good luck dance. That's the good luck dance. And if you don't come and dance on the first dance of the night, oh, bride and groom, they're going to be divorced in 30 days because that's the good luck dance. We got to bless the dance floor. Now, if you say that, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm just saying it's not necessary, right? You know, and the whole guilt trip, whatever, it's just not necessary if you mix dinner correctly. I promise you, it's just really not necessary if you do it correctly. So, and not only that too, another big aspect that I take from it is when I'm mixing dinner and stuff, I'm reading the crowd, right? Just as I would if I'm doing a dance set or anything else, and I'm seeing what they react to. I play one song, maybe there's no reaction. Maybe I don't give a shit about that song. Play another song and they're jamming. That translates to what I can play dancing later. I'm literally giving myself an advantage for when I go to open up the dance floor. I know that they've jammed to this one song. I know 5 others are going to work now, just like you would, right? And vice versa. If they didn't like that song, I'm not going down that road later, you know? So it's like I'm giving myself an advantage for dancing later. I'm priming them up and getting them vibing so they're more likely to dance, you know? You're literally setting yourself up for success. So, and if you want to know, like if I eat during dinner, I do eat, but a lot of times I'll take it by my setup, you know, just do a bite and then mix a song, a bite. If we eat in the other room, you know, ask my assistant Santi, I'll run in the other room. I'll take a few bites. I'll put a timer on my phone. So if I play a song, I have the next song up ready. I know I got 2.5 minutes. I eat fast, blah, 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 take a couple bites, run, play the next song, run back, and maybe do that like 2 or 3 times and I eat dinner. You know, I mean, it's not like I'm not sitting down and really enjoying myself during dinner, but we're working. You know what I mean? It's not like we're working. We're not. It's I don't know if you really care about that, I guess. But like I think it's more important to mix during dinner. Anyway, so that's why I have my detailed dinner crates and how I use them. As far as dancing crates, I'm not gonna tell you how important that is. Dancing crates are super important for the exact same reasons. Obviously, basically how I organize them. I have my dance floor openers, right? I mentioned earlier that I like to open up my dinner and open up my dancing with a different song every single time, as much as I can. I think I have like 26 or something in there of like songs I can like open, like cold open the dance floor with. Not just Uptown Funk, but like, you know, September, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Yeah, by Usher. This Is How We Do It. Shout, that Lizzo song, Truth Hurts. I don't know. There's a, you know what I mean? Like just any like, Holla Back Girl, stuff like that, right? Stuff that you can just cold open the dance floor with. I highly recommend you use a different song every time. Don't just use, it's easy to get comfy and like, all right, well, Uptown Funk always works, or I Want You Back always works, or September always works. I'm just always going to use that because your sets are going to sound alike. You want to like make your sets different. You want your sets to have some variety. So if you start a dance set with 100 BPM and then the next one a 70 BPM and the next one a 128, your sets are going to be different. You're just going to have to go in different directions. You're at different tempos. You're going to have to mix differently. So, I kind of force myself to do that. So I play different stuff. I go in different directions, and I've actually came up with a couple cool little ideas doing that by accident. Like, oh shit, I never would have played that if I didn't, you know what I mean? So I have a whole crate filled with those songs so I can kind of pick from. After that, I have a slow crate, right? So, and I have it organized right into old and new. So any slow songs, right? I might play like 1, 2 a wedding, 3 like tops if, I don't know, they want that, or if, I don't know, if they're a lot of old people or whatever. But, but I want to have slow song variety. I don't want to play At Last every time. It gets boring. The whole thing you're going to realize too, like I'm all about variety when I DJ. I don't like playing the same stuff. I just don't. To me, if I'm playing and doing the same things and, even my intros are always different. Like if I'm doing the same thing weekend in, weekend out at every single wedding or event, it's like a job then. It's just kind of like clocking in. It's just like routine. That's when it gets stale. If you're feeling burnout, if you're feeling like, oh, I'm just tired of DJing, are you doing the same thing every wedding? Because that might be why, when you switch it up and try this and try that and it works and you're doing different things, it freshens up the job. It's like the best part about our job. Like every crowd's different. Every dance set should be different. Everything should be different. So that's kind of, you'll see the theme through this. I'm always trying to, anyway. So slow songs I have new and old, self-explanatory. If I got a younger crowd, I got a bunch of like newer stuff, right? Your Ed Sheerans, your John Legends, and then a couple other things like in between. And then the older stuff would be all the classics, right? Depending on the crowd, I might do one new, one old. I might do all old, all new, whatever. But I have it organized that way so I can kind of switch it up and play different stuff. I got a funky folder, right? Funk stuff. Oldies will be like my Run Around Sue, and all those sets. My white girl folder is for white girls and women in general. If you're a new DJ, you really should play for the women. It's very important. If there's women on the dance floor, the men will always follow. If there's a bunch of men on the dance floor, the women ain't going. Always play for the women. So I want to keep the women on the dance floor. Not to mention they're most likely to dance too. A lot of more guys are too cool to dance than girls are. You know what I mean? So you want to play for the women. So my white girl crate has all the basic, oh my God, I can't stuff. Your Backstreet Boys, your NSYNC, your Christina Aguilera, Holla Back Girl and all that. But, general stuff, just stuff women like, Beyonce, everything like women like. That's kind of like what that crate's dedicated to. So it's definitely a go-to for me. Latin beats crate, not Latin music, but just songs with the do, da do, da do, da do beat, So if I'm in that like groove, I want to keep it with, Pitbull or, Comm, Shake a Body, Baby, do that, like all that stuff, right? That's all in there. My rock crate for dancing is broken into classic and modern. Classic being your AC/DC and all like the classic stuff you play at weddings. Modern would be like all the 2000 stuff that I kind of grew up with. Your Lit and your, I Want Something Else, your Blink-182, your Fall Out Boy, stuff like that. That if you don't play that at weddings, trust me, like that's art. Like that's for people like my age, like 30-ish, like that's nostalgic big time. Like I'll jam to that shit. So like definitely have a crate full of that. And then the rest is all decades. So I basically do 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s, and new stuff. 90s, 2000s, and current, which my 2010s and whatnot, they're broken into sub crates basically because I use them most often because the majority of my crowd is going to like that stuff. You know what I mean? Being at weddings and stuff. So 90s I have 90s club and 90s hip hop. 2000s I have 2000s hip hop and 128. And for current and 2010 stuff, I have hip hop and then dance and pop. Most of the hip hop in the 2010 current stuff is like the trap stuff. So I kind of went through and, got all the clean versions of trap that I can play at weddings. If you don't play trap at weddings, I highly recommend it. I think it's like the scariest thing to start playing at a wedding, especially if like if you're a little older and, I know a lot of people kind of hate on trap music, but it's pop now. It's number one. If you look at any streaming device, that's all these people listen to. And it's going to become more and more needed in weddings, because like you're 13, 14, 15, your teenagers now, that's all they listen to. So when they go to get married in 10 years, that's going to be their throwbacks. That's going to be their nostalgia. Like Drake is going to be like, oh shit, I forgot about that. You know what I mean? So I definitely think that, you know, getting dialed in with that is super, super important. And what I did when I was scared, like when Mo Bamba came out, and I was like petrified of playing it, right? Because that's a, you know, like Mo Bamba's a little rough around the edges, a little tough. You know, that'll scare grandma. I got hoes. Grandma's like, all right, time to go home, right? So I basically made a plan. And, you know, I would have, because I have all the crates set up, I could go, I could organize everything by BPM and stuff and kind of like make a plan. And I would plan how I get into it, how I got out of it. So basically when I went into Mo Bamba, I would always make it a plan to get out with shout. I would always save, if I had to play Mo Bamba that night, right? You know, if it was a younger crowd, whatever, I'm going to play Mo Bamba later, I would save shout because that was my way out. I found that if you go down a dirt road while you're mixing, right? So if you're mixing all the, you know, all the classics, all the hits, and everyone's having a great time, but you know, you got to throw in some new stuff for the younger people, but all the older people are going to be like kind of, eh. Most of the time, the older people will kind of pity dance to like the first song, right? They'll just keep dancing. All right, I guess I got hoes too, right? And they'll just keep on pity dancing. But if you play another heavy trap song like that right after, that's when they're going to be like, all right, this is where it's turning into. Let's go get a drink. Let's go take a piss. Let's get off the dance floor. And that's when they start leaving, right? So I would sneak Mo Bamba right in my dance set, right in my regular wedding set. And then, you know, get through the main parts, and then boom, you make me want to shout, and then okay, and then it goes back to regular. So you still played it, you know what I mean? It's all about having a plan, mixing and whatnot. Maybe you think that's a dumb idea, I don't know, but it's all subjective. It's an art at the end of the day. But when you're playing stuff that you're not comfortable with playing, or you think that really just won't work, but you really should play it, have a plan, have a backup plan. This shit bombs, I'm going to do this, I'm going to save the day. Right? So have a plan. And these crates are a big part of it, you know, because when you're thinking of a plan, you're going through your crates. Oh yeah, I can play this would work. That's in the BPM. It's all gonna be right there in front of you. Right. But yeah, so that's basically how I organize all my wedding crates. I'm gonna go into a couple of other events too, to give you some examples. So when it comes to Sweet 16s and proms, I kind of put them in the same thing. They're the toughest one to kind of really, you know, plan ahead for, because like they're always evolving. Like the music that was cool last year, you know, isn't cool anymore. Like it's kind of always evolving. The old joke is it's like, you know, the first prom you do of the year is always like the worst one, because like that's where you figure out all the songs that aren't cool anymore to like the teenagers. You know, you play it was a banger last year, and then they all turn around and they're like giving you the, you know. But anyway, so how I organize my Sweet 16 and prom stuff, it evolves constantly. But basically what I did was I did an early crate while people are walking in. So if it's a Sweet 16, people are walking in, you know, early on, not bangers, but stuff like sing-along jams, you know, Nicki Minaj, like stuff like that. Just sing along, Beyonce, you know, Irreplaceable, stuff like that. Just like sing-along stuff that they'll be jamming to. Then late would be like my dancing crate, right? So that's all like the dancing bangers when we start dancing. I have a slow crate for slow dances. Don't really play slow dances at like Sweet 16s really, but like, you know, a prom you would. So like, you know, the newer, you know, songs to play, I don't know, 7 years and stuff like that, you know, just like newer stuff. And then I have a Jersey club crate. I'm from New Jersey, so Jersey club's really big around here. So if there's a regional thing too, definitely make a crate for that, so you're ready, so you have all those. And that's basically how I plan the Sweet 16s and proms. As far as clubs, kind of similar. I mentioned earlier, right? I have an early, a late, and then a close. My early and close is kind of just one big crate. Early, I just bounce around, you know, if I'm opening up all those, you know, jams, whatever, I can just bounce around and just do my thing, kind of read the crowd, you know, it's fun. The close, like I said, is all like the R&B, you know, the ballads and all that stuff, get people singing and jamming and try and get, you know, everybody at the club late afterwards. And then as far as the late, that's my dancing folder that I do have like broken up into subgenres. Mine starts with fire drops, I call it. If you do Jersey Shore, you want to melt some faces off. I mean, it's kind of expected. So I have like all my favorite drops at the moment, like all the EDM bangers, right? You guys get it. Okay, cool. Yep. Can't see you, so I have no idea if you get one. So then I have hip hop, right? 90s, 2000s, and trap. The difference with my club stuff and why I made a separate thing too, there is some crossover between like my club and my wedding stuff as far as like hip hop, except for like, you know, a lot of my hip hop's a lot deeper for clubs. I could play like different stuff, obviously. But the biggest thing is everything's unedited in my club folder. folder. So I have all the dirty versions in my club folders. You don't want to look like, if you do, clubs, and you're a wedding DJ as well, you don't want to look like no damn wedding DJ and play clean versions at a club, And oh, what a wedding DJ! I can't believe he's playing the clean version. You know what I mean? Not me. All dirty. Play all the curse words, and that's a great fun thing. It's a fun part about doing clubs too. I get to drop the curse words. But anyway, so hip hop 90s, 2000s trap. I made a must play trap folder too. Your crates have to make sense, right? So I was putting all the new trap that I liked, but because like when trap was first coming out, I'm better now. I kind of made that like years ago, but like when trap was coming out and stuff, I was finding what songs were really bumping in a club, like working really, really well, and which ones weren't. So they kind of got lost in my trap folder. So I made a must play trap folder, and I put like 15 banger trap songs in there that I just got to play every event, like the staples, you know what I mean? To make sure I played those and mix those in and keeps my set fresh. You know what I mean? So just think of ideas like this, you know what I mean? Like I always look at like, what's my weakness? I'll record a set, like what did I suck at and what do I need to work on, or what, you know what I mean? And make crates to help supplement your weaknesses. That's just how you get better, right? Dance hall, right? Super huge. I also have classic rock and modern rock, but all unedited for clubs in case I want to like, do like a left turn or something, and play, Scotty doesn't know, some shit like that, right? Dance remix stuff. So it's like more pop, like 128 stuff. I made a 1980s fun dance folder just because I love like 80s shit. So I don't know. I just did that randomly. And then my Latin beats too. That has like all kinds of different like Latin stuff I can play at clubs and whatnot. Again, you want to make your crates make sense to you. So, this is just like how I think of music. When you're laying out your crates, you might think one type of song or one grouping of songs sounds like this. Name your crate after that. That's how you're going to easily find this stuff. And it's going to just make sense to you. Everybody's crate's going to be different. A couple must-have crates I really think everybody should have. A top 40 crate. I have one clean and dirty. Basically, once a month, if not more, if I remember, maybe once every 2 weeks, I go between the Billboard Top 40 and then the top charts of Spotify and Apple Music. And I go through and I pick out all the bangers that I can use at events, right? The only ones I would leave out are like, I don't know, country, because I fucking hate country. And also because, I don't play a lot of country at my events. I mean, if you're, down south or whatever, obviously you include the country, but I left that out. And then if it's like a really like slow, like I'm never going to play and I wouldn't even play for a slow dance, I'm not going to include it. But like anything that would be useful events, I keep updated in a top 40 folder. So if I ever want to freshen up my set in any setting, right? If I'm doing a corporate event, if I'm doing a club, if I'm doing, a wedding or whatever, it's dinner time or wedding, I want to freshen something up, I'll go to my top 40s. And this is the songs on the radio right now, like the bangers on the radio right now. Oh yeah, I didn't think to play that. You know what I mean? Just having that crate there and referring to it every once in a while helps me like stay dialed in and helps me, keep my sets fresher. It really does. It's hard to keep up. Like, even though we do this for a living or whatever, it's still tough to keep up with constantly stuff coming out. And you know what I mean? So if you just do that and just have that there, organized by BPM, oh, this song would work. Bam. Oh, cool. Look at me. I'm playing Dance Monkey. I'm dialed in. See, like I started playing Dance Monkey really early on at weddings and it was banging because I put it in my top 40 crate. Otherwise, I would heard it on the radio, whatever, but like I never, I would have never thought to play it during dinner, and that's just me, but that's why I think that crate's super, super useful. Another must-have crate. I have a dance music crate. Where I'm from in New Jersey, in the New York, Philly, Jersey Shore area, dance music's huge, house and, there's older house, right? There's like the platinum days stuff, there's the newer house. There's like the, your tech stuff, your face melting drops, all that. I made a detailed, detailed crate for all that stuff, just so I could pull from. I wasn't as well versed with like the platinum days, like late 1990s, early 2000s type house stuff. So like I definitely made a crate for that, full of all the bangers, whatever. So in my market, I run into situations where like I got to pull from those crates that like, people will jam to that stuff. So same thing. Regional, wherever you're at, think of like, wow, what are like the must-haves, like stuff you have to know about, you know what I mean? Make a crate for that, so that's basically what I did there. I also have a Latin Fuego crate, where it's all my Latin music. I have it broken down into subgenres. So basically bachata, merengue, salsa, and reggaeton. My reggaeton crate is stacked. I love reggaeton. I got all kinds of stuff in there. So like that's a stacked one. With bachata, merengue, and salsa. I basically put the top 3. I think I have like 5 or 6 in each one now. Like the top, like the number one, like, all right, for salsa, right? Vivir Mi Vida. I think I have like a Celia Cruz banger in there. You know what I mean? Like just the top classic banger. Bachata would be Prince. This is why I have the craze. I can't think of off the top of my head. I think Prince Royce. But like I consulted Latin people. I was like, what are your bangers? You know what I mean? So whenever I got into a situation, because every once in a while I'd be like, oh, hey, can you play some bachata? I'm like, what's that? You know what I mean? So now I have those in there so I can at least mix in 2, 3, bam, make them happy. And then I mix out anyway. I'm not gonna play bachata all night, So I have the top 3 bangers. I look like a hero. I mix in, oh, that white boy knows what he's playing, right? And then that's it. Kind of those crates save my ass in those situations. So I have a Latin crate. I think Latin music is like so universal, so big now worldwide. I don't think there's an area anywhere. I don't care if you're in Alaska. I feel like you could still play Latin music out there. So I would definitely have like those crates, just in case. Burner crate. So basically those are instrumental. I have a burner crate. It's called, it's basically all instrumental songs, right? Just chill, like background beats, it might be, I have like Good Life by Kanye West instrumental in there, but then I also have a couple jazz instrumental. I have a couple like funk instrumentals. I use those mainly for like in between speeches and stuff. So if like I'm doing toast at a wedding, I hate dead air. I don't want dead air ever. So like to me, before and after they make their speech, you kind of have like walk up music and then, all right, let's hear it for them and do, and little backgrounds, kind of instrumental while they're taking their seat. The next person's coming up, I'm announcing it, so there's no dead air. So using those situations. And it's also a great idea to have a crate full of burners, right? I call them burners. So you can call them whatever you want. There's instrumentals that you can use to fill in gaps in case, in any situation. For example, right? Some shit goes wrong. You go to do a bouquet toss, right? You go to do bouquet toss and you're about to do it. And she's like, oh my God, I don't have my garter on. I'm doing my garter, right? I mean, it's dumb. We don't do that often anymore. It's like dead now, but like who does bouquet and garter anymore? But like regardless, but like let's say you go to do bouquet toss and she doesn't have her garter on. Now like, oh, you just stopped the whole party, but now she's got to go get her garter on. It's going to be like 5-10 minutes. Background tracks, baby. Bam, never dead air. There's always like, my assistant Santi knows to go to that folder, bam, and just throw something on just in case, when those situations pop up. So it's always a good idea to like have those crates. Sorry, I'm bringing this up. And revisiting wedding prep too. When I say like, as far as, organizing everything. So the base of what I do when I like wedding prep and stuff to have everything in front of me, I'll have a formalities crate, a dancing crate, a dinner crate, a slow stuff crate. And then that's it. That's like the base of it, right? So it's like dinner, dancing, slow stuff, formalities, right? Formalities gonna be your first dance, your intros, your parent dances, all that. And then everything else is their playlist that I organized into 3 subgenres, right? Stuff I think will be good for dancing, stuff I think will be good for dinner, and stuff I think will be good for slow stuff. I can organize by BPM. I can play almost all their music right in there, right? It's like I play literally 90% of requests, if not 100, at every single wedding because I organized it that way. Now, if you have a batshit crazy couple and they like, they're real specific with stuff, like they want like, I've had couples where they're like, hey, these songs I want you to play before 9 o'clock. But then these songs I want you to save for the last hour. And then between 9 and 10, I want you to play some of these songs. So whatever the crazy request is, right? You just smile. I got you, right? But make a crate for it. So like that same crate would evolve from dancing, and then it'll be dancing 9 to 10 p.m., dancing 10 to 11 p.m., dancing 12, whatever. You know what I mean? So you have it all lined up so you don't mess up. You don't play the wrong songs at the wrong times. It makes like crazy stuff like that doable. You have it all in front of you. Stop printing out lists. You can print it out as a backup, but like just make the crates ahead of time. So much easier. You're going to mix through them and you're going to find that some of the songs they request you probably wouldn't have played, but you're really glad you did because the shit went off and it worked great with this one mix. You know what I mean? You're going to discover stuff like that. And you're going to be able to build your own crates. Like I said, you're going to go through their music and you're going to discover or rediscover new songs through their playlists. So I highly, highly recommend doing that every single time. Another trick I do too is you can rename the songs within Serato. I don't know if you can with virtual. I'm sure you can with virtual. Virtual does everything. But in Serato, you can rename the track. So like, let's say there was a track that got requested and there's like a dedication or something I have to say when I play the track, or someone I have to make sure is in the room to play the track, right? Like situations like that. Those songs I put in a separate crate, right? So it'll be dedications or whatever I call it. That's a separate crate. And I rename the track, and in front of the name, I'll put like what I have to say, so it might be, shout out to Brittany's work friends, or, let's hear it for, Steph's, whatever, you know what I mean? Like you want to like have the note right in front of the track. That way it's right in front of you. So when you load it up, when you go to play it, you don't forget to say what you're supposed to say. You make sure the right person's in the room, and you just don't forget. Maybe you're really good at remembering shit. I mean, I don't know. I forget about stuff all the time. So yeah, it really helps me out to do that. And then afterwards, you just delete it and it goes back to regular. So that's all. And that's pretty much it. At the end of the day, I mean, I think preparation is everything. And I think just taking the extra time to, build your crates now. And, when you have the downtime and really like, think, just sit down and think all the songs you ever played, put it all in a crate and then start organizing. You'd be surprised what you're going to remember, what you're going to come up with, like just taking the time to do all that. And then also when you're planning your weddings and stuff too, taking the time to put everything in separate crates, it's going to make your job easier. It's going to make you a better DJ in the long run. It's going to make you a more versatile DJ, and it's going to make your job fun again. I mean, like I said, if you're burning out, if it's like kind of getting old, ask yourself if you're doing the same stuff at every wedding. Maybe it's the case, and freshening up and doing stuff like this, it's gonna it'll kick you in the ass. It'll get you pumped up to be a DJ again. So, but I think we got 10 minutes, so it's perfect. I want to end here because if there's any Q&A,
there's a ton of it, man. There's a ton of it.
Okay, see you there. All right, cool.
I'm here. Yeah. So S. Sid said, "Good job." Courtney Helm says that you're just spitting knowledge.
Thank you.
David Wolf said he downloaded most of Nick's crate lists from the link in his previous podcast.
I forgot about that. So yeah, so I do have my crate list up online. If there's a particular crate, I think you should, definitely make your own crate. Like every crate's, it's subjective to your area, everything else. But like if there's a crate you're stuck on and you don't know a lot about it and you want a base point, you can. My lists are available online to download. It's Sellfy, SELLFY.com/Nick-Spinelli, and you can get like any of my crates on there.
Cool. So Dave said that there were several songs he had to go out and buy that he never thought about playing. So you inspired some people to freshen up their crates. Great awesome resource. Thank you, Nick. Jerry Syracuse has a question. With your top 40 crates, when does the song roll out of the top 40 and move to dance or a different genre crate?
That's a great question. So it's super subjective, but to give you an example, Lizzo, like Truth Hurts by Lizzo, was in my top 40 crate first, and it went off like crazy every time I played it. Obviously, it was like one of the biggest songs. So at that point, when you realize that a song's really killing it, you move it into your dance folder. Now it's a mainstay, right? Now you're going steady with that song. And then on the flip side, if there's a song that it was just okay or whatever, you slowly kind of filter through them and you kind of like delete them as they kind of get older. You kind of use your own judgment with that, but you'll know which ones are bangers that should move into like your mainstay folders.
Gotcha. Jody Harris wants to know, what music subscription services do you subscribe to?
Direct music service. I love Club Killers as well, and I think Ragoza. My buddy Ragoza, DJ Ragoza, he has amazing edits. I mean, he has so useful edits on his site that he made personally. Some are free, some I think you have to pay for, but like acapella out, stuff like that. And I use a lot of his stuff too, particularly in weddings.
Cool. JD Pro DJ said, can you give that link again for the crate list nice and slow?
It's Sellfy.com. So it's, but it's sell. So SELLFY.com, and then /Nick, and then hyphen or dash or whatever, Spinelli. So Nick-Spinelli, SPINELLI.
Let's see who else has questions. Daryl Rodriguez says, what about Spanish music?
So I mentioned, I have Latin crates, but I don't do Latin parties. Like I don't do full on, it's not my forte, but what I do have is I have a Spinelli Latin Fuego crate. And what I did was I did like the top like 3 to 5 bangers in like bachata, salsa, and merengue, just in case I get a request for that, or if I want to go with that. If I get a request at a wedding or any event that I'm doing, I'm not going to play more than 3 or 5 of each anyway. So like I kind of just have the best ones in there, and it kind of saves, you know, me from playing like, you know, Suavemente and then Suavemente remix and, you know, like the same, like it saves me from looking like a gringo, you know what I mean? But but I don't do Latin events, so I don't have deep Latin crates. I just have like the bare essentials.
Okay, question. Jody has, what about the Karma Jersey Shore crate? What would you put in there? So let's pick your top 4 Jersey Shore crate must plays.
See, I'm blanking. I can't think of the. I can't. Sorry. So in Jersey, there's a place called DJs, and it's on the Jersey Shore, and it's like a Jersey Shore staple. It's this club that's been there for years and years and years and years and years, and they have like these like this playlist from there, like, you know what I mean, like that they always play, like they kind of stuck to like the 2009 to 2013 15 ish, and it's all those like bangers from back then, not like LMFAO, but like hit me up separate and I can send you a couple songs off the top of my head that I have in there. My bad.
All right, Joe, did you hear that? All right, let's see what else. Loud and Clear, Texas. Thanks so much, Nick. Nick Vera, thanks so much, Nick.
Thank you.
Let's see. Let's take a look now on Zoom. I get Elvis to everyone. He says he gets the most people coming up and complimenting him during dinner. So he must sincerely love Spinning It Live.
It's important. Hell yeah. Keep it
and Dave Wolf has been monitoring you. He said, by the way, Nick was well within the acceptable shit to time ratio.
Oh, good. Good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
I figured that's good. Tara, this is awesome. I thought I was the only one who organized my music this much. Makes me like you even more.
Oh, thank you.
Mike Margraf, when you freshen your top 40 crates every 2 to 4 weeks, how long do you let something stay? We already talked about that. Okay, that takes care of that one. Let me shift over to Facebook real quick and see what people have to say over there. Okay, Bob Hickman asks, what's the last spool that your buddy, that's your buddy's mixes?
What's the what? Oh, just look up DJ Ragoza. It's Ragoza. Just Google DJ Ragoza. You'll find his site. He's legit.
Okay. Cool.
Good people. His name's Brandon.
1 second, I have to find. We've got Digital Dave coming in next.
One of my favorite DJs in the country, baby. Let's go, Dave.
13 minutes. He's texting me now because he's got a separate Zoom for that. FYI, I'm Digital Dave right now. Says the host has me disabled. Okay, well, let's figure out what that means.
No, that means they just have to let him in the chat. Let him in the thing.
Oh,
I had the same screen too. They'll let him in.
Mute. Ask to start video. There he is. So we'll let him chime in just for a little bit while we finish up questions. And there's he doesn't even have a mic, so he's just waving at us. So we'll see him getting prepped up and have him off to the side. Let's take a quick look here and see what else people had to say. Let me do a quick click here. Okay, video, and there he is. So I need that. Okay. Mike Margraf said, Nick, I think this was the most fun session of the entire day.
Wow, thank you. It means a lot. They're a friggin' all-star lineup today, so thank you.
Now you're thrilled, and Digital Dave's giving Mike Margraf the finger because he spoke earlier. Let's see. Courtney Hampton, my computer crashed and I lost all of my crates, so this is exactly what I needed. Thank you so much.
So glad I can help.
Yeah. Great job. Oh, Ron Kronbush wants to know, great job, Nick. You didn't mention how many crates do you have for line dances?
I have absolutely 0.
So
that's a whole nother seminar.
Yeah. Let's see. Scott Sills, good stuff, Nick.
Thank you, Scott.
And that's it, man. So yeah. So that's pretty much all of the questions. Everything else, we have a couple of minutes, unless we just want to have Dave start a hair early, which I don't think anyone, if you've ever seen him, is going to really complain about that too much. Jose De Leon, good presentation, Nick. And Ryan Cronbush apologizes, but he had to bring up record. He had to bring up line dances.
Someone asked, "Can you battle a virtual DJ if you need to?" Dave asked.
So, all right.
Yes, I can. I guess.
So okay. So Dave from Music Central says, "I love Serato." Good for you. Tony will be very pleased to hear that. So Dave Lander.
Stay here.
Can we sound check for? Yeah, Dave, go ahead. Let's do this.
But not with real music.
I can hear you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So here's what's going to happen, though. We're going to take about a 10-second or so break because we're going to rearrange a few things so that we're coming in fresh because we're starting again with a new set. We can hear you, Dave. Just hang on 1 second. So, Nick, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much. It was an awesome day. I sincerely appreciate you.
Thank you for having me, sir. Appreciate it, Casey.
What next thing live was going to be DJ Times? Yes, August.
No, I'm not. I'm not. As of now, no, I'm not speaking there.
Okay.
So.
Well, you'll be around there, right?
I'll be around.
So people can buy you White Claws the whole week. You'll be
Yeah.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. So I'll make sure that Qbert hooks you up. So I'm going to tell that story right now. Can I tell that story?
Oh, it's so embarrassing. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I had to evacuate the situation.
So here's the funniest part about it. Nick was a little bit inebriated.
No, I was not. I wasn't that bad.
I said a little bit. I didn't say you were trashed. I didn't say you were like Jersey Shore drunk or anything. So what ends up happening was it coincidentally, DJ Qbert and his manager Kendro were in line at the same like hoagie shop, pizza place, whatever.
Yeah.
And Nick turns to me and goes, "Dude, it's Qbert behind us." And I go, "What?"
I was white girling. I was like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god."
Totally was a fanboy. It was so funny. And as most of you know, if you know me personally, I'm an idiot. I'll say anything to anybody. So I turned to Qbert, who I've never, ever met before, acted like he was my best friend in the world, turned around, "Qbert, what's up, man? How you doing?" Turns around, he reaches out, I give him a guy hug, I whisper in his ear, I go, "I've never met you before, but that guy over there thinks you're a DJ God. So do me a favor, just tell him you love his videos." So I lean back and I go, "Qbert, did you ever meet my boy Spinelli?" And he's like, "No, man, but I watch your videos all the time." At that point, Nick knows I'm totally playing with him. He gets his food. He turns to Qbert, goes, "Dude, you're a god." Turns to me and goes, "You're an asshole." And he walks away.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. So,
Exactly.
But the good part was
Evacuated.
Yeah. Qbert and his cousin sat down and had dinner with, or a snack, whatever you want to call it, with Daryl and I. And I just had the guy laughing. He thought the whole setup was funny, the whole deal. And, that was it. And that's actually, thanks to you.
That's actually kind of how you met him, right? Because he's spending the night, right?
It's totally his.
That's when you met him.
Yep.
That's crazy.
So, and it was funny. We had a great time. He said that I should have been a morning show DJ because I just had him going the whole time. So it was very, very cool. So,
so to bust my balls, you ended up getting Qbert to spin. Look at that.
I'm just curious who else you idolize, so that if they're around, I know how to meet them.
No, I hope you never find out.
Maybe Pauly D. Are you a big Pauly D fan?
He's good people, but I'm not like I wouldn't like. There's only I wouldn't fanboy over Pauly D.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He's probably your cousin. You don't even know it.
Probably similar hair now, especially since I can't get a haircut. My shit's getting long. Look at that shit.
You almost got the Jordan Marshall hair going on there.
Look at that, huh?
That's getting pretty thick.
So
you're like Elvis. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Nick. Thank you so much, my man. I appreciate it. All
Thank
right,
you.
everybody, take a. We're going to take about a 2-second break to restart Facebook. You're going to be able to see my man DJ Digital Dave on the Marquee Show Facebook page. That's where you're going to want to go. And you do not, under any circumstances, want to miss him. All right? So that's
Dave.
So, John, you tell me when we're ready.
Yep.
And then I'll give Dave the nod, and then we are off.
We're going to shut down the Facebook stream and the YouTube stream. So thank you guys for watching out on those channels. Go to djntv.com/marquee after party. And that'll bring you right out to the Zoom so you can actually watch it there if you don't want to watch it on Facebook. So Marquee After Party, djntv.com/Marquee After Party.
Got it. So